Morning, everyone, and welcome to the Traders Corner Investors Summit, Traders Roadmap to Success. My name is Anthony Chapman, and I'll be your host today. Thank you all for spending part of your Saturday with us. We're entering one of the most opportunity-rich trading environments we've seen in quite some time. Volatility remains elevated. Institutional money continues rotating through sectors. AI is shaping entire industries, and traders are finding opportunities across futures, stocks, and options. The market rewards preparation, and that's exactly what today's event is all about. We've assembled an incredible lineup of professional traders, market educators, and technology innovators who will be sharing what's working right now in today's markets. Throughout the day, you'll learn about options trading, order flow, AI driven automation, futures trading, breakout strategies, income trading, and much more. Be sure to keep an eye on the chat box throughout the event. We'll be posting speaker offers, resources, and additional information as each presentation concludes. So let's get started. Our first presenter needs little introduction. Price Headley is the founder of Big Trends and has been helping traders identify market opportunities for decades through disciplined technical analysis and options trading strategies. Today, Price will be presenting how to trade PLTR options with the Percent R and ADX indicators recently hit an 11 times target. You'll discover how Price uses a laser-focused approach by trading options exclusively on Palantir, utilizing unique Percent R and ADX indicator patterns to identify opportunities and using next week expiration options to maximize leverage while maintaining flexibility. So please join me in welcoming the great Price Headley of Big Trends.
Anthony, you're so kind. Thank you. Good morning, and good morning, everybody. It's thrilled to be with you to kick off this Traders Corner set of sessions. Lots of different ways to make money, lots of ways you can take advantage of the markets. Obviously, every strategy involves risk, right? So we're going to talk about the upside and how to manage risk with just Palantir. And it's interesting because you say, why just Palantir? We've seen single ticker strategies really growing in popularity because of the AI revolution, like Anthony mentioned, is basically artificial intelligence driving the train on the way up and sometimes on the way down in the markets, right? And so you've seen how things have gotten a little bit volatile here in the past week or so. And even when Palantir was kind of just in the doldrums here before this, we basically, you probably learned about, as in trading as in life, it's all about timing. Timing is everything, right? So we're going to show you how we do our timing, just focusing on Palantir and particularly options on Palantir to help you to pick up the next potential big winner while knowing that you can still manage your risk and take your losses at a lot smaller level compared to what your upside is, right? That's kind of the nature of trend trading, cut those losses quickly enough and let the winners run potentially, right? So remember, as we get started, the information provided in today's presentation is based on our proprietary research. It's intended for illustrative purposes only. What we talk about here should not be considered specific advisory recommendations. Of course, that stock and options trading out large central rewards. Let's face it, they've also got large central risk. And so the bottom line is that you got to manage both sides of the coin. We'll talk about both sides today. Remember, when we talk about past performance of any trading system or method is not necessarily indicative of future results. Future results will vary. See our terms of use on the bigtrends.com homepage for more information. So with that understood, if you don't know me, like Anthony was so kind to introduce me, I've been trading options for 37 years now. I got started officially trading real money in 1990. And actually, I was telling Anthony a story before he came on about I caught the trading bug while I was a student at Duke University in the late 80s. I actually got into a trading contest right after the crash of 87. And I remember it like it was yesterday that I remember thinking, well, just started studying the market at the time, reading the journal before we had computers access and everything else. And I was like, hey, you think it'd be a really good time to buy? I remember buying Coke. I bought Gillette. I bought Procter and Gamble. And I remember thinking, you can't go wrong with those, right? It was a 4-month contest among collegiate students. It was the AT&T Collegiate Investment Challenge. I think 14,000 participants or something. Bottom line is that I got my statement with a month to go in the 4-month contest. After 3 months, I was in the bottom quartile of market participants. I was in the bottom 25%. And it's like, well, if it's broke, you better do something different. If you're in the game to win, or in the contest, obviously to finish near the top or at the top. So I started doing a totally different approach, active trading, hyped up takeover names that I'd noticed a pattern with, that they started coming back down. Went from the bottom quartile to the top 1%. And just the last month, they even sent me a letter saying they hadn't seen such a big comeback. And I was officially hooked. But we all pay our dues in the markets, right? That you don't want to ever go in too overconfident. You never want to go in too over leveraged or over committed on any trade, no matter how excited you are about the stock, the option, the idea. stay disciplined in your capital allocations. That's really important. So it kept me in the game for nearly 40 years. And so, and counting, the bottom line is that you've got to be systematic. So we'll talk about our Palantir system today. Let's get into it. One of the things I love about a single ticker strategy is getting your focus back, right? There's so much information overload, too much information coming at all of us, right? And yes, we can harness this with AI. We actually use AI here within our Big Trends research team. We've been really liking Claude. Anthropic's AI, we think is pretty tremendous to run through countless simulations of different things that could work or couldn't, or tells us maybe it doesn't work, right? So we basically are running all kinds of different tests and potential pattern recognition software with AI to do this. And that was where this came up with Palantir a while back, and said, okay, Palantir is a leader, right? But it gets your focus back on just trading one vehicle. You don't have to scan across hundreds of names. You're saying, okay, I'm only going to trade Palantir when I get a valid setup. If it's dead in the water, we're not interested, because we're buying options here on Palantir. We're betting that when it gets running, it can run big. And that's where the bigger money is made. It's following the bigger trends. That's the name of my company, bigtrends.com. We don't want to trade the small fish. We throw the small fish back. We want the big fish, right? So big trades as well. So with big trends. So bottom line is that, we'll walk you through success stories. We'll also walk you through what a stop looks like. So how you keep rinsing and repeating. We call it, not creatively enough, Palantir Options Trader, but it's about basically real-time email alerts. You can get them, and I recommend getting them as text alerts also to your smartphone. And then we teach you about it over time too. So you say, so why should you care about Palantir as a great stock to trade options on? I mean, Palantir is basically become an AI leader because it's driven by managing this thing called big data. Big data means, and I just alluded to it, we're all information overloaded. But big data, you talk about analytics. This relates to not just how to be more efficient as a corporation and ultimately more profitable and grow revenue better if you're a company, but you get into a big part of Palantir is in the bottom left here. It's the government contracts, right? The government is managing a whole lot of data, assessing a whole lot of risk factors when you look at, of course, now what's going on with Iran, but also you look at all the potential terror threats and other things going on. And so that's been a meaningful part of Palantir's business. Some criticize Palantir for that. I think it's actually a growth industry, frankly, in terms of our government needing services like Palantir offers for a long time to come. If you think the world's going to magically change and go back to something peaceful and quiet and calm, you probably don't want to trade Palantir, but basically I think it's actually probably going to be more the same, as Anthony alluded to, more volatility happening here in today's markets, more kind of constant assessment about what's the next threat, what's the next thing that could pop up. Palantir is at the forefront of that. So, and so it's criticized for being a pricey stock, right? And I'm not saying it's not, right? Price to sales metrics and stuff, Palantir is expensive as a stock. Do you know what? Microsoft was expensive in the 90s. Cisco Systems expensive in the internet run up. Basically the leaders of the past tend to be pricier because they're in demand. So my view is that you don't want to get hung up on like a long-term fundamental view that holds you out of short-term opportunities on a recurring basis. There's lots of trading volume, lots of liquidity. So what do we do with Palantir Options Trader? Our first goal is not to make the 1,000% gain. Our first goal is to get our risk money back into subscribers' pockets and trading accounts so that you can make your rest of your trade risk free. So when you get to a risk free position on a trade that you still have part of your position open on, you now have basically set yourself up to have a lot more staying power, which is staying power is something I think a lot of traders lack. A lot of traders are trading scared, trading nervous. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be if you don't have a game plan for how you're going to manage risk, right? If you know how you're managing your risk, it frankly makes your life a lot easier. Also, by trading smaller, especially when you become a new subscriber to Palantir Options Trader, I've got a super special to lock in the entire next year of access to this. So stick with me to the end. But bottom line is that when you look at it, you say, okay, when you got a plan, that's great. But if you don't have a plan, you probably should be scared. You probably should be worried that you haven't developed a good plan yet. Even if you think you have a good plan, is it battle tested through all kinds of different market environments? Because one of the, Anthony, we're talking about this right before I came on, is one of the worst things that can happen if you're a newer trader in options is that you win big real fast, because that will breed overconfidence. And basically, I don't want you to lose big either, but I want you to say, look, that you, even after scoring a big winner, like I'm going to show you here in a minute, you've got to just stay consistent on your capital allocation. You don't load up on the next trade. You don't bail on the next trade either. So once we get to a risk-free position by selling half of our position at a double, right? If you put $1,000 in, it turns into 2,000. You take half your option contracts off, and now you've gotten your risk money back, and you go ahead and let the rest run. We give it a full 5 trading day, a full calendar week to run. Okay. And so what we're going to do is we're going to buy the next Friday expiration. So if I get a signal on Monday, this coming Monday, I would buy not this coming Friday's expiration, I would buy the next Friday's expiration. Anytime next week, I'll buy the following Friday. So that way we give ourselves at least 5 trading days to let that trade run. Now let's look at a winning trade example that just recently hit the 1,000% ultimate final target. That's what we try to do with the rest. We most of the time won't get to 1,000%, frankly, but we've got lots of examples to show you where we got many multiples of our initial investment. But this one did get there. Okay. Now, what's really interesting about this is a 30-minute at a time chart. Okay. So that's the candles that we're looking at every 30-minute interval, right? So the first one of the trading days between 9:30 and 10 a.m. Wall Street time, New York time. And bottom line is that you say, okay, look, then we're going to just keep adapting and adjusting. We're going to talk about these indicators here. But what I want to mention as some backdrop here is if you were looking back before we got this signal, Palantir had basically been dead in the water for weeks. Okay. It had been basically not really doing a whole lot. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, it has this big breakout. And again, this goes back to timing, right? So a big part of our timing is that we say, okay, look, we want to see that this green line here in the middle panel, this is the percent R, Larry Williams percent range indicator, which I use as I kind of jokingly call it percent T, because when it starts to go overbought, it can stay overbought for a long time, a lot longer than you expect. So we'd like to see percent R staying in this particular system in the top third of its readings. When we get that breakout into that top third of the readings and the ADX indicator, which is on the bottom here, ADX stands for average directional movement, developed by Wells Wilder. Same guy that developed RSI and a lot of other great indicators. You can see right there it's happening that both of those are kind of confirming together at the close of that 30-minute interval. So you go across to where Palantir is trading. It's trading around $138 a share. So what do? We buy out of the money calls. Okay, because if we're looking to get leverage, one of the biggest ahas for me as an options trader in 37 years of options trading is some of the best leverage that I get is as something goes from out of the money to the strike price, and preferably even into the money up above the strike price on a call. And so when we're buying the 145 calls, we're anticipating that we can get towards the strike price to get our double, and then into the money to get our potential bigger payday of potentially the 1,000% gain. If and when we get that, of course, we take the money and run at that point over a week or less. So this is bought on a Thursday. That was May 28th. As it turns out, the same trading day as it trends here to the upside after the breakout. That's how the markets work, right? The markets tend to work in that when you see something really breaking out, you'll think, am I too late? And for us on this fresh percent R breakout to the upside, it actually tells us with the ADX trending up that we've got a trend in motion. Let's face it, institutions are the ones who are driving the markets today, not you and me as individuals. But the institutions want the same thing. They want more of a trade that works, and they want less of a trade that doesn't, right? We all want the same thing. More of a more profit and less risk, less loss, right? So the idea here is that, okay, we're showing the example of if you were putting in $1,000 maximum per trade called out without ever compounding it. Okay, so even as you grow your portfolio, you don't grow the amount you invest per trade. You keep it fixed at whatever your comfortable risk amount is per trade. Because theoretically, when you buy an option, especially an out of the money option, it could lose what you put into it. Now we're going to mitigate that by saying, look, if we get into a situation where we lose half, typically we'll put a stop in there to say, okay, if we lose half, we're going to go ahead and stop it out. But sometimes with a big mover like this on Palantir, we'll give it a little bit even more room to run. And so that means we might even give it a little bit of wiggle where it could go beyond that, below that 50% loss. Okay, so that can happen, and it will happen from time to time. So, but what I'd say is one trade like what I'm showing you here can make up for a lot of the occasional givebacks. Okay, so in this case, we pay $155 for each options contract to control 100 shares of stock. So when we buy 6 of those contracts, that's getting us in 6 times 155 is $930 invested on $1,000 cap. Or we can't buy that 7th one; it would push us beyond $1,000 total dollars in the trade. That's beyond our dollar risk we're willing to accept. Now you can adjust it to you could trade as little as 2 contracts with this approach, because we're saying sell one at the double and then let the other run, right? So you could 2 contracts would get you in for $310, right? If you're just kind of dipping your toe in the water to get comfortable. The big thing I always tell new subscribers is I don't want you thinking about how much you're going to make on your first trade. I want you thinking, can I follow this consistently through the ups and the downs, through the wins and the losses, to prove to myself that I can stick with the system and not get cold feet, to not be gun shy coming into the next trade or overconfident, just saying I'm going to keep executing. Prove it as a habit of execution. When you have consistent execution, it will make you a more consistent trader and a more confident trader in your belief in yourself to follow the system, right? Because that's what you're really building, is a trust and a conviction in yourself to pull the trigger. So many traders I talk to when I've done coaching of a variety of traders that basically will tell me, yeah, I've got fear of failure. I've got fear of, a loss that I'm going to then it's hard to pull the trigger. And that's what you got to get over. And so trading small first gets past that and says, look, okay, two contracts in would cost you $310. If you can't risk that, you probably shouldn't be trading options right now. Okay, build up your capital more through just savings, and then get to a place you can trade small and grow your confidence as well as your portfolio over time, over a longer view. So our first target hit same trading day. We're not trying to be day traders, but you know what? If I can get our risk money back for subscribers, in this case, a matter of about 3.5 hours later, we take that off the table about 2 p.m. on that first day in the trade, May 28th. Now, you can see, interestingly enough, we didn't even take it all the way to the end point of what our holding period would have been, which would have been potentially into the next Thursday. Because, on May 28th, we bought the June week 1 options, which would have expired back on June 5th, Friday before yesterday. So the idea is that, of course, we're not going to take it that far. We theoretically could have taken it into Thursday, June the 4th, but we took it out when we got our 1,000% target. Okay, so 1,000%, you're like, how is that possible? You see the stock ripped on Friday after a nice trend up on Thursday. It rips to the upside on Friday, and then it was actually Monday morning that actually, see, June 1st, we're getting our target on the pop up here to about 160 and change, right? You can see we've got what strike price do we have again? A 145 strike price. Well, theoretically at 162, it's worth 17, but there's still some time premium in that option, even in the money. So somewhere between 160 and 162, we're cashing out at 1705, which is our 1,000% gain, or basically 11 times the $155 that we made. Why do we use that number? Well, it's rare to get that, not hyper rare, but saying, when we get it, we've noticed that, okay, things are pretty extended at that point, and things can cool off after that. Whether Palantir goes up or down or not after that, we kind of don't care. We're basically like, hey, think of how much that you look at. By the way, where is Palantir now? It closed on Friday at about $128, right? So yes, it round trip back down, right? So the idea here is that, okay, yeah, we don't want to be passive. We want to take our money and run. So how much money does that make you on the total trade in this example? Remember, you put in $930 and you generated over $5,000 in profit, right? You exited the total exit here was actually just over $6,000 in total proceeds, and you basically are taking down over about $5,100 in net profit. So remember, you pay about $1 a contract at most. Some more active traders might pay as low as a $0.50 a contract. So $1 a contract times 6 and on the way in and 6 on the way out would be $12 at most that you should be paying commissions. That's what I love about options trading now, is that you keep the vast majority of what you earn. Back when I got started in 1990 trading options, it's like even a one lot had a ticket charge and was more expensive. So it's a much better time, I think, than ever before to be an options trader that way. and of course with the electronic access we have to be able to be in and out so quickly. So, but the point here is that we remind subscribers, okay, here's your first target, it is achieved. Here's your next target, 1705, you paid $155. We use the average entry price of the fills in the half hour or so after we put out the real-time alert there, which was put out just about 10 a.m. Okay, on that Thursday, May 28th. So we'll talk more examples here, but our typical holding period is no more than 5 full trading days. So our strategy is just to buy options using that Percent R setup. We'll show you some other setups, and then using the 30-minute time frame at a time. That's quicker to adapt than waiting for the hour or waiting for the day later. So we're just going to buy straight calls when we're bullish, straight puts to buy when we're bearish, using next Friday's expiration. Palantir, of course, has weekly expirations going out over the next month or month and a half at least. So plenty of different choices that you can have there. Now notice we don't actually give ourselves all day to get into a new trade. We want to see that there's a catalyst, that there's usually a gap happening right off of an open, and follow through by 10:30, or by 11 a.m. Eastern. So those first 30-minute closes are possible entry windows. But if we don't get it, then it basically says just wait till the next morning. Okay, so that way you're not going to be having to watch the markets all day. If you didn't get a signal, you say you wait for the next morning to see if you get one then. Using the power next week options, of course, you could use this week's options, but the bottom line is that that's increasing your risk. And is it giving you enough runway for that trade in Palantir to potentially really take off to that much bigger objective? But we do scan for them every morning, looking for these setups and then calling them out for subscribers in real time when we get them. Now, the nice thing is that look at our average contract entry price in the past year has been under $200 a contract, which means on average you get at least 5 contracts in a typical trade if you're putting $1,000 in per trade. What do we do after 5 days? At the 5th full day in, if we got in on a Monday, we'd be out the next Monday afternoon by 3 p.m. Okay, so the idea here is that you're giving yourselves that basically full 5 trading days, and you're basically saying, okay, then we will go ahead and hop out whether we get our target. But if we don't get our target, we'll go ahead and time. That's called time stop. We just time stop ourselves out. So that way, there's still some time left before the expiration. You can typically still salvage some value out of those Palantir options, even if they're not firing. So we'll show you when they didn't, what that looked like too. So overall performance, again, with the reminder, looking back at the past, that past performance can never guarantee future results, right? We know future results will vary. But the idea is that going back to the beginning of 2024 through Friday's close yesterday, you can see that a $5,000 portfolio grew to over $29,000 for gross profit of $24,195, assuming that you never put in up to, but never more than $1,000 into any trade, even as the portfolio grew, right? So the nice thing about that fixed dollar model of capital allocation and position sizing is that as your portfolio grows, your actual risk as a percentage of your portfolio is going down as you're gaining more and more growth in your portfolio. So, when it's a $5,000 portfolio, you put $1,000 in, obviously that's 20% of your portfolio. That's probably more than most people would recommend right off the top, frankly, but basically saying, look, but by the time you've grown it to 29,000, 1% is less than 1,000, I'm sorry, in a trade is less than 4% of your portfolio risk, right? So that's the nice thing too about the fixed dollar approach. If you're compounding your amount per invested per trade based on run-ups, what that guarantees you is that when you get a give back period, you will be putting in too much, basically the most money you've ever put in right off of an equity high, and getting whacked even bigger on a drawdown, right? Giving back your hard-earned profits too easily. We don't want that. So this is basically in about 2.5 years. So you see 24 grand in gross profit, and that's since the inception of the service. So we've had some really nice runs here. And you can see that's what the total growth looks like. Again, before commissions and subscription investment, both those are relatively small compared to that kind of growth, keeping it at the fixed dollar allocation. Obviously, we could show bigger with bigger amounts invested per trade, or with compounded amounts. My goal is just for you to understand that, hey, the potential's there. It's just about getting you to follow each and every trade and not second guessing it. So talk more about our setup. We're breaking up Larry Williams' percent range indicator into 3 zones. So bottom third, middle third, top third. And so, ironically, I showed you the top third pattern. We also have a bottom third bullish pattern when we're coming out of a sell zone where the stock's been down and now starting to snap back up. It's a little bit quicker to get us in than waiting for that top third setup tied to the ADX, average directional movement. Now, our bearish signals are a little bit more rare, but when they hit, it's when percent R has been overbought, and then we're getting an important reversal signal. So I'll show you those as well. I'm not giving away exact settings here with this complimentary overview, but when you become a subscriber, you get our entire rules and settings sheet and training on how the system works for all these setups. So some more trade examples from different market environments. Here's one from back in April. Notice we had a gap up, right? And this is one coming out of the bottom third of reading. So we want to come out of the bottom third area here, which is happening on that second 30-minute rally phase as we gapped up that morning and kept going. So notice in that one, the ADX is actually going down. So what does that imply? It implies that stock had been down, and as it reverses, ADX takes a little more time to get flipped back to the upside. You can see, why do we get in there instead of waiting for the top third of readings? Well, if we waited for the top third of readings, you see that would put us in somewhere in this zone. By that point, it'd be too late. You can see we're almost at our double target just about 2 hours later when we would have been waiting quite a bit more if we got in just on the longer, bigger upside breakout. So we bought it at $2 a contract, $200 per 100 shares. That gets us 5 contracts. If we get an odd number of contracts and you're trying to sell half at a double, you can't sell 2.5 contracts. So we just say round up. In this case, sell slightly more than half of your position at the first double target. That will get you more than your risk money back. You can see you invested $1,000 on 5 contracts at $200 a piece. You're getting 3 contracts out at $400 a piece, or $1,200 back. You're already up a couple $100 before commission, and you're saying, okay, well, now they've got 2 contracts left as the free trade. As it turns out, those other 2 contracts go up a little bit more, but again, we're not perfect, right? We're trend traders. We're trying to follow this trend, but the 5-day window from that Monday to the next Monday is basically telling us, okay, you know what? We're going to go ahead and exit there. Even though it rallied back later the next day, we're done at about $145 or so, and we had a 142 call, so it's about $3 in the money on a Monday. It's got a couple bucks of time or so. We're out at 475, only gets us 137% of the last 2, so a little bit more, but not the big runner that we showed you previously, right? So $1,100 plus in profit on that trade on a 5 lot in and out. Okay, so you get the idea of kind of how this works off of a couple different setups and patterns. Here's another one, finding the upside breakout. And the reason I show you this one is that you can get an upside breakout where you actually have to endure what we would call a retracement, or a retest is what I call it. In this case, you see the retest happening of our top third setup here, right, into this short-term low the next morning, right? We bought that prior morning on the gap up. There's our catalyst. We're thinking at 144, this thing's going a lot higher. We're buying 11 points out of the money. For a lot of people, that would seem like, whoa, you're going 11 points out of the money, which is what, about 8% out of the money, and you're paying $185, which is getting you 5 contracts. In this case, getting in for like $925. Guess what? That next morning, you're probably down close to 40 or 50% on a Monday, maybe 40%, because you're on a Monday to buy the next Friday's expiration. You still have like almost 9 trading days to go as we start off the trading day on that Tuesday morning, right? So you got time kind of mitigating some of that volatility, but yeah, you're going to be down initially, and we don't want to get whipsawed by that. And so we said, okay, just give it a chance, let it run, and you can see then as it flips back up the following morning on Wednesday, we've popped back up over 150. And notice we're getting a double here on just a couple of trading days from March 2nd to March 4th. And the stock has just popped up to 150 to 151. It is still out of the money relative to the 155 strike call, right? A 155 call, of course, if you're new to options, means, hey, you got a right to buy at 155. Well, technically that right is worth nothing until it gets above 155. So most people assume, well, it's got to get a couple of bucks in the money to break even. Well, not the case, because there is time value. So basically what you're trying to take advantage of is just that if you can get the trend working for you faster than the time loss, this is why buying the next Friday's expiration gives you a little more cushion, a little more stability than buying this current Friday expiration. So that in this case is kind of nice because then you go through a little bit more rally, then you go through this little dip phase and you say, well, shouldn't I get out somewhere during this dip phase here? And we're saying no, because even if it goes against where you saw the first target at target one 100%, because we're saying, look, the 5-day rule said we're in on Monday. We want to be out by the next Monday. We actually took it out at the end of the day Friday because we just didn't want the weekend risk and said we'd be out the next Monday anyway. As you can see, it turned out to be a pretty good exit. It's possible it could have kept going into Monday, but the idea is that, okay, 337% on the last two contracts. So when you get your risk money or more than your risk money back, if it's exactly your risk money back on the first half of your position, whatever you sell these last contracts for, 2 times $810 is going to be $1,620. That's going to be your profit. In this case, a little bit bigger than that because we got a little extra profit since we sold slightly more than half on the first double target. So $1,800 in profits for a week's or slightly under a week's work from a Monday morning to a Friday afternoon. The stock went up as high as about 161. It did get about 6 points in the money, right? So we started off about 11 points out of the money. That's about a 17-point move, which is, as you can see here, maybe in the neighborhood of about a 12% move, gets you ultimately a 337% on your final target. You can see your leverage ratios here are more like 30 to 1 rather than say 100 to 1. But of course, back to that 1,000% example, we might see even bigger leverage as we let it keep running. So the idea here is, okay, here's another one that you can see we initially got stuck in kind of a slow boat move on a Monday entry when it gapped up there. Kind of see, we bought right off of the start of that second half hour, right at 10 a.m. And you can see we get stuck for a day. Okay, guess what? That happens, right? You get this consolidation back and you think, uh-oh, this isn't a good one here, right? Goes through that little kind of retest zone right near the end of the day on that first day in the trade, right? And this little pop underneath there kind of holds that area, and then it starts taking off, right? So you can see what happens, that it's a couple days later, and this was in on September 8th, out on September 10th, 2 days later when it gaps open, it actually goes beyond our 100% gain right off the open. That can happen on gaps in your favor. And you see we cash out of 3 of our 6 contracts for more than a double. So we got more than our risk money back. I put in 930, we're getting out over $1,000 back. And then the other 3 run to about 170% by that Monday afternoon. That following Monday. So you can see again, we generally stayed outside that top third of the Percent R readings. That's the general pattern you want to see. If it tests down, you'd like to see it hold there. It doesn't always happen, but that trade generates $1,395 minus your $12 maximum commission. So more than $1,380 of profit on that trade. So here you go, another example, breakout. Another example where we're initially wrong for a day. Okay, so why am I showing you those? Because I'm showing those because I don't want you to lose the faith when you get into a trade and then you see it pause on you at first. So what we'll say is, okay, look, we buy 4 contracts. These were a little more expensive, $230 a piece. So 4 contracts, $920 invested. We're wrong on the first day. We're probably down as much as a third or so in what we paid. So you got to prepare for that, and that's why you don't want to put too much into any one trade. It flips back up. You can see even after a little retracement, retest in here where it holds real nicely right at that short-term low. We don't wait to buy retest because we're afraid of getting left at the station as it takes off, right? So the idea here is that you see we do get that first target and then you see it kind of pause. I love selling half at a double because to me it's like the best of both worlds. I have this sort of philosophy that's like, you know what, if we're in a position where you basically say, okay, we know that 1 of 2 things can happen after sell half at a double. It can keep going, and at that point, I'm glad I still have half my position on, or it can give it back, and at that point, I'm glad I've got a risk-free trade on where I cannot lose, even if the other half goes to nothing. Right? To me, maybe I'm a glass half full person, but the idea is that I like having both of those scenarios where I feel pretty good either way, having sold half at a double. Right? Yeah, you could say, I wish you'd held the whole thing on a big winner. I wish you sold the whole thing on a loser. We don't have a crystal ball that tells us exactly what's going to happen in the future ever, right? So the reality is the future is variable and there will be ones that keep going and ones that don't, right? So you can see in this case, it doesn't end up doing much more. Even though it's a little higher, we've lost some time, right? By the time a week later, it's a little bit in the money, and you see we're still holding on a Tuesday some decent time value, sitting there about 187, 2 points in the money. We get out at 461. We were out at 460 on the first piece. Why didn't you sell the whole thing? Well, we gave it a chance to run. It didn't, but in this case, didn't hurt us either. So the idea is that, okay, now you're done. You move on. Follow the rules. 922 in profit minus your $8 max commission. Now here's a nice runner that does keep going. And you can see another example where I'm in at this. We got the breakout start of a Thursday, July 10th, last July. I want to point out to you, we're in not the end of that red candle. We're in right off of the start of this red candle up here, right? So I kind of love showing you that, okay, we may not be right from the get-go. We might have to have some patience. We might have to endure some little bumps along the way. But our view is that once you've gotten the catalyst signal that this thing is breaking out, you don't want to wait. If you did wait, think about that. If you did wait and then it starts coming down, what's that going to do to you? Where are you going to buy it? Well, the idea is that you'll probably end up saying, well, I think I better pass because it looks like it's not working, right? Then you're back into the second guessing cycle. I want to take those question marks out of subscribers' minds. I want to say, look, follow the system, let it do its thing. Don't be overreactive. Don't be second guessing. Don't be putting question marks when the system's very clear about what to do. It says buy the calls there. So we buy the 150 calls and the stock's about 143. It pops to 140. That $1.50 we paid per contract is probably down to $1 in a couple hours, hour and a half. Okay, guess what? That happens. Okay, you might be down a third in an hour and a half. It can happen, but basically, see, then it starts grinding back, and then you see what happens from there. We go on a couple days later from a Thursday entry the next Monday afternoon. We're hitting up to about 148.5, 149, getting near that strike price. That's the best kind of inflation you can get. Obviously, none of us like the actual inflation at the gas pump, the inflation at the grocery store, right? But the best kind of inflation is you go from out of the money closer to your strike price. Your time premium will inflate, especially if you go there relatively quickly. Your $1.50 you paid is now worth $3, and this thing still has zero intrinsic value. You just seen an inflation in your time premium because which option holds the most time value? It's the at the money option. Okay, so as we get right up near the strike price, you've gotten a nice pop in your time value. We've got that double, sold half of our position. We have exactly our risk capital back. Whatever we sell the last contracts for will be our profit. In this case, 3 times $340. Only made 126% on the last 3, and yet we still make over $1,000 on the total trade. So you can see, and it did end up going about 5 points in the money at the peak. We actually got out maybe a little bit later that afternoon and ended up out at 340. Okay, so it happens. Now here's another nice big pop in our favor. Again, we got our signal on a Wednesday. Have to deal with the day of chop. And this is back before it split about it looks like 4 for 1 or whatever, 5 for 1. But basically, you see here that 5 contracts were in at $1.76. We got chopped around for a day. Then the following day, on that Thursday midday, it popped on up there, and we were able to sell half of it at our double. The rest of it kept running for the full week held from May 7th last year to May 14th. We popped on up to 1070 on our last just 2 contracts. Less than half of our original position makes us 500% or a 6-bagger on the last piece. You can see how these patterns are working. You can see how the Percent R generally staying in its top third of its readings is really the best part of a trend cycle up to the upside. And so $2,300 in profit plus for the week's work. So, we expect to find an average of about 6 to 8 new option trades on Palantir per calendar month. Sometimes we'll get an opportunity to add an overlapping position. So I want to explain to you how that works. Have you ever noticed that if you're in a really good trend, you'd like to have more exposure, right? And so what we notice is that if we get a fresh new signal, if we've gotten our risk capital back on our prior signal, which is, we'll call it, if this is trade A, we'll call this the first trade here, that we'll target A1 will be our target 1 on that first A trade there. Okay, it looks like AI, but A1. And so what's happening is that the second target here is sold a week later. This is last April at second target 315%. Okay, that makes $1,600+ on that trade. But once we got the risk capital out at A1, you see Percent R is just staying super strong this whole way. But notice we actually get a signal right after that where ADX is still turning up, Percent R is still back, and says you can add target, well, a second trade, I'll call it B. So why would we add a whole second position here? Because we've gotten our risk money back on the first position. So you're really only putting just like a fresh new 1 unit of risk on trade B when you already have 0 risk now on trade A once you've gotten the first target out at a double. Hope that makes sense. But the idea is that, okay, then B1 is hit at its double target soon after we're out of the A trades and in its entirety, right? B1, not a vitamin here, but sure traded like it as we went on to B2 and ended up getting 600%. So if you left that and said, well, I already have a trade on, I'm not going to take that, so I already have a position on, then you'd leave behind like $3,500 in profit on that 6 lot, right? So we don't want to do that. If we get a fresh new signal while it's working and we've gotten the risk money back, if we hadn't gotten the risk money back, we would not have added the second trade. But if we get our risk money back at the first target of half out of the double to create the free trade, now you have no risk on trade A. Now you can put on trade B, the second one. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. But the idea is that when it's good, we want to keep on taking advantage of it. Now, here's what a loser can look like. So here's one where you see we got the breakout. You see, again, we didn't get off to a great start. Then it did start rallying. Remember, we're thinking, okay, we got in at like 95.5. We're buying a 102 strike call. We paid 230. It pops on up there after a little pullback, gets on up to about 99. You're thinking, okay, well, we should be getting up close to our 460 target. We don't get it. And so then as it flips on back down for us here, we hit our 50% stop, down 51%, and we take the 50% or worse loss. If it gaps against that 50%, it could be worse than that. So, but I always tell subscribers that's why you just don't overload on any trade, because you know you got a 50% stop, it could violate that on an adverse move more than that. But the idea is that, okay, if we can keep our losses around 50%, let our winners run to not just 100, but potentially as much as 1,000%, your size of win to loss can be dramatic. Now, here's how the bear setups look. I'm tight on time. Sorry, let me quickly go on this. I get excited talking about all these setups here. This is the bearish reversal setup. So what you're seeing is that Percent R is up over 90, meaning just because it's in the high range doesn't mean it's necessarily bearish. But if you see ADX rolling over and Percent R is staying high, that's actually a bearish reversal. That says, okay, the uptrend is ending potentially, and we're coming out of a very overbought mode. And so I don't mind overbought staying overbought, but if it's coming out of that, especially with ADX rolling over, we say, look, we're going to buy some puts there. Let's talk about 97. We buy the 87 puts, 7 contracts in, $132 a piece. Target 1 achieved on the snap down to about 90. And see, we don't even get to the strike price yet, and we've got our double. Sold 4 of our 7. And then as it pops on down here by the full week held, then it's hit a 312% gain. So quickly, that was $1,700 in profit. So, and again, sometimes we'll hit a second half loss when we get a double on half, right? So we got our double on half on this one. It gets ripped against us, right? We have no risk, but then by the end of the week, we're down 68% on the second piece, and we only make $156. So that's another outcome that can happen. We've got more slides here than I expected, but basically, you get the idea on all these. You can also call us at 800 Big Trends. We'll send you a copy of all these slides if you want to study them in more detail, since I'm kind of fast on these last ones to stay on time here. But you see, steady as she goes, 71 cents a contract, doubles the next morning plus, and then we end up getting 600%. This was a prior November, but you get the idea. You see the patterns. You see how they work. You see how you selling half at a double or more, it lets you hold through that chop period for the next few days before it finally got to our target. Beyond our target that we would have normally expected. So what am I giving you today? Palantir options trader for a full year. I'm a bigger believer that you're better off to have more time and then basically just not rush into the next trade once you get signed up. Just start small, learn the system through our settings and rule sheet, get a dedicated email to reach our analyst team. That'd be a $3,500 value for a year. I'm slashing it more than 90% for you today, thanks to the Traders Corner folks being so good to me. We're taking it down from $12.97, which one trade could of course pay for that multiple times over, but you get a special promo code. Use PLTR 1000, takes an extra $1,000 off, takes it down to only $297. So where do you go for that? You go to bigtrends.com/corner. I'm sorry, I can't walk you through that order page. Just make sure you apply that. If there's a little code section, you'll see we even remind you what the code is on that page at bigtrends.com/corner. Pop in that code and apply it, PLTR 1000, save an extra grand today, get started. You'll get the whole next year for less than $1 a day, just 297 bucks. Give you a massive ROI after your first winning trade on Palantir. So thanks, Anthony, for having me and letting me kick off today. And stick around, folks, for lots of great fellow traders and speakers to come. It's a info-packed full day here.
Oh, thank you, Price. I'm putting in the offer now. It
Thanks,
is,
Anthony.
yeah, you're welcome. Bigtrends.com/corner. So make sure you pick that up. That is a great offer. And thank you, Price, for being here. You are great, and we appreciate you and everyone at your office there.
I appreciate you all. Thanks, Anthony. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. All right. That was an outstanding presentation packed with actionable information and a very interesting look at how a focused approach can create powerful trading opportunities. We also appreciate the generous offer you've made available to our audience. Everyone, I've placed Price's promotional link in the chat box, so be sure to check it out. They are working pretty good over there at Big Trends. Our next presenter is Marina, the trader chick Villataro, and she brings some great energy. Marina has built a strong following by helping traders simplify their approach and focus on the setups that matter most. Today, she will be presenting 4 steps to simplify your day trading and understanding the power of the breakout trade. She'll discuss the outstanding market movement using indicators for the entries and profit targets and identifying breakout opportunities and other high probability setups. Everyone, please welcome Marina, the trader chick Villataro. Marina, are you
Hello,
there?
I am. Hi. Hi, Anthony. How
Hi,
are you?
I'm
Hi,
good. How are
everybody.
you?
I'm good.
I'm just trying to make you a presenter right now
Sounds good.
and organizer.
Okay. I'm just going to share the screen. Just give me a second here.
Yeah,
Trying to
take your
figure this
time.
out. Okay, I see my screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, are you guys all able to see my screen? Hang on just one second. All right, there we go. Are you guys able to see my screen? Hello?
I think, yeah, I think everyone
Oh,
in chat is saying they could see it. You're doing great.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, great. Because it's different. The setup of this webinar software now is different. Before you could access
Oh,
everything at
yeah.
once. I'm just looking at my
Sorry.
screen. Oh,
Yeah,
it's not your fault.
the software upgraded.
Yeah, it was better before, right? Sometimes I upgrade for no reason.
I like the
But
older as well. Yeah.
what's that?
I like the simpler version sometimes too.
Yeah, for sure. Everything is so smart. It makes you feel stupid sometimes. Well, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today on this beautiful Saturday. I love this Saturday. Right now, I'm in Barcelona and the weather is just magnificent. Absolutely fantastic. Hope everybody, wherever you are, you also have beautiful weather. So I am going to be starting now. And today we are going to be talking about the breakout trade, understanding the power of the breakout trade. The breakout trade to me is one of the best trades out there. But if you don't understand what you're looking for, if you don't understand how to have the setup, it'll be really hard for you to figure it out and find it. So today I'm going to simplify all of that because it's actually quite simple to recognize it and to be able to take full advantage of the breakout trade. So this is me. I am Marina, the trader chick. And what we're going to cover today is understanding the market movement, understanding the indicators that are best for those breakouts and the profits, how to identify the breakout trade so that we can really get into the meat and juice of it. First, let's do a intro. I am Marina, the trader chick, and I am actually an expat living in Barcelona. I have now been an expat for almost 25 years. Before moving to Barcelona, me and my family lived in Guatemala and Costa Rica for almost 20 years, moving to Barcelona about 4 years ago. And before I was a day trader, I was a fitness instructor. And the main reason I bring this up is because so many people feel that there has to be either a math background or financial background or an economics background to become a successful trader. But funny enough, and interestingly enough, you can literally come from any walk of life and be a successful day trader. That's the beauty of trading, actually. And I am trilingual. And the reason why I bring up that I'm trilingual is I was born in the Soviet Union. So I obviously Russian was my mother tongue, but we moved to the United States because I'm a Soviet Union refugee. We moved there when I was really young. So when I moved there, it wasn't about learning English. It was more about just continuing to learn how to speak more or less. So I never actually learned English in the language learning way. However, I did learn Spanish in my late 20s. And if anybody here has learned a new language in their later years, there's a process that is behind learning a new language, right? You have to commit, you have to practice, there's this discipline and the showing up and truly wanting to understand and practice it. And when I realized that the market first of all speaks to us, it is its own language, especially when you're looking and reading the charts. You're like reading a new language, right? So when I realized that I am actually reading the market language versus learning or trying to beat the market or predict the market, something that none of us will ever do. By the way, don't even pretend, because when you're thinking that you're going to beat the market or you're going to predict it, the market will humble you really quickly. However, when you decide that you want to read what the market is telling you and listen to the market, everything changes. And I realized that simply because I was able to reference it to learning a new language. And whenever I talk about this, a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, this is so true, and start to apply it in a similar fashion. And the best part about trading is that we could do it from anywhere in the world. That is the coolest thing of all. So, basically, what I want to go over today are four basic strategies. Because just like when we are driving in a car, there are basic strategies to driving. I know today when we get in the car, we don't even think about it. But if you're learning how to drive a car, you have to learn the basics, right? Where are the brakes? Where is the steering wheel? Where is the mirrors, right? Where's the horn? These are things that we're now just so accustomed to, but when we first get in the car, we have to adjust and learn how to work with all of them at the same time. Even like today, living in Barcelona, we don't own a car because it's just too much of a hassle. So we rent all the time. And even though we rent like almost every week to go travel, to go wherever on little road trips, every time we hop in a new car, we have to go through the motions of knowing where all of this is, the blinkers, the lights, even the ignition, now with these smart keys and stuff like that. So it's the same thing for trading, right? You have to know the basics for you to be able to really grow and use your strategy. So before we get into the actual heart of the presentation, because we have such a minimal amount of time together, I have the entire presentation completely for free for you to go and grab. So go to makingofaDaytrader.com. Go to makingofaDaytrader.com, makingofaDaytrader.com, and you could get the entire presentation for free. And this way you could follow along, and you could also go and check out the replay slowly on your time. All right, so let's get back to the basics, building your trading foundation. So, before we go any further, you need to know that you need to have a charting platform. You cannot be a day trader without a good charting platform and having indicators. I personally only use two indicators. I know that a lot of people like to go a little bit crazy with the indicators, but really all that results in is a lot of analysis paralysis. Again, everything that I'm showing you here is go into the browser, put in the URL makingofaDaytrader.com, and you could get all of this there. So let's focus here. The most basic thing to understand is the movement, right? The breakdown of different trends, because we know that there's an upward trend, we know that there's a downward trend. Interestingly enough, though, the sideways trend is actually the most important trend of all. Why? Because this is where the majority of the money usually gets lost, right? This is where we lose the profits and sometimes even dip into the money in our accounts, because If you don't understand the sideways trend, this is where all the money could get lost. So I'm going to really focus on that. First of all, knowing how to stay out of the sideways trend, and also when to get in on the breakout. It's really, really important. All right, so that's the trending markets. Literally, just a quick review. Upward trend, each pivot is higher than the next one. This is the bull market, the market going up. This is where you are going in for a buy. This is when you are putting in a long position, going long. That means you are entering low, exiting high. All right, going long. You're buying. Downward trend, the exact opposite, when each pivot is lower than the pivot before it. Also, this is interesting enough where the majority of traders make their money is on the downward trends. This is when we are shorting the market or selling, when you go in at a higher price point, exit at a lower price point, and you take that money in between. You are shorting the market. Okay, bear market, market trending down. So now I want to talk about the most important areas, or I like to call it the trader's worst enemy, the sideways markets, the consolidation areas, the transition areas. Once we learn how to spot them, then we could avoid them. And this will not only save you so much money, but also help you get into really strong positions. Now, interestingly enough, okay, so sideways market. There are so many nicknames for it, right? The chop, exhaustion pattern, indecision, channeling market, consolidation market, transitioning market, whatever you want to call it. Basically, it is the market bouncing between 2 points. Usually, it's super flat. It's not really going anywhere. The reason why the majority of people lose money here is because traders like to start to tell themselves stories. So when a trader who is a trend is your friend kind of a trader is looking at this, what they're saying to themselves is, you know what, the market's been going up all day, I'm going to go long. Meaning that, the market's going to continue going long. Not at all, right? Like the market could do whatever it wants. And that's exactly the same for the contrarian trader, which is looking at this market and says, you know what, the market's been going up all day, it's got to correct, I'm going to short the market. Look, the market is going to do what the market is going to do. What we as retail individual traders need to do is simply stay out. We need to sit on our hands and wait until the market gives us a definite, defined direction. Okay, once we have that defined direction, that's when we get into the market. That's where we make the real money. And that only happens once we could recognize when the slowdowns happen. And they can happen small ones, larger ones, bouncing between 2 points. But what's really important is once we recognize it, we also have to respect it and we have to draw them in. Okay, so the areas are defined by support and resistance. These are the most important areas of the market. And when you could recognize them and draw them in, you can protect yourself. I call this like the hedging process. This is our safety mechanism, right? We have to draw in these so that we know where they are going. So, for instance, drawing out the channels markets with a support and resistance area, we know where the bounce is happening. And what is a resistance area? So, it's important to also understand what the resistance area is. Literally, it is the ceiling of the market. It is when the market is trending up and then boom, it hits 3 or 4 or more times the ceiling of the market, right? We need to draw this area in because the market has a way of revisiting the same area over and over again. So when we have it drawn in, we are already protecting ourselves. We know where the market can get to. And if it gets to it and bounces off of it, we know that that's a strong area and we don't want to be in it, right? But we also have it drawn in because what if it breaks through? That's that breakout. But we have to have these areas drawn in. So this is the resistance area. The support area is literally the opposite. It is the floor of the market. It is where the market is going and hitting the floor over and over and over again. It is the support area, the floor of the market. So we have these areas drawing in to the channeling markets as well. Okay, because look at this. Even though it's it's there. We see the channel. Look how ugly it is, right? And look at this. This is a wide channel. Just because we have a wide channel does not mean that this is a good idea. Okay, it is bouncing in between two areas, back and forth. It is trending. Okay, this is really important. So when you see these areas, you have to be able to draw them in and understand these areas are to be respected. Now, how do we spot these areas before they even become real areas and we don't start to lose money in those areas? Because a lot of times people say to me, well, I'm already in the area and I've already lost a lot of money. How do I avoid that in the first place? And that is through reversal and divergences. What are reversal areas? They're the double tops, the triple bottoms, the double bottoms, head and shoulders. The coolest thing about these is that they are free. You can do them and spot them on any market, any instrument, and any platform. You do need a platform though. I call these the trader's map to shift and direction. So the reversal patterns, are they 100% reversal indicators? No, but what they are 100% indicating is that the market is slowing down. And you never want to be in a market that is slowing down or losing its strength. And my favorite is divergence. I love divergence. To me, this is the holy grail of trading. Why? Look at the price action, right? It's going in one direction, it's going up. Now, if you look down at my red dots, those red dots are the MACDs. I love the MACDs. That's my favorite indicator. It's the least lagging indicator. But look at it. It's going in an opposite direction. It's divergent, right? It's being divergent. So here is a double bottom, which is a reversal pattern with divergence. That is like the biggest telltale sign. That shows that the market most likely will reverse. I'm not going to go into a reversal until I know 100%, right, in the live market, but I am now sitting and waiting for it to show me that it is about to reverse. Okay? These areas are so important. And the best part about it, guys, they are really simple to spot. Once you start to recognize them, you are going to be able to spot the simplest and also the best way to see when the market is slowing down, when the market is about to reverse, and when the market is about to break out. So again, I said everything I have there, makingofadaytrader.com. Let's get into the breakout areas. And how do we spot these areas? So what is a breakout? Just to understand it pretty simply, you are going in one direction. The market is, let's pretend in this case, it is trending upward, right? It's going upward, it's moving beautifully upward, but then all of a sudden it starts to hit an area. In this case, it's a resistance area. It has just formed a massive resistance area. We need to draw that area in because we cannot have a mental reversal pattern or a mental resistance or support area. They have to be drawn in. Why? Because when it breaks through and we're looking for that breakout, we need to be ready for it. In trading world, we have a saying, everything is to the left. Meaning when you put your live hard-earned money into a live trade, your adrenaline is pumping as much as a Formula One driver, and you start to doubt yourself. But if you look to the left and your charts are marked correctly with divergences, with reversal patterns, with support resistance areas, basically with a technical analysis, you are in a secure space, right? You have done the work before and you have to just trust that your strategy is being followed. And that's exactly what this is. So a breakout trade is when the market is going in one direction and all of a sudden it just goes flat. So we draw that area out and now we're waiting to see what it's going to do. And a breakout is a continuation in the same direction, right? Because if it totally went in the opposite direction, that's a transition trade, right? That's a trade into a new direction. And that's not what we're talking about right here. So a breakout is if you're going in one direction, there's a massive channel, and then boom, it continues in the same direction. All right, so the breakout trade. How do we spot it? Here is a perfect example, and I'm going to break this down for you guys because anybody and everybody could do this. You do not need to buy new indicators or new softwares or anything. Just watch the charts, the price action, and just draw them in. So if you look here, my MACDs have the red dots, and there is a black dashed line going through the whole chart, correct? That black dashed line in the MACDs is showing that there is zero or very little strength in the market. I love to only be in the markets when they are strong. So look what happens. Finally, there's a breakout. The MACDs break out. The price action breaks out. And that's when I put in my order waiting and wait to get filled so that I can continue with the breakout zone. All right, so as I mentioned before, when we draw in our support and resistance area, sometimes it doesn't break out. Sometimes it has a completely new trend. And I call this is a bonus trade I'm showing you guys, the initial reaction trade setup. All right, so what does that mean? Literally means that there is a new trend. So I just want to give you guys an understanding of a new trend and why it's important to be in the new trend as early as possible. Imagine you guys want to go running. All right, you get your jogging clothes on, your jogging shoes on, and you're out the door. If I was going to bet on you, if I was going to put money on you running for the next 2 miles, it'd probably be at right after you exit the door, right? Not 2 or 3 miles in, because by then you might be tired or you want to go somewhere else, or you just want to quit, you want to chill out, right? It's the same thing with the trend. It's like a runner that is so motivated to get out the gate. All right, and that's when you have to start to spot exactly where to go. And again, using technical analysis really makes it simple for you to understand exactly what is going on. It's part of that simplistic strategy. Okay, so again, guys, go to makingofadaytrader.com. You can use all of this, and then you could write me. I have a lot of people that get the cheat sheet, and then we chat. They ask me questions. I am so happy to help with all your questions about it. All right, so here's the thing, guys. We have absolutely everything that we need to take action, right? We have these amazing summits, we have YouTubers, we have different gurus, podcasters, books, you name it. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting in front of your chart, how do you know you're doing it right? Who is there to help you know if you are doing it right? How do you know you're doing it right? Because all of this is great, but the real question you're probably asking yourself is, how do I get started? Right? And this isn't a question I get from beginners. As a matter of fact, I get this question quite often from people who have been trading for ages but are inconsistent. And they ask me, how can I turn this around? How can I be profitable consistently? And usually it's simply lacking the understanding of the basics. I'm going to go back to the car analogy, right? Remember, when you first sat down behind the wheel, when you first wanted to learn how to drive a car and took your driver's ed, whatever, or driving classes with your parents, you had to learn the basics, right? If you don't learn the basics, chances are you can't even get out of first gear, right? You have to know where the clutch is, where the accelerator is, where the brake is, where the gear shift is, right? That is the basics of a car. Now, I want you guys to just get really creative for a second. Imagine you are in a car and somebody gets into your car who has never ever been in a car before. And you tell them, all right, buckle up, it's going to save your life. And they're looking around, they don't know what do I buckle up? You never showed it to them, you never told them, because nobody is born with this information. Okay, the second you show them the seatbelt and show them how to buckle up, boom, their lives are meant, they are safe. And this was my own personal sad truth for years. I spent over $20,000 on my trainings and chat rooms and all this other stuff. However, I struggled for years because whenever I was asking, hey, can you please explain what do you mean by divergence? What does it mean a support area? I was either ignored or treated like I was supposed to be born with this information. No one is born with this information. You need to learn it. You need to be shown it. You need to practice it. And I was sitting in a chat room and I simply was not following properly. This is now going on for almost 2 years, and the moderator's like, oh, look at this amazing trade, and they get into this trade. I did not understand why, but if they're getting into the trade, that means it's a good reason to get into that trade. And of course, I got in, lost because I started to chase the trade, and it was a mess, right? We've all been down this emotional spiral black hole, right? And I ended up losing almost $4,000. And at this point, I have just felt so defeated, and I've been losing money nonstop that I quit. I quit. I walked away. But I'm sure you guys could relate. All of us here right now are bit by the trading bug, and it never stops itching. And do you know why? Because deep down inside, we know we can do this. So when I quit for about 4 months. I knew deep down that I could do this. I still continue watching other people trading, and I kept on saying to myself, you know what? If they're doing it successfully, I can too. So I decided to come back after 4 months of being away. So my scenario was I had three monitors. I literally removed two and donated them to my garbage men. I also had 10 indicators. 10. I was in constant analysis paralysis. I removed all of my indicators and slowly went back to only two indicators. And then I decided to get back to the basics. And I did this for over 18 months because the raw sensation, the wound of losing so much money was still really big. However, I decided to just simply get back to the basics. And I did this over and over again for over 18 months, just back testing, not being live. And when I finally went live, I started to finally make money and understand why. And a couple of years back, one of my students says to me, you know, Marina, your teaching philosophy and strategy is very similar to Coach John Wooden. I've never heard of Coach John Wooden. So, of course, I had to look him up. And I don't know if any of you guys know who he is, but his entire philosophy and coaching philosophy is when in doubt, get back to the basics. And I'm talking about this guy has led his team to win 88 national championships, 10 NCAAs. He trained only A-list basketball players. Yet, at the beginning of every single season, regardless of how many accolades you've got stacked up, he would start with how to tie your shoe, how to roll up your sock, how to dribble the ball. Because if your shoe isn't tied properly, you could get blisters, or worse, you could sprain your ankle. And then you're out for the rest of the season. No, it doesn't matter how many times you've won before, right? You got to get back to the basics. So today I have a very special offer only for the participants that are sitting here right now. It is my introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. Bootcamp for Day Trading. You could do it on any apparatus. You could do it on phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, you name it. And all of this one time fee, $97. Okay, guys, I want you to take just a few minutes. You are here, so please let's go all in. Let's just focus for a couple of more minutes, and that's all. I want you to go and put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Bootcampfordaytrading.com. Put that in, and then this way you can follow along and see exactly what you will be getting. But first, $97. This is the price of this course. One time, you will never have to pay again. $97. What does that bring for you today outside of this course special? Do you guys like to play golf? Because golf today, I don't believe there's a single place that you could pay is $97. When we were living in Guatemala and we played golf, it was like $147, $167 when we left about 4 years ago. You like to go out to eat? Me and my husband go out for lunch sometimes, maybe dinner occasionally. I mean, that's like $97 with a glass of wine. Easily, right? So let me break down what you will get on your return on your investment. First of all, in the class, you're going to get the simplified day trading package. And I know how hard It could be for some people with a platform setup. So I have made it simple for you. I have the tutorial to help you guys go through the platform setup so that we can jump into the fun stuff like the trading. Then we're going to really dive into the dissection of the markets, upward trends, downward trends, but really, really hone in and focus on the sideways trends, how to avoid them, and how to be able to get into the really good, high probable trades. And magic telltale signs, reversals and divergences. I love divergences and reversals. Reversals are some of my absolute favorite. And once you see them, and the cool thing about them, that they are free on any charting software, you're going to have so many aha moments and just be like, wow, I've been missing on this. But once you recognize them, it is just amazing. Then we're going to really talk about the support and resistance areas because you do need to have those covered. Remember the saying, everything is to the left. And divergences, this is my absolute favorite. Once you recognize divergences, everything will change for you. That is a guarantee in the good way. And we're going to master the breakout. So understanding the breakout is great and important, and we're going to learn all that. But what's really interesting is that there's such a thing called the fake out breakout. And we will be learning how to avoid the fake out breakout as well. And it's actually quite simple as well. All right, so we're going to focus on the breakout trade, and you'll have unlimited access to this curriculum. That means you will have it for life. Total value $1,600. All of this that you will be getting in your package. Here's what some of my students have to say. And because trading is such an amazing lifestyle way of earning money, I have students from all over the world. Here's Michelle, best money ever spent. I just finished the boot camp. Derek, you're the only mentor I know who truly checks the work. Adrian, I'm enjoying your boot camp and I'm learning every day. So I want to go back to that really important question I asked you before. Do you remember that question? How do you know you are doing it right? Who is there to help you? Who is there for you to send your charts to? Who is there for you to be accountable to? So, what I realized is mentoring and having a one on one coaching to be able to answer all those questions, to read the charts with you. That is truly the difference. And what I decided to do is I added one entire month for free, included in that $197 price. In this price, you have unlimited one-on-one. You can do questions with me, Zooms, anything you want for the first month. All right, because I know having a mentor will take you to the top. And on top of that, I also have a live chat room where I sit and we talk about the implementing everything in the live market. All of this is valued at $2,600. You guys get it for $97. So again, guys, please, let's go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. Go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And here's everything you'll be getting for $97. Everything in the course. 30 days one-on-one mentorship with me, unlimited questions one-on-one, and then 30 days in my live chat room as well. And the cool thing about it all is that this is all worth less than one price of the trade. I don't know about you guys, but my trades are usually between $200 to $400. This is $97. You're going to 10x your return on your investment and then go out to 100 of these dinners. But here's the thing, guys. Because of my mentorship, I have a very limited amount of space that I could take in with students because I really want to focus on you guys. And normally I get pretty sold out pretty quickly. So I just really recommend $97. This is the order form. So let's go to the order form together. Okay. So here is the order form. Excuse me. Okay. So here's the order form. This is what you guys will see when you put in boot camp for day trading. Okay, boot camp for day trading. This is what you guys will be getting to right here. And as you can see right here, one-time payment $97. If you do want to do a payment plan, you could do it for 2 times $59. However, you automatically get access to everything. You don't wait. You get access automatically. So go to bootcampfordaytrading.com right here. This is what you'll be looking at right here. Hang on just 1 second here. All right, so let's go to bootcampfordaytrading.com right here. And let me see if there's any questions here. Hold on 1 second here. Um, okay, so let me know, guys, if you have any questions or anything at all right here. But bootcamp for day trading. So this is the order form right here. And let me just see here. I have, okay, so I already have 2 people that have bought right now. Brian Altman. I don't know if I can see your name here. Brian and Penny. I don't really see the names, but that's all good. So thank you very much for the purchase, guys. I really appreciate it. And let me know if there's any questions at all. And let me see if there's anybody else. Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you right here, Robert, as well. Just got. All right. So let me go back to. Oops. Yeah, I have to say I'm not really accustomed to this new. Wow, what am I doing? I can't figure out how to get back to. There we go. All right. Well, let me know if there's any questions. And thanks for the people that have already purchased. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody else in the course. Or if you just have any questions, get the cheat sheet. I'm happy to just talk to you guys about the cheat sheet. And if you need help with the platform setup, I'm happy to help with all of that. Thank you so much for having me here, Anthony. And thanks everybody for taking your time and spending it with us today. I really, really appreciate your time. Hello? Hi, Anthony. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody. And I don't see any more questions. And I'll see you in the course. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Thanks for enjoying the Saturday with us.
Hey, sorry, Marina. I couldn't get my microphone working for some reason. Can you hear me now?
I can. No problem.
Apologize for that. I don't know what happened. I had to reload or something. Oh yeah.
That's
So thank
okay.
you. What an excellent presentation as usual. You always bring such great energy. Um, that was an excellent presentation and a great reminder that successful trading often comes with simplifying the process rather than making it more complicated. We appreciate you sharing your experience in today's special offer, and we've placed that promotional link in the chat box. If you haven't checked it out yet, please do so. Next up is Rob Premkumar of Buyside Global. Rob specializes in helping traders better understand what is happening beneath the surface of the market through order flow analysis. Today's presentation is order flow confirmation for trade entries. Rob will show how traders can leverage level 2 order flow data, confirm trades before entry, and improve stop loss placement using real-time market information. Please welcome Rob Premkumar of Buyside Global.
Thank you, Anthony. Can you hear my voice? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone joining today on a weekend. You could be doing a lot of things. It's important that you guys are joining. Thank you so much. This is Rob from Basic Global. We specialize in order flow and then level 2 based software products to help the day traders, particularly the futures traders. Today, I'm going to talk about not on these strategies or techniques or like how to enter, but I'm going to talk about the importance of the order flow. How can it help you in the trade entries alone? Because that's one thing. Let's focus today. There are other things you should be also learning all the time, which is like how to use the order flow for the stop loss, how to use the order flow to keep following the trend, how to find the better exit strategies. There are a lot of things. But today, let's focus only on trade entries with order flow confirmation. Before we get started, please understand the risks involved in trading, because risk is not for trading is not for everybody. Because most of the time, people have a big dreams about the returns and then the money, everything. They do not focus on what could they lose if they don't know what they're doing, and then what are the pitfalls behind trading. That's why SEC put together what you should be doing, what you should not be doing, what are the limitations of past results or hypothetical trading, everything. To understand the full risk involved in trading, please visit buysaglobal.com/disclaimer. Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about today in terms of how to trade, how to find a trend, everything. I'm going to focus on the just entries, assuming most of you know the basics of trading. Um, I think the question section is active. If you have any questions, anything during the presentation, please do type it there. I can get to it immediately if it is related to the current slide, something. But sometimes, if it is even not related, but related to the topic today, I will answer in the end as well. Just to be active. So as long as you are giving me any messages in there, that will give us a lot of confidence that you are actively focusing on the content. Okay, let's start with the most common problem in trading right now. So I'm talking about the traders who are trading for not just a couple of months or just starting. I'm talking about the traders who are trading for little year, 2 years, 3 years, because those traders know how to find the opportunities. They know how to find the trend, how they know how to find the support and resistance, how to find the breakouts, how to find those things. But still, they do struggle most of the time for one common reason: the perfecting the trade entry, um, and then they fall. Their trades lose for one main reason of fake breakouts. So I'm going to talk about a little bit in depth about fake breakouts. So in this case, if you look at my screen right now, I have a perfectly drawn the support and resistance lines. You can see the price was almost like, you can tell. Let me see. You can tell the price was rejected here, rejected here, rejected here, and then I can see the clear breakout and then retest. What you would do in those cases, you will take the breakout trade, right? So I think that's typical. You take the breakout trade, but how many times in your trading you have seen something like this? You take a trade, you keep your stop below the swing line and also below the breakout level, everything as per the books, as per everything that you learned in over the all the training videos, all the courses, all the books. This is perfect by all books, right? Even the stop loss placement. But what happened? The price pulls back and takes your stop. Exactly takes your stop. That is not the frustrating point. The biggest frustrating point is, after taking you out just by a couple of ticks, it moves to your target, but you're not in the trade anymore. How many of you have this kind of frustration happening again and again? Okay, type yes, me too, or I'm a good trader, I don't need to worry about this. Type something in the chat or question section so that I know you are also in this you are also in the same problem that you want to solve, this particular fake outs, this particular stopped out and then missing the move, this particular situation. All right, so for that, the question that you need to ask is that, even though there's a good breakout here, we can see, because why you took this breakout, you can see this level, it was like rejected once, twice, thrice. Finally it did break out, it did retest, right? When it retests, it's all books, this is a perfect trade. But why the price still pulled back, took my stop out, and then it could not go further up this level? What is in this level which I could not see, because there's no resistance, anything I can see here? But you can see rejected once, twice, thrice, four, fifth time, it could not, but eventually it did go. What happened behind those things? The more you do research, you keep on going to improve your trading. That's how I did in my career. Because for me, anything that's not working, I need to know why. What I don't see, what I can't see, is there any way I can say it, any way I can find the reason behind it? That's a main focus. So in that context, I wanted to focus on what To understand this particular, I want you to step back and then understand how the whole price action theory works, because market exchange is just the continuous auction process. Every time you buy or a sell or a market order or limit order, everything is going through the one single marketplace called exchange, and then continuously market pricing is getting auctioned. Okay, to understand that, I want you to compare the different industry, which is the real estate market. So let's say that, for example, you wanted to buy a dream house. You went to a particular house, you saw the house, you checked inside out, you love the neighborhood, you love the houses, you love the finishing of that particular house, you love everything about it. You really wanted that particular house, right? So you want to buy the house. The seller of the house is asking you like $500,000. The next question you have in your mind is, okay, I want the house, but is it something, what is the real offer I can give to the seller to get the house? Is it like 500,000, whatever the seller is asking, or I should below, or is it above? You don't know, right? So that's when you go to the real estate professional, like the real estate agent. What they will look at, this is what they do. You guys know about real estate market. It's typically what they will do. They will look at the similar houses, exactly to a 3 bedroom, this much square feet, in the particular same area, same neighborhood, same zip code, everything. They call it as comparables, right? So they do call comparables and then find out what are the recently sold, very very recently, uh, and then give you the range of prices. These are the prices as well: 420, 450, 480, 450, 475. So in this context, you will look like, oh my god, look at all the houses that sold well below like 480, but he's asking 500. You know what? I think the price he's asking too much. I think we should bid like maybe 580 or 480 or 485. That's what your real estate professional will suggest you to do, right? That's nothing wrong in it. He's looking at the current data, what's happened in the market. But and then if the market, if the same thing, when the real estate professional looks at, what if the prices recently sold is like 520 or 550 or like 540 or 490 or 499, the asking price is 500. You'll tell you, okay, you know what, that's a steal. Just go for it. Just bid $500,000, take the house. That's what they're going to advise you. So in both scenarios, they are looking at how the houses was sold in comparables. In the previous situation, what did they give you? In this case, they gave you you should buy at 480, right? Because that's based on the historical. And then in this case, 500, even though price sold at 550, 540, since the seller is asking only $500,000, he said, you know what, just go place the offer at 500,000. I think that's you should get the house. You don't need to negotiate it. Do you think, how many of you think he's going to get the house? How many of you think say yes in both cases, are one or two? How many of you think he's going to get the house? Right? The problem is you don't know what other offers that particular seller got. Because even though he's asking for 500,000, you went to real estate professional, they gave you a number. Other buyers, other interested parties, other people also went to the real estate professional. They also did the due diligence. They are going to come back with their own offers. You do not know how many offers are there in the seller got. What are the prices he got? Because so let's say that if the which you don't know. Let's say that this is information you don't know, because buyers typically do not know. Only seller is getting all he got another buyer's offer at 480, another buyer offer at 490, another buyer offer at 499, another buyer offer 493, another buyer offer 485. So if you have this information, which you don't have, by the way, if you have the information, how do you place your offer? Would you still, based on the historical pricing, the highest price was sold at 480, would you still place your offer at 485, like your real estate profile realtor suggested you at 485? Heck no. Why? Because already, if you know this, the inside information of, already there are buyers waiting, placed an offer and waiting to buy the house at 499, and then 493. Why would you place your offer at 485? You will never going to get it, right? So even in that case, let's switch it up. Okay, now even the historical pricing, it's sold at for 520 and 550 and then like 540, all those things. Since you know what are the current offers that particular seller already got, The maximum was 499K. That's what he got so far. In that case, you will decide based on what you see here. So what you typically do, you're gonna submit your offer at $500,000, even though you can see this particular you can see the 540, 550, and 520, and then even low 420. These numbers really doesn't matter right now. You're going to decide everything based on this number. This is the highest bid. If you really want that house, you're going to bid higher, which is you're going to offer, you're going to match whatever he's asking, give $500,000, right? That's typical. So that's what I'm getting at in terms of how the current offers and offers received to the seller is more valuable information which you don't have, but you are deciding everything based on historical. Okay, I know I'm talking about too much real estate. Hear me out. I'm going to come back to you why. Okay, so in this case, let's flip this situation. Same. Now this time he got offers like 490, and then sometimes some other buyers just came back with 505K, and then one more buyer offered him 510K. But you know one thing, the historical data didn't change, right? But historical data won't change because historical is historical. Whatever happened before, still it's the same thing. Lowest to this one, and then historically these are the highest numbers it sold. These numbers still irrelevant at this point because you wanted this house. He's asking $500,000. Already there are bids. There are people who already placed offers at 5 OK and 510. Now, if you try to place your offer at $500,000, you are never gonna get it. That's much. It's important for you to understand. This is why the importance of the current offers and bids is very very important. So in this context, okay, so the main takeaway I want you to take is that even though you are looking at the historical pricing, how it was bought and sold, in order to have the real opportunity to have a successful transaction, you need to know how much offers are received. In this case, the biggest takeaway I want you to do is takeaway is that recent bought or sold houses only show what happened in the past. If you really want to know the current price for you to buy or to sell, you need to know the current market buying and selling pressure. In trading, how we compare that is how you look at historical price based charting versus the current order flow of bid and ask, how the current order flow is going. So that's why I just wanted to convey the current order flow is much more important than your historical price charting. So to compare, to give information, so we talked about the historical pricing, how the house was sold, and then we did show you how the bids. This is really what helped you to decide whether you're going to offer at 500K or like a 511K, right? So this is what helped you design. If you compare this is exactly what you're doing in trading. That means you are looking at how the prices, if you're trading in here, what I have is the historical chart, how the prices of the particular instrument, future instrument traded historically in a given point in time. Until this point, how the price traded. It does not give you any information about what is the current flow of order flow. What is the Are they changing? Are there more buyers coming in, more sellers coming in? What prices they are interested in? You do not know. Even the any moving averages based on historical data, RSI based on historical data, MACD historical data. Everything that you do with the current charting is based on historical data. If you really want to know the current market real-time buying and selling pressure, you should be looking at the level 2. This is the true order flow in the market that can tell you how much buyers are bidding at each price level, which price level they are so much interested in, which prices level they are not interested in. Same thing as sellers, where are they interested in selling, which prices. This is what comparable to what you see bids and offers here. This is the current chart that you are trading, which is comparable to the historical prices that you see here, right here. So that's why I wanted to understand the importance of order flow, but understand the importance of level 2, understand the importance of the bids and offers coming into the market real time, how it's affecting the price. So now I want you to understand level 2 is not something you have by default. All the trading platform, when you open the account, when you have the charting everything, you will not have level 2. You need to go to the broker and tell, can you upgrade my account to add level 2 data? Because once you add, if you don't upgrade, this is what you will see. You will see like the level 2 screen will be blank. This is from Ninja Trader trading platform. So level 2 is all blank. In the super dom, you will see only the best ask and best bid. That's it, only one number. But whereas if you have level 2, you will see all the full depth of the market, all the bids, all the ask in the market coming to the exchange right now, given point in time. That's going to give you the real information of how the market is having in process. So in order to, that's why like market is a continuous auction process. You'll be looking at the historical to see how the market is trending, how the market proceeded, where the market like rejected multiple times. But real order flow means you have to look at the level 2 where you can see the flow of current buyers and sellers. Not only flow of buyers and sellers, you need to know what price level they are interested in. Let's say the market having like million orders coming through, which exact price level the concentrated buyers are, which price level the concentrated sellers are. You need to know those information. But unfortunately, the problem is these the level 2 screens, typically what you see in the Ninja Trader or any platform, they will show only the super dom. This is only snapshot of current at this point in second, and also keep on changing very 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 fast, so you do not really able to make any information about that one. So that's why even though level 2 information is very much valuable, we are not able to leverage the data. That's why we designed to convert the level 2 data into the charting so that we can make a trading decisions. Not only that, it does a couple of things. One, it's going to give you the historical how the bids and offer was changing over the period of time. You can see right here, anytime the brightness of the green color is low, that means green is bids and the red is ask, by the way. So anytime there is thinning, less number of bits, it's as it brightens up, highest quantity. You can see those numbers on the left, 122, 221, those things. Why? Even though you can see all the super dumb, there are order flow at every price level, right? You can see every price level we have, but we don't plot everything because there's no point in plot everything. That's why we developed the algorithm to ignore all the liquidity data that is not tradable, that's always keep changing. We want to look at the institutional sizing, the highest sizing, institutional sizing that does not change, very persistent, that something is like a tradable. So we built the algorithm to show only those order flow on the chart. Once we have the information, now we can look at, interpret, make the decision on how the current market is going to help you to decide those trades. All right. So, how do you guys hit me so far? Type yes or something in the chat so that I know. Okay. So let's go back. So we talked about a couple of things. We talked about the importance of level 2, how level 2 order flow is comparable to level 1, how historical pricing is different from the bids and offers, right? So now let's see the same trade that we saw there just now, how you entered the trade and then you got stopped out, why the price didn't go. So let's look at those right now. So you took this price, right? And then you took the trade, perfect breakout, 1 2. You saw the breakouts here, everything. You took the trade, you took a stop. But what happened in the end? You did get stop out and the price still moved. So your question at the time was, well, even though it's rejected once, twice, thrice, I saw the level, price broke out. This resistance was broken, but when I came here, perfect breakout, even still it retested, still it could not go further. Okay, rejection 1, rejection 2, rejection 3, price could not go further. It keep on pushing it back down. What is here which I don't see is not able to go up? Okay, and also if it is holding here, what made the prices to go up here? You need to know those answers. For that, you need to look at the level 2 order flow. So let's look at level 2 order flow right here. I'm going to add the BSG liquidity zones, the level 2 indicator on the chart. Right away you can see a couple of things. Remember that the level you traded, this is the level you traded with. You saw rejection 1, rejection 2,
Hey, Rob, can you hear me? We're having trouble hearing you. I don't think it's your fault or anything. I just had an issue with my microphone as well. Um, so uh, maybe just reload your page there. That's what I did because I had the same issue about maybe 15 minutes ago. And we'll be patient, wait for you to come back and continue because we can't hear you. I don't think it's on your end. I think it has to do with the go-to software. Sorry about that. Okay. I think Rob is gonna try to come back online. I know I wasn't able to hear him, and our audience, some of our audience also. So it's a new updated version of Go2, and
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
So the whole time here, nobody heard me.
No, we heard you, but you might want to repeat maybe the last like 3 minutes or something.
All right. So okay, let me see. Let me. Can can anyone tell me? I don't see any chat over there. Where are they typing? Do you know where they're typing? I can't see anything in the chat as well. The
Someone called me. They said they had the same issue.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, Kent said he lost sound. Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, so there are a few people.
okay. All right. So help
Yeah.
me out. Which particular slide they were struggling with?
Oh,
Till
no, no,
what
no,
end?
you're good. It was on that slide. It was just on that slide that you were on. Yeah,
Okay.
it wasn't far
All
from
right.
where you were talking.
All right. So I'll start from here then. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, I
So
think you could probably go past this, I think, if you wanted to.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
When
I'll
you were,
start here.
yeah, right here, I think.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
um, So we talked about how the typical traders trade based on historical charting. When they see the prices rejected once, twice, thrice, we see that it's a resistance. We draw the level, and then we see the breakout and the retest. We take the trade. That's what we do. That's what even in this case, this particular. Let me go back. This is what we did as well. So we took the trade, and then it all means it's a perfect trade, but still it got stopped out and then moved further. So that's why we are talking about why the prices was even though it broke out the strong resistance, why the prices could not go further from here. Okay, why could not go from here, and then why it went from here to here. What we are missing, but we can't see anything in the naked chart, but what we can see in the order flow, that's what we are looking at right now. But so now what I have is I have the level 2 order flow, based on bids and ask. You can see everything. The green lines indicate the strongest bids, red lines indicate the strongest ask. The contrast indicates the strength of the offer. So in that case, uh, thin green line means less, and the bright green line means highest. Same way, you can see the redness is like a little bit low, very bright. That's what happening. So let's look at the trade that we had before. What we saw, the price rejection once, twice, thrice. So why this rejected? Because there were a lot of seller ask was here. It was pushing the prices down. Once the prices was pushed past through and then retested here, we took the trade. In the chart, we didn't see one thing. We didn't see there are another set of sellers or having highest number of ask sitting here. Anytime the price goes there, it's they're absorbing those orders, buy orders. Anytime the price goes there, they're absorbing. But I want you to look at this particular area where when price goes this time, it absorbed all the ask for this price level. Okay, and then once it goes there, you can see the move. But one more thing I want you to watch out is that from here you place a stop here. Why prices even can even go lower than this? Because you can see this whole area, there are no bids, there are no order flow, there are no buyers, there are nobody's buying in this area. They can see only the buy orders bids is in this level, in this level. And then but eventually you can see they are shifting from here to here, shifting from here, shifting from here, and then shifting from here. Once the true breakout happened, you can see they shifted from here to here. They taken their lot more buy orders, institutional level buy orders coming in. Not only that, even this breakout happened, look at the number of bids, number of buy orders coming in and then holding the prices down. So the shift of the buyers you can see in real time, and also why the prices could not go up further. We can see the resistance in real time. You're not drawing these lines. This is just the market limit orders that's there in the market. So that's why you are, if you are trading based on historical chart, like I showed in the real estate example, you are truly again trading blind against the real-time order flow. You need to know the current order flow, what level of prices, there are a lot more sellers coming in, what sizes coming in, what are the strength level, everything. So that's why it's important. Don't just trade based on historical chart, based on like your resistance lines or divergence, anything. You got to know the level 2 based real-time resistance and support. All right. So let me check my time because I have to go back at 22. Okay. Let me little bit speed it up. By the way, if you guys have any questions, always please reach out to me. I can answer you in the via email. I'll share the email in the end. Okay, so in this, let me show you some of the examples we from recent, so that I can give you how the market happened in real time in recent week. This is June 11th. What is June 11th? I think we are this is just a Thursday. Okay, Thursday, we had, you can see the market was consolidating here. My price to go up here, rejected one story, all the things, and then market was really consolidating here. But market did break out here, and then pull back, move, pull back. So would you have entered the long here, place your stop here? Would you enter this pullback, enter the long, place your stop here? How would you trade? Because even though you can draw the resistance line here based on the swings, it's hard to trade because the resistance line is here. It didn't come back to this level. If it come back here, retest here, you could have taken the trade here, but it didn't even come back to the level. In this case, how do you trade? It's very, very hard, right? Why the prices is like it's not coming down? For that, you need to understand, you need to again add the level 2. Once you add level 2, what can you see? You can see the why the prices was rejecting here. Why? Because there are a lot of buyers at this level, right? Lots of buyers at this level, and then you can see there's a lot of sellers who is pushing the prices down. So that's what causing this consolidation. But once prices broke out, taken out this seller, taken out this seller, taken out this seller, and then you can see, even though the prices pulled back here, the concentration of the large quantity buyers are here at this level. Okay, so this is information you will never find out without level 2. This is information you'll never find out without the base liquidity zones level 2 data. Why? That means anytime the prices come back to that level, I wanted to look at one particular thing. Look at this level. Not only this level of bids are supporting this price, you can see the new bids. You can see the small line. New buyers are start coming in real time. You can see, okay, now this is the level in trade. You can enter that. It doesn't matter whether you enter the long here or long here. Your stop should go here. That's a different day for a detailed discussion how you should use your stop based on level 2. But the idea is level 2 is going to help you to find the entry based on where the concentrated buyers are this level after the breakout, which level they're defending. Okay, now we can see the level buyers are here, sellers are here, price goes down, consolidation again. Once you break out again, where are the strongest buyers? You can see this level was held again. This is why, like, you need to see where buyers are stepping in at every level in real time, just based on order flow. If you don't look at order flow, you are trading blind based on historical charting. That is never going to help you as well. Let's look at one more day. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes. So let's look at one more day. It's June 9th. Okay, so let's look at June 9th. So this day, why I picked this day? Because there are a couple of problems here. One, market is trending, pull back in different level. Even there are a couple of problems here also, right? So when it's trending down, but suddenly it reversed as well. So even though market is down, would you take the long here, short here, short here? Because sometimes if you see, oh my god, already market moved already, if I take the short now, it can reverse and then stop me out. You don't have the confidence by looking at historical data whether the market can go up even further down or not. And then how do you know when the reversal started here? You can do all the analysis based on historical charting, but if you add your level 2, it changes the whole game. Why? We built a lot of rules how to read the chart, which will provide with a detailed video after your purchase. But I want you to, one thing to take away from this presentation is the power of level 2, how the level 2 is can help. For example, here you can see the number of what is it? So let me go back. Okay, so let me go back here. So I want to see when the prices broke down, the strongest buyers here came back here. On the pullback, I wanted to see the strongest seller here holding the wall. That means even if you take in the short anywhere here, if you keep your stop here, you can see every time they goes back, you can see the sellers are like protecting the line here. Those are the levels you should be trading, right? I think. And then how do you find the reversal? From the morning, you can tell the sellers are shifting the levels down. Sellers are shifting the levels down. Sellers are shifting the levels down, whereas buyers are bids are losing. But first time you can see the market orders coming in, taking all the sellers, but still there are no buyers here. There are no buyers here. The best way to enter, you can see. Okay, now the buyer starts coming in. Okay, now the buyer starts coming in. So anytime you take in the trade on these levels, the level was held very well as well. So you can see the resistance of the level 2 prices held in this level. So if you're looking at first time, I understand the um, you can struggle to read, but that's why we provide the completed tutorial videos, everything, how to read it, how to find the spot, how to find the entries, everything purely based on level 2. You don't have to draw any support or resistance levels. You don't have to draw anything. Everything is based on the level 2 itself for you. Let me take one more example where a different day. Okay, so this is June 4th. This is like the trending day as well. So if you're looking at the trending day, let's look at same day with the level 2. I know this particular day little bit confusing here, but once you practice, you'll start seeing there are no buyers close to the level here, but suddenly you can see a lot of buyers starts coming in, right? A lot of buyers starts coming in. Not only buyers starts coming in, they are having a range. This is the range of buyers. That means you have to look at the strategy that we teach is liquidity swap. Any strongest ask swap to strongest liquidity. This is where you have to wait till the prices will come back down to the strongest swap, same level, and then the prices move further. You can see the next level of bids coming here as well. So those are things when the prices come back to that particular level of level 2, the bids, the buyers stepping in to push the prices up. So you need, if you're taking long, you need to see the proof of you don't trade alone. You don't enter a long alone. You need to trade with the strongest institutional buyers. That means you need, if you're taking long here, you need to see the proof of okay, institutional level quantity of bids coming in. So that means I can enter along with them. And then if I see a lot of buy orders bids sitting here, that means I can keep my stop. You will start learning those things to trade with institutional order flow than trading blindly without knowing how they are trading. How many of you know that all the institutional high frequency trading or market makers or like hedge funds, you will not find any of the institutional firms or strategies that do not use the level 2 order flow or level 3 order flow. You will never find, because for them the main information, everything come from this particular offers and bids in real time. So but the biggest difference is retail traders don't use those information. Retail traders completely ignore those information and then trade only based on historical charting. Okay, so I can go one more day, but I want to show you this because Rob, you showed me the trending days and then the good mood days, but most of the time we don't get the trending days. We don't get mood days. Well, how about the market, the days sideways or choppy day? How does the level to look like? Look at this. You can. This is the like treasure field. Why? You can. If you don't have this particular chart, let me go back. Okay, let me. I think if I go back, okay, I don't have the chart. Okay, so if you don't have this level 2, you can see the market is fluctuating. I don't know whether why this particular charting is bouncing here, but with level 2 you can see why. Because you can see that lot of sellers at this area, and then lot of buyers in this area, and then now you can see why the price is like fluctuating. And then even though price came back and bounced, buyer starts coming in, and then there's another set of buyers here which is holding this level now. You will know better even every single day, trending day, or like a sideways day, choppy day, every day you will have clear boundary of the range, clear breakouts, clear retest, everything you should be able to find on the chart. Okay, but I want you to take away is with BSC liquidity trading, the level 2 based trading, you will be able to find the true levels using buyers and sellers liquidity clusters. You will be trading based on how the institutional sized orders are coming into the market, what level it's coming to the market, where it is retesting. You will be trading true levels to trade now for the entries. And also we will provide you the two high probability breakout setups. Part of the when you buy the indicator, we have the courses that will give you detailed setups on how to find those liquidity breakouts. I said liquidity breakout. If you notice this one, I'm not trading a supply level or like a volume profile level breakouts. It's liquidity breakouts. You're going to trade based on the true order flow breakouts. Okay, and also this is the most important thing. A lot of strategies don't have help you stop with liquidity. We will teach you how to hide your stop behind the large liquidity pools. That means if you are going long, you will be hiding your stop behind large bids, large cluster of orders, so that if they need to price need to come back to your stop, it need to go through hundreds and thousands of other traders before you. So look like you are standing behind the large volume of soldiers going to protect you, something like that, right? So and then we want to help you to teach how to trail the trend. If there's a trending, how to trail the trend using liquidity ladder and liquidity shift, how to read those order flow to trail the trend. Because most of the time in the regular charting, you will trade it, you will know the trend is over until it's completely reversed and stopped you out. But in order flow, that's the beauty. You will see uh, much early when the order flow is reversing. Okay, because that's a shift you will see in real time. And also we wanted to teach you, okay, how now you know the liquidity walls, now you know the liquidity shift, everything, how you can minimize your risk. I will never say don't, no risk, everything have a risk, know the risk, but I'm talking about how to minimize your risk, and then how to maximize by trading, staying in the trade longer until the true reversal happens. Okay, so biggest takeaway is stop trading historical charts, historical indicators, historical information. Step into trading based on the level 2 order flow, real time order flow, bits and offers, in particularly liquidity based trading. So for that, you need to understand the importance of BSG liquidity zones, which comes with the high probability setups, how to protect your stops, everything. Okay, but one thing you need to understand is that if you wanted to trade BSG liquidity zones or liquidity trading, you would need to upgrade your brokerage within Netrader to have level 2 market depth feed, because everything what I showed you is reading based on the level 2 market depth data. Okay, that's very important. Okay, so you have any questions there? I think it's all about the sound. I think I can see at the all right. So if there's no questions, I assume that I did a good job, or I made no sense. Okay, hopefully I did a good job. All right, so I wanted to show you, because what current customers who have been working with us, who have been trading, important in terms of what they say, because some of the traders, you can see my trading will be never same since they started with us, and then holding the trader after a lot of traders come back with long time, but now they can hold the trade much longer because of they can read the liquidity right now. Okay, and then you can say a lot of the times people who trade so many years having getting stopped out, getting those things, once they start trading the liquidity, once they start the level 2, for them there's no going back. That's something we have seen. We can see a lot more real time people how it helped the traders so far, using our strategies, level 2, our products, our courses, and our trading, everything. Okay, so you can see much more as well. So let's get to the how we can get started. Okay, how we can get started. Of course, you need the level 2 liquidity zones indicator, because that's the first tool. You can see the liquidity zones, and then, like I said, even if you give the tool to anybody, you will not be able to use it, because the power of the tool is only visible if you know how to use the tool. That's why for us, we don't sell indicator alone. We never want to, because the knowledge of how to read the charts, how to read the setups, everything's important. That's why for us, we are going to give you the level 2 liquidity full trading course along with the two. Okay, now you have the full trading course, full the top class software to read the level 2, but still you have some you need something like, what, I want to see some examples, I want to see how you read it, I want to see some recordings, I want to see how the setups you read. We provide that too. We have recordings of the trade examples, we have recordings of some other trades, and then reviews as well. Everything we placed in those things, we'll give it to you as well. Okay, and then not only that, even while trading, you might have some questions while trading the day itself. We have the Discord community where you can connect with other traders who are in the same strategies. Even sometimes they don't respond, I respond most of the time. So access to those things. So you have the best product, complete course, all the examples, full community, everything you need to get started. So total value is 1740. But today, for the webinar attendees, you use this link, buysayglobal.com/offer. Okay, so let me I'll put this particular information in the chat as well, so that everybody can see it. So let me, all right, so you can see those things in there. Use the link buysideglobal.com/offer level 2. You will get it everything for 695. But I wanted to make a little bit more interesting, so I'm going to give you one of the bonus that important new product that we added, so which is BSG price action in magic indicator for 90-day free access. Why this indicator is going to, how it's going to help you in your trading. This is a typical chart, the green and how am I doing with the time? Okay, I have 5 minutes. So green and red candles here. Most of the time, if you are a breakout trader, if you are a bounce trader, if you are like a any kind of support and resistance or volume profile trader, your trade entry opportunity is a narrow window. You see the resistance, you see a breakout, you see a retest. Most of the time, your opportunity lasts couple of seconds to 1 minute. That's all it is. And the price moves, right? So you need to catch your trade very precisely at the time. That's why we try to teach a lot of times the trade. Okay, you see those candles, you see that engulfing candle, you see that large three. We can teach all those things to everybody. There are like hundreds of candle patterns, hundreds of price action patterns, hundreds of ways you can teach those things. But it's instead, what we did was we built everything in the indicator, so you don't have to worry about just the green candles, engulfing candles, or like any other patterns, or like doji, anything. You don't have to worry about. So we color coded everything. How it can help you, let me teach you this one little bit quick. Let's say you're trading supply and demand or resistance breakout, so you can see those levels, right? So you can see the resistance, price broke out and then retesting here. If you're trading now, how would you trade? You will you see those, okay, large red candle, okay, retest is complete, I'm going to enter short. You enter the short, you place your stop here. What happens next? Price came back and take your stop out and then moves down. Okay, this typically happens, right? So for us, we wanted to help you how we can precisely time your entry by reading price action. We can, instead of teaching everything, we want to put everything in the algorithm. Now this bars, it's no more red and green candles, all those things, it's just color coded. Now you can see the blues indicates it's like pullback here, going up. Once it starts coming down, we turn into orange. Now you can enter the short. Are you guys with me? So it's just nothing but we put all the price action based candlestick patterns and then like sequence of everything in the algorithm, price action algorithms, everything in there for you to help the retest and then enter. So how it will help in the liquidity trading. So you can see the liquidity chart that I showed you. The price went back up and then it came back here. This too far from the liquidity, I won't take the trade. But this time, price came back here to close the liquidity level. I want to take the trade. Will I take the trade here? Will I take the trade here? Will I take that? You never know. Still, traders struggled. So we have seen again and again. So we that's why now look at how clarity is this now. Price came back to that level, liquidity level. Pulling back is orange. Once you turn blue first time, you can take the trade right away. That's the power of BSG price action magic indicator. So we're gonna give, once you get these levels, this liquidity BSG zones indicator, of course, everything, we are gonna give this particular indicator called BSG price action magic indicator for 90 days free access. But what the key is, we are not this indicator we are not going to give uh, for everybody who are purchasing it today. The first 20 customers, only for those we wanted to give this particular 90 days access. So now if you look at it, what do we have? We have liquidity zones indicator, we have the price actions 90 days as free, and then we have the liquidity trading course, we have the trade examples community, everything in the bundle is like 2235. Again, pull your phone, take a screenshot so that you know you have the link what you need to use. Okay, and also you have the discount code, because if you without discount code, the price will be still 2235. You need to know the discount code level 2, that will bring down to every all full package for 695. Okay, so um, that's all I have today. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat right now. Other than that, some other questions that I usually get: will this work on TradingView, or will this work on Thinkorswim? No, we designed it only for NinjaTrader platform. So even if you are trading Thinkorswim or TradingView anything, you can still install TradingView, NinjaTrader separately. Add our indicators. You can do the analysis on NinjaTrader. You can place your trade anywhere. It doesn't really matter. But for our product, you need to have NinjaTrader. Also, you need level 2. There are level 2 data feed in different vendors, different quality. Once, don't purchase until you get join our program, because why? Once you join our program, we will send you details on where to get, and then what kind of quality of data you should get. Not every level 2 from every vendor is the same. We have seen some of the biggest vendor have the bad quality of data, everything. So that's why we wanted to help you. So get the product first, then we'll see all the information. Okay. um, what are the questions I might have? How long it will take? Okay, this is something important. If you are a beginner, if you are looking for a trading system that can help you in like a week or so, no, this system, you're gonna you go through the courses, go through the all the training videos, everything. Practice it with sim first before go to the live trading. Why? This is the advanced concept. This is not like a signals where you can just click buy or sell based on signal without needing to understand the trading. We will help you everything to get there sooner, but join the system, learn the go to the course, practice it, ask the questions. We are here to help you. You can see the email address here, email address, and then the phone numbers. We have discovered everything. Any question that you have regarding trading, everything, we are here to help you anytime. Email you can do anytime. Phone numbers, if you want to call, please call during the business hours. We can help you much better over the line. I think that's all the time I have on time, 11:45. Anthony, thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And then thank you everyone for taking patience and then here for the few hours. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Rob. That was great. We really appreciate you being here and putting in such hard work. Thank you. That was incredibly valuable information and fascinating look at how professional traders use order flow to improve execution and risk management. We appreciate your contribution and your special offer for today's attendees. Your promotional link is in the chat box, so be sure to check that out. And I noticed that some people have their hands raised. Feel free to just reach out to Rob directly through his email or give him a call. And basically, most people just write their questions in the chat box, and we just review it there. So we're not really using the raised hand thing. So thank you, Rob, for being here and all your hard work. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome. Coming up next, we have Jeremy Tang and Zach White. These two guys are always fun to watch. They're constantly building and they're smart guys and hardworking. So it's always good to see these guys. Technology is transforming trading, and our next presenters are helping lead that evolution. Jeremy Tang is the founder of Shark Indicators and Shark Signals, while Zach White brings over 30 years of trading experience and specializes in helping traders leverage advanced automation technology. Today, they'll present Build an AI Trading Bot in Minutes and Beat the Copy Trading Trap. You'll see how AI can turn plain English ideas into testable trading strategies, how Shark Signals solves many of the shortcomings of traditional copy trading, and a live end-to-end demonstration from concept to execution. Everyone, please welcome Jeremy Tang and Zach White.
Hey, thank you for that introduction.
You're welcome. I turned off Zach's camera, so if he wants to
Yeah,
be
that's
on
okay.
film,
I
I could
saw
put it
that.
back on. Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Sorry. Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll turn it on when I'm ready. Yep.
All right.
Jeremy, we can't hear you. You're gonna have to check your mic settings there.
All right, how
There
about
we
now?
go. All right. Yeah,
Okay,
this
yeah,
is a new interface for GoToMeeting here.
Everything, even go to meeting, like that's a sign of the times, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
it's nice to see GoToMeeting has updated things.
yeah, we've been around. Jeremy Tang, of course, from Shark Indicators. Got Zach White here as well, and we've been at this for a decade and a half now, building tools for traders. Yeah, and I remember back in 2010-ish, even NinjaTrader themselves, they were using GoToMeeting. And of course, we saw that GoToMeeting interface stay the same for what seemed like a decade. So it's kind of nice that they finally refreshed it. But that's really a sign of the times, guys. I mean, things are moving fast, and and but our mission has not changed. Like since we began the company, our upstanding goal has always been trying to get the best and easiest tools for you guys to be able to automate your trading strategies using your own rules, your own trading rules, uh, and your coming from your own ideas, right? That's always been our goal, right? Not someone else's. And really, the landscape we've seen is just absolutely blazingly fast in terms of change in the last 2 years in terms of the technology. Of course, unless you've been hiding under a rock, AI is here to stay. It's an incredibly useful tool if harnessed properly. And so, what we're going to show today is our new project, our latest project called Shark Signals. And we believe this is the easiest way today to be able to automate a full automated trading system using again your rules and your ideas. Okay, so I'm just going to bring in this is our main website, sharksignals.com, and you're going to see that. You're going to see that kind of in detail a little bit in just a moment here. Okay, so this is our new product, Shark Signals, and let me just go into a little bit of background here. I want to talk about sort of transition into like I'm guessing a lot of you guys are probably NinjaTrader users, right? How many of you guys actually can I see people's chat? I'm just really curious. How many of you guys are NinjaTrader users in the audience here? Oh, okay, cool. I can see it. Okay, all right, yeah. How many of you guys trade prop firms? Or
thought about trading a prop firm.
Yeah, or thought about it,
Yeah,
right?
that seems to be on everybody's mind these days.
All right, got a bit of a shy group, I guess. But yeah, prop firms. That's something that we heard about probably about 5-6 years ago. And a lot of people use prop firms and use copy trading to do trade prop firms, and the reason being is that you can sort of multiply your gains. A lot of people told me it sort of mitigates their risk. The point is you can sort of come up with one trade, one signal, and propagate it across many different accounts. And the preferred tool for a lot of people to use that is with NinjaTrader because you can hook up to many different prop firm accounts at the same time. TradeAvate's another one. We'll be supporting that as well. But basically, we cut our teeth, for the last decade and a half on NinjaTrader, and so that's a natural start for us. And so that's where we're gonna start this product launch with. So let's just give you a real quick sneak preview of kind of what's possible. A lot of you guys, as I said, are kind of automated or sort of, if you guys are interested in prop firm trading and do copy trading, this little next tidbit, we're going to take a quick divergence just to show you this, what sharks, one of the possibilities of shark signals. This will be pretty exciting to watch. So Zach, why don't you steal the
Yeah,
show?
all right. Getting used to this new interface.
Yeah, I just stopped my share.
I do like it though, I gotta say.
Yeah. It's
All
more
right.
like Zoom,
Okay.
isn't it?
There. Everybody, everybody can see my screen now. Excellent. And also let me get my camera going. There we
There
go.
you go.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we're going to give you a little sneak peek on the new way to do copy trading, for you prop firm traders, or, even those live traders out there. So to kind of give you the setup here, right? So I have 4 charts and I've labeled them all with different accounts, right? So this is the SIM 101, SIM 102, 103, and then a good old John Doe account there, right? So we got 4 accounts going. So let me get signed into Shark Signals here. Also, just a reminder, you can always get started free here. So there's a button there to get started for free. So no credit cards required there. So let me sign in there. And thank goodness browsers cache everything. Saves a lot of time getting signed in, doesn't it? All right. So when you first sign in, you're going to be taken to this 3 simple step process here, right? That's all it really takes to get a system up and running there. So step 1 is connect your accounts, right? Which
Well,
obviously,
maybe we go into that in a little bit. Let's just go
yeah,
straight to the copy
right.
trading example. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go. Let's jump straight down to the trade plan here and jump in here. So what you're seeing here is I have 4 accounts, as I mentioned on the charts here, right? SIM 101, 102, 103, and the John Doe. I have them all tied in to the trade plan. So if for anybody who's familiar with trade copier programs out there, right, there's usually a master account which has to execute the trade first, and then the follower accounts can execute afterwards, right? So there's always that time delay, which also means slippage and everything. But now you actually connect all your accounts into the trade plan and they all execute simultaneously. And so Jeremy is actually going to, yeah.
We're gonna do a manual trade on this one.
So all right, yeah.
To
So I'll
show
just
you that
execute manual trade
you
here.
can actually you
Yep.
can
So you do have a
bounce this
manual
off.
trade node here. So I could just go ahead and click buy, and then bingo, we can see instantaneously all 4 accounts, execute that trade instantaneously there. Yeah. So
Okay.
we're going to get a little more into that, and for now, I'm going to pass it back to Jeremy.
All right. So what you just saw there was basically our take on copy trading, and it's distinguished, and I'll get into the details of why we think this is a better way to do it. As you saw, it was simultaneous, parallel execution. There was no master and slave there. But that's just sort of a little taste of what's possible with the execution, because what we built here is an execution platform. So what about the signals? Okay, so obviously there's 2 sides to an automated system, right? There's the execution side, there's the signal side, and we're going to show you the entire pipeline and how you can very quickly just set this all up using AI. And it turns out one of the easiest way to do that is actually using TradingView. TradingView, of course, if you haven't heard of that, it's the world's largest chart trading platform. It has got like 100 million users to it. And the really cool thing about TradingView is it turns out it's very easy and very well understood by the AIs. We call them LLMs, large language models. Okay, so ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, they all know how to write what's called Pine script. In TradingView, they have a little simple language called Pine script. And really, if you want to just generate a strategy using natural language, The easiest way to do that is to simply just open up ChatGPT, and we'll show you how to do that in a second. Just basically give it your trading rules. When you want to get in, when you want to get out, it's gonna create a Pine script, and then you can iterate on this. But the gist of it is, you just got to copy and paste it, plop it in, right? So this is an example, right? So I imagine someone just says, you've got some simple rule here, right? You just type it in, and all these LLMs, all these AIs actually understand it quite well. They understand how to generate Pine script, because yes, it is very easy to use for the AIs. And you just copy and paste it, and bam, you put it in to TradingView, and that's step one. Okay, so there is one catch though, and that is TradingView. When you get to that point, you're going to be able to actually do back testing on it and everything. But the only thing you won't be able to do is execute it, right? And that's sort of where we come in. Okay, so execution is kind of the other half of the equation. So in general, when you've got a trading system, you have to worry about the signals, and then you have to worry about the execution. And yes, believe me, I think a lot of people may think execution, shouldn't that be pretty dead simple? Turns out, right, and this is the thing that my colleague Zach and I and our team have been, we spent a lot of time and effort examining the execution side, right? And I'm going to just digress with a quick second about a story, right? When we first started, about 10 years ago, we watched this discretionary trader take signals, and then he would manage those trades. And really what we discovered just by observation and customer feedback and everything is a lot of his success actually comes from how expertly he managed those trades, right? So we literally saw things like, he would take quote unquote losing signals, right? Signals that went the wrong way. And just by tightening those stop losses and even the profit targets to a certain degree, just on opportune times, he was able to still eke out like a tick of profit, right? Or break even on those losing trades. And we realized quickly that, yeah, that's really where the secret sauce is if you can expertly manage your trade throughout the when the trade is live, like all the stuff that happens not after the signal, that's really how you can gain consistency. And so we've spent the last literally many years developing tools around that philosophy, is really allowing the traders like yourselves to expertly manage those trades. And that's where our flagship product Blackbird comes in. And a lot of you guys that are a NinjaTrader, you're probably also familiar with the NinjaTrader ATM. That's what that does as well. All right, so if you have a signal from some source, the next step is executing it and letting that expert management take over. And so this is where Shark Signals comes in. We fill that gap so that you can take your Pine script that you've just plugged in inside of an LLM or an AI, I should say, and then just pipe it straight to NinjaTrader and have it expertly managed, like you've always been, like our customers have been used to doing for many years now. Right. So let's go and actually show the full pipeline now. I'm sorry I cut you off a little bit, Zach, because I know we're going to get into it. I just want to sort of make sure we got we didn't get too far ahead of ourselves and confuse people. But that's where Shark Signal comes in, and now we can show you kind of end to end, like how the whole thing works. Okay, I actually don't hear you, Zach, so make sure your microphone.
My mic. Thanks.
There we go.
So there's the prompt, the AI prompt that Jeremy showed you in a previous slide there. So we're just going to copy that there and paste it into your favorite AI there. So I'm just going to use Gemini. All right, all the AIs can now take your written simple English written prompts there and convert them into PyScript or pretty much a lot of different scripting languages. So let's just hit the enter key, and there we go. As you would expect, it's going to generate that PyScript for you real quickly. And you know, if you don't know PineScript or whatever language you're using, it does also kind of give you the, you know, those nice little comments there, so you can kind of learn that. So let's take this and click the copy button there. And we're now going to switch over to Trading View here, and we're going to open up the PineScript editor there, and now we're going to paste that in like so, and there we go. That's all it really took. It's, you know, AI has just made things so much easier these days. So next step, let's add this to the chart, and there we go. So let's close out our PineScript, minimize that, and you know, it even added the 2 plots there for this kind of simple system here that we're using, you know, to kind of demonstrate stuff here. All right, next step is how do we take, you know, those signals, right? In our case, those crossover signals, how do we take that and turn them into trades there? So what we're going to do is go to our strategy, and we're going to add an alert, right? So for those who are using TradingView, they already know this. So this is for the benefit of those who don't. So let's add an alert here. And so we need 2 components. We need a webhook and we need a message, right? So now let's create that webhook and let's create that message there. So that's created automatically for you as well. So now we're going to switch back to shark signals here. Yeah, so as mentioned, right, this 3-step process here, what I'm going to walk you through is creating the signal, step 2, and then we're going to go to step 3 and add that signal to the trade plan. So let's go to our signals, and right there, add a signal, and let's give this a name. So I'm just going to call it my AI system. And then next, you know, what's the source? Well, this is a strategy, so we're going to select the strategy. You know, and for, you know, for those TradingView users, you can also turn indicators, right, into generating signals as well. So, but let's go with the strategy for now and create the signal, and that's all it took, right? It was that simple. So next step here is let's copy the webhook there, and we're going to paste that into TradingView. So here's our alert message, right? As it says right there, there's our webhook. So let's go into that, right? And there might be already a webhook there in place. So we're just going to delete it because TradingView does remember the last webhook that you use. So that nice little time-saving feature. But let's paste in the new one, the new webhook, and hit apply. There we go. We have our webhook in place. Now we need the message, right? So here's the default message that TradingView provides. We're going to delete that, get rid of it there. And then we're going to go back to shark signals. And right here's our alert message. So let's copy that payload. And we're going to paste that in there. And also, you know, a little reminder here, we can put a little name, right? We can name this alert here. So I'll just call it my AI system again and hit apply. And there we go. We're done. So now just hit create and it's all created. So if we go to our alerts over here, yeah, you can see I have a bunch of alerts already created, but there's that new one, so, right? It's already active, enabled, and ready to go there, right? So let's switch back over to shark signals there. So we're done creating that signal. That's all it took. Next, let's go to our trade plan here. Right, so you guys already seen this with all the different accounts on it. So now let's add a signal. So normally, you know, we're kind of showing you the highlights here first, but normally you would add your signal first, you know, create your trade plan, and then populate your accounts, right? Go from left to right as kind of standard there. So next thing, let me show you the trade plan, right? So what is a trade plan? Well, you know, it's kind of deciding, do you want to allow reversing in the middle of a trade, scaling in, scaling out, things of that, and the brackets. You know, how many profit targets do you want, essentially, all right? So brackets consist of your entry order, your take profit, and your stop loss. So you can see I already have one created here, you know, a $200 profit and a $200 stop loss there. So let's add another one here. So you can add as many brackets as you want. Now, of course, you know, 7 is a little excessive there. I think most traders are usually only around 3 maximum, but you know, you can add as many as you want there. So let's go with 2. I'm just gonna add 2 there. That's kind of typical there. And we can see here next we need to put a quantity in, right? So how many quantity goes into bracket 1, how many into bracket 2, right? And for those who are fairly new to trading, bracket 1 is usually the quick profit taking bracket, right? That's the one where you kind of scalp a quick little profit. So at least you lock in something, right? And then most traders use bracket 2 and maybe bracket 3 to take those longer term full profits that your ultimate goal is there. All right, so next step, let's put in a profit here. So let's go, actually let's double it. Let's go 400, and then we'll put in the same stop loss and then put it on quantity there, right? And then save it, all right? So here we go. So we have our first bracket is 200, you know, second bracket's 400, and they both have a 200 stop loss there and a quantity of 1 each. So we're good to go there. So now what Jeremy's going to do is, because it's Saturday, right? I gave Jeremy that secret webhook there when I created the signal there, and Jeremy's going to manually fire off a trade so we actually can see something live here.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Well,
Jeremy.
okay. Yeah, and that secret code is basically the like it's a guarded, like, what do you call it? It's a guarded code that you don't share with anybody, but Zach
Yep.
did copy to me kind of while you guys weren't looking.
Yep.
But you see that, like, it basically, as fast as his little VMware can process those trades, they all came in at the same time, and all those orders are now working.
Yep.
And here,
So,
let me go ahead and see if I can do a put you in a reverse position here.
all right.
Here we go.
So there we go. We're long now, and now it's all reversing. Boom, closing out all the trades, and bingo. There we go. All done. So all reversed.
Yeah.
Cool. So there you go. You can see how quick and easy it is to take TradingView and, you know, set up a trade plan and start executing, you know.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to put you flat. Just give me a second.
all right. Jeremy's fully set up here.
Yeah.
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 So there you go. Yeah. So shark signals, you know, you do have full control here. So just to show you guys here, trying to pull up my taskbar. There we go. Let's get the browser back up.
Looks like your computer's really chugging right now, but
Yeah, and there's my, no, let's see here.
Okay, while you're figuring that out, let me steal the
Yeah.
screen back real quick here. Okay, there we go. And looks like my computer's kind of chugging a little bit too. Okay, this GoToMeeting must be a bit of a resource hog, I'm guessing. So anyways, what you're seeing here, what we just demonstrated is, again, the 3 things in terms of the pipeline. Okay, so your signals coming from PineScript, but in reality, if you're sharp, you'll probably pick this up. Those can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be PineScript. It just so happens that's a pretty easy one. But hey, like, we've got people that are actually generating AI signals. They're just basically webhooks. And if you're familiar with webhooks, they're just standard ways to communicate from server to server. So that's why I was able to just fire off a webhook from my machine to our server. But in theory, right, you could actually get an AI itself to generate the webhook and fire off the signal. Many ways to do it. So really, again, with this execution engine, you have a lot of possibilities. Shark Signals takes that and basically converts it into actual trades, which routes it onto your broker. Well, in this case, it's going to be NinjaTrader. We treat NinjaTrader as the broker. Now, that's our first step, but very shortly, I'd say within a few weeks, this month or next month, we're onboarding Tradeovate and Rhythmic and Tradier. Right, so we're going to be supporting a variety of brokerages, and a lot of those, as you probably realize, also can disseminate to many other prop firms at the same time. So really, what we're going to enable people to do is take automated signals or manual signals, as you saw, Zach was able to just manually kind of buy and sell, and have it disseminate over many different brokerage accounts at the same time, right? And if you're kind of really paying attention, you can define in our system any number of trade plans, any number of signals, uh, any number of brokerage accounts. There's no limit to any of those. And then you could permutate them in any sort of way you want. So you can have one signal driving 3 trade plans, which in turn drive 6 signals or 6 brokerage accounts each, right? You can fan it out so you can go crazy with it. There's literally no limit. And so this kind of design that we have is extremely flexible, just like everything else that we try to do, right? And that's really kind of where we come from. Again, like I've said before, we've been at this in terms of developing very flexible, powerful tools for retail traders like yourself for now 15 years. At first I thought it was 14, but then I realized when we started the company, my son didn't exist back then, so he's 14 now, and so that means we're on our 15th year now, which is kind of crazy. It's been an absolute blur, a long time and a short time at the same time. If that makes any sense. So we're taking everything we've learned from developing Blackbird and Bloodhound. If you're familiar with those products, the really sophisticated trade execution platform or engine that we've got called Blackbird, and we're basically going to be converting a lot of that capability onto the cloud. So the dream is that one day, right, you can sit back, wire this all up in TradingView, and you just have an on and off button, and it just trade right through to your brokerages. Parallel execution. So I'll get into the parallel execution in a bit, like what we're really getting at. Okay, so parallel execution is something. If you're going to take anything from this presentation, I hope you can remember this part. Right? There's copy trading, and there's parallel execution, and that's different. And the next slide will show what I'm talking about exactly. But we have multiple bracket support, as Zach showed you. I just mentioned flexible trade planning in terms of you could have any number of permutations you want. But most importantly, right? And if you're an existing Blackbird user, you'll realize that, hey, you can actually drive these signals to Blackbird. What are probably the industry's one of the industry's most powerful trade engines that's available for retail traders, and that allows you to basically simulate what discretionary traders can do, but in an automated way, right? We've done demos in the past where you can trail your stop losses by any indicator, by any and have it trigger and do different things of any kind of logic that you want. And it's very easy and straightforward to use. But if you don't have that advanced tool, the NinjaTrader ATM is also very advanced as well, and that lets you step up stop losses, get to auto break evens, do all those management things that, again, it's a solved problem, but it's something that's very important and important to your success and to your consistency. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. Traditional copy trading is really just about taking a signal, and you have a master account and basically the slave accounts. And the issue behind this is essentially these accounts, these slave accounts, only act after the master has sort of taken action and it's been resolved, right? So they're always kind of a step behind, right? So for example, trade goes in, execution, a fill happens. Only then are these guys kind of allowed to react. So again, they're half step behind. I've seen copy traders that basically, you could put your brackets on, but only in the master account, because these guys will follow only when these stops and profit targets are hit. and therefore these ones, these don't even have any sort of bracketing to speak of. They just simply follow when this exit, that exits. Essentially, what that means is your slave accounts are trading naked.
Yeah, what's most difficult is because the following accounts are they always have a little bit of slippage. They can't match up those profit targets and stop losses exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the technical issue there that you're dealing with. So,
Yeah, and a lot of customers have told us, the issues behind traditional copy trading is they get out of sync. That's always a problem, right? The sync, and the slippage will compound over time too, just because again these are literally following a half step behind or a step behind the master. In in contrast, what Shark Signals allows you to do is parallel execution. There is no slave, there's no master, nothing. It's every single account is treated like a first class citizen. Every single account is managed like it's first in line, right? So it basically will execute and route in parallel to each account, and that could be on your NinjaTrade desktop and several of those accounts, or it could be on Tradeovate, or it could be on Tradier, right? Or some any sort of rhythmic account, and they will all just parallel execute, and our system will manage each one independently of each other, right? So they all stay, like obviously there's going to be some, it's natural to have some variance in a market, right? They're not going to have all the same fills just because that's just the way the market works, but you're going to get as close as computerly possible to having them all like placed at the same time. Yeah. So again, this is something that we're working on. Our product is in early access, so a lot of these features we have planned as well, but each one will be independently managed. Well, they already are independently managed, but you'll be able to customize even just how each one is managed. Each one will be protected by each one. Each account can be protected with its own set of brackets and that sort of thing. So again, it sort of elevates the principle in terms of each trade on each account becomes a first class citizen. Right. So that's really like the crux of it. That's how simple our system is. And really, I'll just bring up the website one more time here. So product here is called Shark Signals, and yeah, it's free to get started. If you're trading in Sim too, it's free to try out. So you can set up your systems and try your executions. Just try it all out before committing anything. And we are in early access now, actually. So that means uh, special pricing. Right? So as we're building it out, we're basically cutting everything to 50% off, and that's going to go through till fall. And this is sort of an early adopter if you're interested in this kind of tool to jump on, and you can also we're also very keen on customer feedback. So if you get into the platform itself, we actually have a way for you guys to see what we have brewing on the roadmap, right? Um, this is our roadmap here, and you can see the changes basically as we're going through and developing. We just introduced brackets, and like I said, next is going to be Tradeovate, and some more synchronization tools with TradingView. And so yeah, we've been working on this for now a year, and this is how you get in. And basically, you can if you actually like what you see, you can lock in using an annual pass. You can lock in actually the half off pricing today. So yeah, that's basically our new product. Um, and we hope it's going to open up a whole wide world of possibilities. Like this is really the thing that we've been very excited about. With this AI revolution and this ability for people to very quickly and easily build their own trading systems using your rules, your design, everything. And we figure now today this is probably the easiest way to do it. So we even have like a signal here that this is not in the the production branch. But we're working on a signal where you can actually basically feed an AI a prompt to execute a trade right from your AI. So if you happen to use Claude, that's actually possible as well. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Actually, don't know if people can type to us. I haven't seen anybody type anything at the moment.
I was asking, do you have your scalping strategies and the backtest results, for example?
Hey, Bill. Yeah, I just want to address. Basically, I think the there's a little misunderstanding, and like we're taking signals that you design, so you come up with yourself using, as we showed you, an AI prompt. So perhaps you would have an idea like, when the price crosses XYZ, or this indicator, go long or go short. And like I said, it's just a simple matter of as just going into your favorite MNI or your favorite AI, and that's misspelled. Apologies there. Okay.
Yeah, and the other cool thing about TradingView is there aren't, because it's worldwide, there's all kinds of indicator ideas out there. There's a lot to pick from these days. So you can take any of those systems that that already exist on TradingView and pipe them into Shark Signals and start executing them, right? And give them a go, give them a test. Test them out on a sim account, on a paper account, and find what works good for you.
Yeah, and that's kind of our point. Is we think now the easiest way to do it is just simply use an AI to Pine script it, and then you can plug it right into TradingView, right? So if I go to TradingView, for example, right, there's so many, and there's actually a ton of indicators here, and a huge community. Again, it's a humongous community full of indicator developers and whatnot. Something here is going to tickle your fancy, and what's really cool is you can actually pipe this strategy in. So I already did that. Okay. So if I actually AI'd it, and I said, hey, make me a Bollinger Band mean reversion system. And I said, if it basically hits the bottom band, it goes back up, go long. If it's a top band, go short, and goes back in. It's a mean reversion system. And can you make me a strategy? So I just went ahead and did that. And I'm not going to use SpaceX. Let's choose another chart, right? I was just curious. Let's go to Apple. Right? Okay. All you guys trade futures, but you can of course use a future. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just do that. Yes. In TradingView, that's how you specify the front month, is by using this one bang. That's a little tip there. Okay, so I'm gonna do ES1. Okay. Add this chart just like that. Okay. And okay, I don't have data with mine, but actually maybe it's this one.
Yeah, Saturdays kind of really limits showing stuff live.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if I use Apple,
we'll get through it.
Okay, so and forgive me, I'm not a TradingView expert, but I do know it is these are historical trades. Okay, so it's tabulating all your trades, and perhaps one of you guys, or might be the expert in this. This is actually here's your drawdowns. This is essentially a back test. Okay, and so once you've kind of gone back and forth a couple of times with the AI and you found a decent system, like this would not be a good one for Apple, that's for sure. But you'll see an equity curve that kind of curves upwards. Then you can get pretty excited about it, right? And then that's when you would tie in the execution side, right? So doesn't TradingView so AI plugin? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. So far, I don't think so. Maybe they do in their higher tiers, but be honest, like there's no need to pay for it if they offer it, because like I said, all the AIs, they understand how to do Pine script just fine. And what you saw there with Zax was a free version of was it Gemini or ChatGPT?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For anybody else who had questions, thanks, Rain. Rain was pointing out that I guess you guys cannot type in the chat. So use the question window.
Yeah.
So on your little toolbar, you should see there's a button called questions. So use that to ask us questions here.
We can see the questions.
So
Yeah,
Jeremy, we got another question here from Rain. Rain's got a lot of good questions coming. Do Shark Indicator customers get a special offer with Shark Signals?
Well, I'll tell you what, we're still working on, right now we're 50% off for everybody. And we're still working out kind of what we're going to do kind of coming fall with Shark Indicators users. But the one huge benefit that if you're a Shark Indicators user already is that presumably that means you own Blackbird, instead of just trading the NinjaTrader ATM, you can trade Blackbird. And so you already know, of course, what the benefits of that are. The ability to do just incredible trade management, flexibility. I won't get too far deep in the woods, but for those of you guys that are Blackbird customers, you already kind of know what that power is. But yeah, it'll pipe right in. You just have to put Blackbird on the chart, and the pipeline will work. Yeah.
And let's see if there's any more. Let's see.
Yeah. So again, Rain, about backtesting. Yeah. So see how fast that was, guys. Like we just, you could just type in a Pine script here. I don't know. Come up with another one. Give me that quick idea. What do you think?
Do that simple Bollinger Band mean reversion. Now, that's always a quick, simple example. I mean, it's not a fabulous system, but it's a good, quick example for the time we have.
Yeah, I got like 2 minutes. Okay, make a Pine script. That is a Bollinger Band mean reversion. And I'll be honest, that's what I just I didn't even type the word system in there. But okay, let's. You see how quick that is. Like it understands. Let's try this one out. Okay, let's pop that in. Okay, I just copied that. I'm gonna update the existing one I have in there. Just want to, because like you see how short that little prompt was. It was like, one line. Okay, so I'm gonna update on chart. Boom. There it is. Okay, so it is a different system. I didn't really look over it, but Rain, you were asking about back testing. Well, there it is right there. That's the back test. It's not, obviously it does not do very good in Apple, but maybe there's another one that it does well on. I don't know.
Jeff says he likes the Keltner Band mean reversion.
Keltner Band. Okay, we got about a minute. Let's go for it. Okay. Make this a Kelt.
And here. So while you're doing that, I'm going to answer Sriram's question. He's interested in a monthly subscription to Blackbird. Yeah, so we do have that available there, Sriram. Of course, that's Shark Indicators, not Shark Signals, but same company. Yeah, so Sriram, just reach out you can email sales@sharkindicators.com and inquire about that monthly purchase there of Blackbird. So, and Keith will contact you back and give you the full details on getting that accomplished there.
All right, somebody give me a good instrument to try this on. CL maybe, or MNQ.
Yeah, NQ is volatile enough where a mean reversion system is probably more beneficial.
I don't think my TradingView account has historical data on futures, unfortunately, just stocks. But
yeah, I use NDQ 100.
NBQ 100.
Yeah, Nancy Delta Quebec 100.
Okay. All right. Oh, that one?
Yeah, it's one of those alternative indexes that always available.
Any data on that one? Right.
Oh, again, it's Saturday, so you probably put it on.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, I was looking on the wrong. Okay. So Rain, and I think Bill asked about, how would you back test? Well, it was that simple, right? You would just put it into TradingView like that. And then, as we showed you guys earlier, how to plug that right into Shark Signals to actually start auto trading that. That's where we come in. Okay. So it looks like we just ran out of time here. We got some great ideas, linear regression channels, and
Jeff brings up a good point. 10 years ago, yeah, the process of getting this stuff all done
Yeah.
took hours, and now it takes minutes.
I
Yeah,
know.
right. So Shark Signals, we're keeping up with the times here.
Yeah.
Getting AI involved and everything like that. Yeah.
It's insane how fast you can do these now, and
Yeah.
and I was sorry, Anthony, I'll just say one last thing before we sign off. But we sold Bloodhound for many years, which is a powerful tool to allow you to build basic signals uh, without AI, but with a node interface. And we've just found that users in general can do it so much quicker, however, with TradingView. So at the risk of basically kind of saying there's an easier way to do it than Bloodhound, I mean there is at this stage of game. So that's kind of why we're building the pipeline, so we can make this little workflow that you see here today even easier, even quicker.
And just to show people real quick, like you mentioned, we are working on an AI prompt. So this is in development. What I'm showing you a sneak peek of what's in development here, but we do have an AI prompt coming. So for those of you guys who are really deep in the woods, using new technology, and you're using AI, yeah, you will be able to hook those AI prompts directly into Shark Signals there.
Yeah. So you could potentially, what Zach is saying is you could potentially even skip the TradingView step entirely, and if you guys happen to use Claude or something like that, you could actually have AI itself call off and execute trades straight from AI. So really exciting new stuff. But we're toying around with it, and we're trying to stay basically cutting edge and let people try out these new techniques. Okay, so I think that's we're running over time just a little bit.
Yeah. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Thanks for your patience and your time. Again, just check us out at sharksignals.com. Right here. And sign up is free.
Let's see. No, I don't actually have it up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see. There we go.
I believe we only have 45 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do. Yeah. We hit our time limit there a little bit, but yeah, again, remember you can start a free account there, for the sim trading there and give it a go. No credit cards required there. Yeah. So take it for a test spin, and yeah, and we're always here to help you. Remember, there's always email support to help you get going there as well. So
exciting times, very exciting, and also nerve-wracking at the same time.
All right. Well, I guess, are we the last people on?
I don't hear Anthony or anything.
No, I'm here, guys. I was just paying
Okay.
attention. I really enjoyed this. Hey, can you also don't forget to put all your links and contact information in the chat. That way everyone can just kind of easily access them. You guys got some great stuff going on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you got that?
Yeah.
So thank you, Jeremy and Zach. That was a fascinating glimpse into where trading technology is headed and how traders can begin leveraging AI today. We appreciate the valuable education and generous offer you've provided our audience. And they are putting in all the accessible links for you in the chat box now. So make sure you check them out. Always enjoy watching these guys work. Thank you so much for being here today. All right. Next up is Wiz Buckley. Wiz is one of the most recognized names in options trading and brings a unique perspective to today's event. He always has something new and exciting as well. So his presentation is titled Profit with Purpose, Investing to Make Money and Save Lives. Wiz will discuss opportunities in the emerging psychedelic sector and share insights from his recent White House visit for an executive order signing, and explain how options can potentially save investors thousands compared to purchasing stock outright. So please welcome Matthew Wiz Buckley. Thanks for being here, and we look forward to hearing all of these great details.
Awesome, man. All right, you got me loud and clear?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, folks. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. You're going to be a little bit blown away by the things I'm going to cover. Obviously, let me go pay the attorneys first. You got to make sure we are in compliance and all that good stuff. Let me share this. I'm going to I'm not a slide guy. I'm going to get some slides out of the way to just tell you who I am real quick, and then we're going to get airborne. And I love this brief. Profiting with purpose. Making money is great, right? Making money is awesome. Yay. Making money pays the bills. It gets you vacation, does whatever. How about potentially saving and changing the lives of your fellow Americans, your fellow humans, or maybe even yourself? So we're going to talk about the most explosive sector, and I'm not talking AI, man. It's already getting old. I'm going to talk about the entheogenic space, the neurogenesis space, or for lack of a better word, psychedelics. And then if we have time, I'm going to show you a bullish on America trade. If you haven't bought this recent dip in the S&P 500, you're an idiot because it's a gift. And if I have time, I'm going to cover that bullish on America trade. Real quick, as you just heard, my name is Matthew Buckley. My call sign Wiz, former Navy F-18 fighter pilot, Top Gun graduate, adversary pilot, Operation Southern Watch, Noble Eagle, Enduring Freedom. My first carrier, my first deployment to the Persian Gulf was on the Abraham Lincoln, and the Abraham Lincoln is out there right now shooting down drones and on the tip of the spear in Operation Epic Fury. What does that have to do with trading? Everything. I had a brief airline career. The morning of September 11th, I was packing for my first trip as a pilot. And instead, when I saw the second airliner hit, I raced out to Naval Air Station Fort Worth, where I was flying F-18s in the reserves and ended up manning a combat air patrol. So as you can tell, being one of the most junior pilots in America, I got furloughed a week later with a photocopied letter from American Airlines HR. And I went to Wall Street. Why? Because when I was on active duty, I taught myself about trading and investing. I was always fascinated by it because technically trading is a form of combat. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to get their rear end handed to them. Which side do you want to be on? So I was applying everything I was learning as a fighter pilot to my trading, having a strategy, implementing tactics that supports the strategy, managing risk, contingency planning. Before I even got airborne or placed a trade, I knew when I was getting out for max profit or minimum loss. And I went up to Chicago, and man, I had a blast. That's my trading firm right there. And you see those big windows right there, and then those windows right there. That's our firm. I helped build a hedge fund when I was there. The retail brokerage options house I helped build. The options news network I built. I used to shoot on the floor of the CBOE and the CBOT and give folks like you a behind the scenes look at what was going on in the options market. It was just, it was a good time. Written a couple books from sea level to sea level about me going from essentially the cockpit over the skies of Iraq to the trading pit, in Chicago, and then COVID crash, from panic to profit. I called the COVID market crash essentially to the day and made close to $3 million in about 3 weeks as the smart money. Do you remember, who was it, Bill Ackman or Kyle Bass? Do you remember doing it? One of them was crying on CNBC about, we need to close markets. Let's just shut everything down and everybody go hide for like a month. I'm like, no, buddy. Just because all your long positions are getting destroyed doesn't mean I'm not on the other side of your trades. The day that President Trump the first time said, famous tweet, stocks are looking good here, I'd be a buyer of stocks. I made $750,000 the next morning buying puts on the S&P 500 as the market opened and the Dow went down 3,000 points that day or whatever it was. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. My point, there ain't no such thing as a smart money. If you have to go cry on CNBC to close markets because you're getting hammered, you're actually the stupid money. The mission beyond the markets, I founded the No Fallen Heroes Foundation to try and end veteran suicide. I don't believe the government numbers because I know they're a lie. They say about 17 to 22 veterans check out every day by their own hands. It's a disgrace. Even if those numbers were correct, that's a disgrace. That's a mass shooting. Could you imagine, God forbid, I hate putting this out to the world, could you imagine 22 kids being shot not once a year? Every country would flip the hell out. But a couple small community colleges, Duke University and the University of Alabama, actually dug into Uncle Sam's suicide numbers, and they say it's closer to 44 a day. double than what Uncle Sam is telling us. What's this have to do with trading and investing? Everything. So here's my quick story. 5 years ago, after my fourth F-18 brother killed himself, he was a groomsman in my wedding. Eric Clinton, Swede. Beautiful bride, 5 kids. After I made a ton of money in the COVID crash, I looked at my beautiful bride and I said, we got to do something about veteran suicide. What do you do? I stood in front of that whiteboard, help them pay the rent, write a resume, buy them a suit. I was clueless. Then what happened? A buddy of mine said, hey man, there's a group of Navy SEALs and Special Forces veterans that go down to Mexico and they do psychedelic assisted therapy. And there's a really cool group going in a couple weeks. Would you want to go? And I'm like, man, go to Mexico, do drugs with Navy SEALs? That sounds like a great weekend. Sign me up. I had no idea what I was getting into. And it saved and changed my life. If any of you have seen the movie Lone Survivor, you know that guy right there. That's Marcus Luttrell. If you drink Black Rifle coffee, that's JT. That's JJ. He was a teammate, Navy SEAL with Marcus. And if you're a football fan, it's an Iowa Hawkeye. He was an All-American from Iowa, College Football Hall of Fame, played for the Raiders. His name's Robert Gallery. Horrific CTE, man. That guy was, I rode in the car with him from San Diego to the clinic in Mexico. Why do you fly into San Diego and drive into Mexico, Wiz? Because if you do what I'm about to tell you in San Diego, you're a felon. If you jump in a car and drive south about an hour, it'll save and change your life. He is a different human being. He started his own foundation to get NFL veterans with horrific head trauma this treatment. This has a ton to do with investing and profiting with purpose. A year ago, I met with Secretary Collins at the VA, and a month and a half ago, let me tell you a quick story. Sitting on my couch Friday afternoon, market closed. I never do this. I'm like, I'm actually going to shut off my computer for the weekend. Sitting on the couch at about 5, I'm getting ready to power this cell phone down. I'm like, I'm actually going to turn off my cell phone for the weekend too. It's a long week. As I'm getting ready to power down my cell phone, White House. I'm like, what dude in India has that number? That's awesome. I'm going to talk to this guy. Mr. Buckley. Yeah. Hi, this is whoever from the White House. I'm calling on behalf of the president. I'm like, I'm sure you are. But it was. Are you in D.C.? I'm like, I'm in Boca Raton, Florida. Why? Well, the president is signing an executive order tomorrow morning on ibogaine research and veterans and everything like that. We'd love to have you there. I'm like, I will start walking. I will go jump in my car and drive from Boca Raton to Washington to be there. And he said, oh, okay, well, we'll leave. Here's the security form, blah, blah, blah. Thank God for JetBlue. There was a flight. I got up there at 11. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus was there. You may have seen this on the news. Joe Rogan was behind the president. The Navy SEALs were there. I was to the right of the camera. Dr. Oz, RFK, you name it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to talk about this. We're going to talk about profiting with purpose. So let me just show you real quick, blah, blah, blah. Oops, there it is. So I started the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. We provide grants to veterans, first responders, and family members to go potentially heal with these powerful compounds. This was a 14-hour experience. I've done some challenging things in my life. This was, without a doubt, one of the most, if not the most challenging. Okay? What does this have to do with trading and investing? Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that there are publicly traded psychedelic companies? Do you know that this guy, the director of there's the old FDA director, right? Marty McCary. He left a week after this. Why? He wasn't moving fast enough for President Trump. To his right is the NIH director. Both these guys are like, Mr. President, usually when a company submits an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, no, a new drug application, it takes a year, couple years for us to get around to it. He said, Mr. President, the AIDS vaccine or whatever medicine took 45 days. He's like, Mr. President, the mental health of our veterans and our fellow Americans is, this will be hours, if not days, to approve these. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear what I just said? So I'm going to show you something. And I can give you access to this report. I'll figure out how to download it or post it in the chat box. But where is it? I post this trade once a week to my TGO members. The psychedelic sector tactical trade alert. I'm going to show you the 3 names I am targeting in this space and why. Folks, this is insane if you're not in these names. You can do SpaceX and AI and everything like that. This is the explosive play, right? So I'm not going to sit here and read this whole report, but I'm going to give you the high notes and we're going to go look at some potential trades, right? This is insane. The president signed an executive order directing federal health agencies to accelerate psychedelic assisted therapy. The one guy standing behind the president said, Mr. President, thank you for ending the war on psychedelics. Let me tell you something real quick. What we're going to talk about right now is a Schedule 1 drug. You know what the definition of a Schedule 1 drug is? No therapeutic use and a high risk of addiction. I just defined alcohol and cigarettes, didn't I? 0 therapeutic use. They'll kill you and they're addictive. The ibogaine that I sat with was the most therapeutic thing I've ever done in my then 52 years on the planet. And it destroyed alcohol in my life. I was a drunk. If I smelled alcohol up to a year after this one experience, I dry heaved. I almost couldn't go out to eat with my wife at a restaurant because I see like a bottle of vodka and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to vomit. So these are Schedule 1 drugs, of course. And folks, who was it? Nixon's chief of staff, before he died, he admitted it. He's like, well, the anti-war hippies and left, we wanted to shut them up. So whatever mushrooms and things they were doing, we said they were a felony Schedule 1. And then we hit the African Americans with weed. So we cracked down on all of them. The war on drugs, on these specific drugs, is a disgrace. But anyway, so this order, ladies, the FDA is to fast track review of psilocybin, ibogaine, and these compounds. The Marty McCarty, the director, he gave out that that was Saturday in the White House, Saturday morning. Monday afternoon, he gave 3 national priority vouchers to a couple of these companies. Compass blew up 25% that day. I made a ton of money. So, ladies and gentlemen, here are the names. I'm going to step through these, and I'm going to show you the catalyst of all this stuff, right? Why it's going to pop and everything like that. Write these names down, and I'll step through them. Compass, CMTS. Remember that. Definium, DFTS. And then the last one we're going to talk about is Atai. Now, this would happen after Marty McCarty left. They hired to be a heavy at the FDA the chief medical officer from one of these companies. USANA, it's called. It's a privately held company, but essentially the chief medical officer from a private company researching psilocybin and developing new medicines, now a heavy at the FDA. So, folks, this is insane. I'll show you how the trades to use in a couple seconds here, man. But let me go up to the top here. Here it is. This is, out of the 3 names I just showed you, it's the furthest advanced psychedelic drug developer in the world. Comp 360. Remember this. It did 2 phase 3 trials. The phase 1 trials were so unbelievable. They're like, you know what? We better do that over. That's insane. They did it again. Did you see the press conference with the president in the Oval Office? He looked at Dr. Oz and RFK and said, hey, man, SSRIs, how good are they? And they both shrugged their shoulders and said, single digits, Mr. President? And he was reading the Stanford study on Navy SEALs and this ibogaine therapy. 85% of these SEALs with traumatic brain injury, horrific PTSI, were clinically cured. I didn't say 10%, I didn't say 30%, I didn't even say 50%. I said 85%. Now, let me fast forward and get to a really big strategic issue here. Do you think that Pfizer, Moderna, Eli Lilly, you name it, Janssen, they're going to let some of these getting ready to explode psychedelic companies just kind of corner the market on generalized anxiety disorder or depression or alcohol use disorder? No. I'm already hearing this, and it's in this report you can get. They're going to jump in with their size 12 boots, with their checkbook, and scoop them up. You will wake up one day, God willing, and you're going to see breaking news: Compass is up 500%. It was just acquired by Pfizer. As Wiz, I pray that doesn't happen. As Gordon Gekko or Jordan Belfort, I'm going to be thrilled. Why does Wiz not want that to happen? Because knowing these pharmaceutical companies are going to change ibogaine into ibogaine and charge 30 grand for it. But that's a separate conversation. I'm here to teach you about these names and to make money. So this is the only psychedelic compound with an active rolling NDA submission to the FDA. Do you know what this means, a rolling new drug application? It means the FDA is flying formation with this company. Like, hey, everything good? Yeah. All right, shoot that over in an email. You still good? I had a buddy, I can't say who or what, in one of these companies, 8 months ago, he's like, Wiz, the FDA just called. I'm like, oh no. He's like, what do you mean, oh no? They're like, where is all your stuff? Like, let's go. What are you all waiting for? And he laughed and he had to tell him, like, hey, throttle back, man. We can't rush somebody's healing. We got to check in with them in 2 weeks. You can't, what? What do you mean hurry up? Ladies and gentlemen, this ain't your father and mother's psychedelics, okay? They have the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher, meaning, sit up straight, the FDA can approve them in weeks, not years. And they have a ton of cash in a single quarter. This is not a speculative biotech. This is a near commercial stage company with institutional backing, executing a de-risked path to market. Okay. Again, I'm not going to read all this stuff, but here's the big thing. They believe Q4, right? October, November, December, they're going to submit the NDA, and probably by Jan of 2027, you're going to see the first psychedelic drug approved for use. I mean, folks, this is just absolute insanity. Okay. So that's Compass. I'll take a look at that trade in a second. Or maybe we'll step through the trades as I go through it so you don't get confused in the different ones. Because each one of these, from a high level, Wiz, what's the difference between Compass, Definium, Atai? The medicine, and I'm not going to use the word drug, right? Wellbutrin's a drug, Lexapro. These ain't drugs, they're medicines. They actually heal people. LSD, right? Definium is using LSD. So we have psilocybin, magic mushrooms for lack of a better word. We have LSD, and then Atai is using 5-MeO DMT. If you don't know what that is, go listen to one of my podcasts, ladies and gentlemen. This is insane. So all these names have various ships deployed in different compounds. I've used 2 of these, 3 of these, and they are absolutely life-saving and life-changing. Okay? So let me pull up my brokerage account, and we're going to step through some of these trades. Oh, wait, there's the chat box. Oh, it's the last guys. All right, sorry. I'm only one window here, so I can't see everything else I got going on. So if you have any questions, I'll knock them out at the end here. All right, so let's go take a look. Let's step through Compass first. Okay. Up 7% yesterday. I mean, Compass ripped in a day, right? But let's go back to Wiz and the White House. Here's the Friday, me sitting on the couch. You know what? Turning off my phone. White House called. This is Monday morning. The stock went from 650 to over 10. Is that a 40% pop? And then it really hasn't looked back. We got as high as 14, 15 bucks, and then nice little bounce off the 11, and we're getting ready to rip again. So Compass, ladies and gentlemen, I think my existing position is synthetic stock. Yeah, I'm going to go build a position with you right now. I trade options. Trading stocks makes 0 sense to me. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free, right? What do you mean, Wiz? What if you bought 1,000? Wiz, I love what you're saying. I'm going to go buy 1,000 shares of Compass. All right, you got 12 grand. Don't knock yourself out. That's stupid. Why would you spend 12 grand when you could do what? I'm going to fly in my time machine. There's my existing position. I'm going to fly out to January of 2028. I'm going to give this trade a year and a half to work, essentially 2 years. So the stock closed yesterday at 12 bucks. If you know nothing about options, you probably have heard something like this. Well, I'm going to buy some calls. I'm bullish. Awesome. That means buying a call option is bullish. Okay. Well, somebody has to sell you that call option. They're bearish. All right. Now, on the other side are called puts. You've also probably heard at a cocktail party, oh my God, I think the market's going to implode. I'm going to buy some puts. Okay. Well, then you'd probably think buying a put, you're bearish. Somebody has to sell you that put. They are bullish. They don't think it's going to go down, so they'll sell you that put. So let's build a position called synthetic stock. I could buy one Jan 28 at the money call at the 12 strike. Now, one option contract equals what? 100 shares of stock. So buying the 1,000 was over 12 grand. What about buying 10 of the Jan 28 12 calls? Ladies and gentlemen, I just saved you $6,000. Tell me why you would spend 12 grand over 6. You can't. I'm not done yet. I already told you that buying a call option is bullish, right? Selling it to you is bearish. And I already told you that selling a put option is bullish. So why don't I sell an at the money put? Ladies and gentlemen, I saved you over $11,000. This position is 800 bucks. It is called synthetic stock. Instead of buying 1,000 shares and tying up 12 grand, I used options to get synthetically long the stock. You know what synthetic means? You don't get two things that you would get if you own the shares. I don't care about either one of them because it doesn't apply to us in Compass and many stocks. The first thing you don't get with synthetic stock is a dividend. None of these psychedelic biotech companies giving a dividend right now. They need the cash. So you don't get a dividend. And the second thing you don't get because you don't own the shares is the vote. I'm fairly certain your 1,000 shares is probably a little less than the massive hedge funds and institutions and their hundreds of thousands of shares. Your vote means nothing. So tell me one more time, it's a rhetorical question, why you would buy stock. Now, look at the picture. That line right there, the top line is long stock, as if you bought 1,000 shares. The line underneath it is the synthetic. Now, you might be sitting there going, this is brilliant, but hold on, Wiz. My max potential loss is like the 12 grand, over 12 grand, like the stock. Duh. If you buy 1,000 shares of Compass and it goes to 0 between now and January 2028, how much do you lose? Everything you paid for. Duh. If you do synthetic stock, how much could you potentially lose? But I don't do that, folks. I'm a fighter pilot. I have my own fighter jet through the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. We take donors flying in. They have ejection seats. I always have an ejection seat. Let's say the market implodes 20%. What does CNBC start crying about? We're in a bear market. If a stock goes down 20%, what do they say? Wiz Industries is down 20%. As of this morning, the stock's in a bear market. So I'm a political science major from South Jersey. I use simple math. Why don't we buy what I call a disaster put or a protective put if you don't like the word disaster? 20% underneath the stock. Let's just say, let's see if there's a 9 put, 9 or 10. There's a 10. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to buy a protective put under this thing. That's what happened to the price of the trade. It went up, whatever it was, $400. Why? You're buying some insurance. Watch the risk. How much were we risking? 12,800. Now my call sign's Wiz. Watch the magic that I do. How much are we risking now? Cut the risk. Oops, hold on, right there. 10. Here we go. Here we go. You ready? It's buy 10 of the Channy. I hate doing these briefs on a Saturday with the pricing closed. That's not correct. The risk would be about 3 or 4 grand. I can show you my existing trade right now. But do you understand it? Excuse me. Buying 10 of the Jan 28 10 puts underneath the name. Okay. Let me go show you mine. Because again, on the weekends, the options pricing might not be right here. Let me analyze. Okay. And this is my, I shouldn't have closed the other trade, but look at, this is my existing trade. Look at what you can do. You can sell. You see how all these legs are out to January of 2028? What did I do? I sold this coming Friday, right? Yeah, the 19th. I sold this Friday 12 call against it. And I brought in what? $300. Ladies and gentlemen, you can sell, it's called the front month. Your long-term bullish years into the future, but you can sell calls against this name and bring in cash. Does everybody understand that? Selling 5 of this Friday's 12 call brings in, let's just say 60 cents is in the middle there. 6 times 5 is 300. Let's say this trade today is $4,000. 52 trading weeks in a year, 52 weeks. Let's just say the stock never moves. Compass never moves again. It just stays level. Well, if I did $300 a week times 52 weeks, times 52 weeks, $15,100 in just short call profit you're bringing in. Ladies and gentlemen, you can pay off whatever you come out of pocket in this name just by selling calls against it. Now, the really smart people in this brief are looking at this going, Wiz, why did you only sell 5 out to Friday? Yet you have 10 long ones on your synthetic stock. Because in case I wake up tomorrow, breaking news, Pfizer bought Compass, the stock's up. I want to leave 5 calls naked to run in case the stock explodes, right? I don't want a full 10 covering my whole position because then I cap my profits. Genius, isn't it? Now, you might have also noticed this down here. Wiz, you don't have a full 10 for your protective put. Why? Because I'm pretty damn sure Compass is going to rip. They have 2 successful phase 3 trials. The FDA commissioner, before he was allowed to resign, he was going to be fired, was like, I'm going to approve these new drug applications in a couple of days, man. This stock is going to rip. But the odds of getting eaten by a golden retriever are never 0. So instead of the full 10 protective puts, I did 5. So this on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is these 2 legs are the synthetic stock. That's the disaster put. And I did this weeks ago when it was at 9 or $10 or whatever. And then I sold 5 of the calls against it. So you guys understand this. I think it's my best performer year to date. Now, Cebu is about $3,500 in this small. This is one of my smaller accounts. I think this is one of my kids' accounts. Isn't that awesome, ladies and gentlemen? Now, I got like 10 minutes. Let me give you the link because I can't figure out how to give this to you. And this is free. I'm not going to, ain't no money changing hands or anything. You guys, I just want you to go grab these reports because I'm going to run out of time here. Let me go grab it. I mean, you can buy it if you want today. I don't know where the chat box is on this thing. Over here. Let me see.
The chat box should be at the top right corner.
There it is. Yeah, I'm a Zoom guy now. I used to be good at webinar. All right, there's the link right there, folks. Let me know if everybody can see that. because I'm going to go back to my trading screen. Because the other thing you're going to get on that page is this, because I want to cover it. I got 14 minutes left. Ladies and gentlemen, these pullbacks, I'm going to jump off the psychedelic names for a second. This is what I call a bullish on America trade. I'm going to show you something real quick. Let me zoom in on my price predictions out a couple of years. Did you just see yesterday that Goldman Sachs gave their end of year price target for the S&P 500 at 8,000? I think, let's put Epic Fury behind us. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to rant and take up way too much time about what's going on. I've been there, folks. Finish the job, Mr. President, or come home. Enough. Anyway, the two most recent pullbacks, the tariff wars last year and the Epic Fury this year, are all self-induced. You take some of this stuff out, we're going to rip. I'm going to look at a quick options trade out to 2031, 5 years into the future. This is what Warren Buffett does. This is what I did in the hedge fund. I do in my own personal account. I think there's a good chance, I call it my Super Bowl, that we're up over 22 grand on the S&P in 5 years. What's my bullish case? That's 15% a year, folks, which we've kind of been doing. We're at S&P 16 grand. What's your base case, Wiz? Average, kind of crappy year, up year, kind of crappy, 12.5. China invades Taiwan, markets collapse, something happens in the Middle East, it's hard, inflation, all the bad, it's listed in this report. S&P 8 to 9. So remember those numbers, folks, and I have the bullish intel in this report, and then I'm a fighter pilot. What's the bearish intel in this report? What could break this thesis? I have everything in here, and you can get access to this report as well. So in the next 8 minutes, I want to show you this trade. I call them bullish on America. We're going to fly into the future super quick. I'm going to deselect all these strikes. Look how far you can go on an option chain trading the S&P 500. D of 2031. I'm going to select all strikes, and you can see my existing positions down here. Look at how much open interest there is in these names now. What was my middle case? 16 grand on the S&P. Let's just round up. We're at 7,500. That's 15. Do you think the S&P 500 could double in the next 5 years? I don't think it's going to more than double, but if the answer is yes, why wouldn't you be looking at these options down here? Let me crank out a trade real quick. You could buy with, I'm loving what you're laying down. We're going to get inflation under control. Oil's going to crash. Everything. The rally's going to continue. I agree. You could buy a single December of 2031, 16,000 call. Whoa, $8,400, Wiz. Why is before it's expensive? It's worth it. How about we sell a 20,000? Well, let's start with this one. How about we sell an 18 call above it? This is called a bull call spread. How many of you would risk $2,800 today to potentially make, you ready? 3, 2, 1, 200 grand. I want that to sink in. How many of you would buy this bull call spread today for $2,800? I've done these for years, folks. I've made just about a max profit on every one of these. Wiz, what if we don't go all the way up to 16 or 18? Oh no, you can look down here. You see where it says theoretical P&L? You follow that. Let's say we only hit 16 in the next 5 years. You ready? Oh, I'm sorry. You only made 84 grand. How many of you would invest $2,800 today to make 84 grand, right? What if we only hit 14? Oh, you only make 60. I'm sorry. Right? Here's my other trade, the 1820. I bought an 18,000 call. I sold a 20,000 call against it that risked $1,700 to potentially make 200 grand. Oh, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we did an accelerated retirement brief with some of my members yesterday. There was a bunch of folks who took like 25 grand of their retirement account, or some even 50 to 100. Let's just say you got 25 grand in a retirement account. You ready? Let's go up to risking 25. How many contracts would that be? Oh, 14. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did 14 contracts on this trade, again, this is a hedge fund type trade. You're risking the 24 grand, obviously. And folks, if you lose 24 grand on this trade, you're not going to know about it. Why? because that means the S&P completely imploded and we're all dead to nuke strike or another pandemic. The odds are very low. Look at how much you could potentially make. $2.8 million. Ignore these probabilities, folks. These are using at the money volatility. And first of all, the market's closed. Ignore them. Don't even look at them. Go read my bullish on America report and look at this trade right now. How many of you would take 24 grand today to potentially make 2,700? I'm going to leave you with this before I give you the link one more time. Do you not know that there is forced buying? And again, love or hate Trump, I don't care what you think. Look at this. Where is it? Do you not know? Let me zoom in. That there is now forced, I'm sorry, when did it launch? Happy Independence Day. Ladies and gentlemen, there is forced buying that will have to occur for years in the S&P 500. The Trump IRA and the Trump accounts have to buy the S&P 500. Are you sitting up straight? This is a foot. This is protection under the S&P 500 that these Trump accounts have to buy low-cost S&P 500 index funds for the next 18 years. Michael and Susan Dell are dropping $6 billion into it, folks, to 25 million children. I hate using this term, free money. This is free money. Well, I have a whole Dropbox folder, folks, of case studies from TGO members over the past 16 years that have done these bullish on America trades. So like, whiz, that was my kid 4 years of college. I made 250 grand on 1 year bullish on America trade. Now, folks, this ain't trading SpaceX. I do all the front month crazy stuff, but I have a bunch of these ships deployed in the future. And all you have to believe in, even though you might not, I'm talking about the market. Remember, folks, the stock market is not the economy. As a matter of fact, the worse the economy does, the better the stock market might do. Here's a chart for you to remember. It's so funny with people doing the whole, oh my God, shades of the .com, the AI boom. Look at the .com boom. You see this blue line? Does anybody know what that is? That's the Fed printing money out of thin air. The .com boom, the Fed did nothing. Why? Because they should have done nothing. Things should fail. That's .com or Enron should fail. What happened when I was in the Board of Trade in 2008 with the global financial crisis? Oh my God, we can't have Wall Street fail. Yeah, we should have. They didn't. Or QE1. Wait, we need more money. Okay, call it QE2. Okay, well, no, 3, 4. In the CARES Act, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the S&P 500 ripping higher and higher on bad news? Look at the Fed's 9. I work out 2 times a day. I am not strong enough to fight the Fed, and neither are you. So, folks, I'm telling you, these bullish on America trades are the way to go. And finally, because I'm not going to go over like the last guys did, I'm a fighter pilot. I keep people on time and on target. Here, you can get access to the bullish on America trades, the psychedelic trades that we talked about, and also our AI sector. You get 3 reports, man. $97 a month. They can throw the link in if you want to buy. I prefer for you to go look at stuff and do stuff, and then it kind of sells itself. Okay. Any questions in the 45 seconds that I have left? Even though the guys in front of me went over, I don't go over. I respect people's time. If you have any questions, you can always shoot me an email, Wiz, W-H-I-Z, at nofallenheroes.com or topgunoptions.com. If you know any veterans, first responders, or family members that need help, you send them my way. That is my job. I'm trying to bring the 22 a day down to 0. Okay? All right, folks, have a great rest of your day. Fights on. Namaste. And Wiz out. Thanks for having me, man, and I appreciate it. I'll see you guys next time.
Namaste, Wiz. Thank you, and really exciting to see everything that's going on for you. We're excited for you. That was truly unique and thought-provoking information. We appreciate you sharing both the market opportunities and the larger purpose behind this emerging sector. Thank you as well for the generous offer for our attendees. And you could stick around and add more links if you want. And Wiz has placed his home link there, so be sure to check that out. Coming up next is the very entertaining Dan Passarelli. Dan Passarelli from Market Taker Mentoring. Our next speaker is one of the most respected names in options education. Dan Passarelli is a former member of both the Chicago Board of Exchange and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, author of 3 best-selling books, and a frequent contributor to major financial media outlets. Today, Dan will present how fear and greed destroy income trades and how to fix it. You'll learn how to avoid common income trading mistakes, discover a unique indicator for strike price selection, and learn practical techniques for improving consistency. So everyone, please welcome the great Dan Passarelli.
Hey friends, how you feeling today? Today we're going to talk about something near and dear to my heart, how fear and greed destroy income trades and how to fix it. Before we get started, I need to point out options are not for everyone. Read characteristics and risks of standardized options before trading. Get a copy of that by emailing investor services at theocc.com. Don't trade with money you're not prepared to lose. And everything we're doing here today is providing generalized information, not specific to your situation. Do you trade what traders call income trades? At least what option traders call income trades? Well, hit that questions box and type the letter Y or the letter N, yes or no. Do you trade income trades? This will give me a better idea here of who is here and who I'm talking to. And maybe I'll be able to change what I say to fit your needs best. Do you trade income trades as an option trader? Yes or no? And I'm talking about covered calls, cash secured puts, credit spreads, even iron condors, time spreads, and such. These are option selling strategies where you usually sell out of the money options, maybe naked, maybe cash secured, or as part of a spread. The goal with income trades is to make money by collecting option premium as they lose value as a result of time decay, right? Okay, so we have some income traders and some not income traders. That's great. Either way, you're in the right place today. Those of you who did say yes, have you ever felt frustrated when you're trading income trades, like you're being pulled in 2 directions? Friends, I've been there. As traders who use options to earn income, we've all been there. Here's the problem. With income trades, you're always in a state of dilemma. If the stock moves too much and blows through your short strike price, you can have unwanted assignment or losses on wheel trades or spreads. You can suffer huge disproportionate losses. The other super common trade killer is not making enough on your trades when they do win to make up for the losers. Your premiums are too small, and it's just not worth it. For spread traders, one loser can wipe out 10 winners. For wheel traders, you make too little and miss out on too much. You're stuck in the middle of being pulled apart, and you know it. You feel it. You felt it before, haven't you? And I know the answer. The answer is yes. What we're really talking about here is fear and greed. And it's a balance between the two. But here's the thing. What if you could find the balance? What if you could hit that exact sweet spot every time to maximize your chances of not getting assigned and giving up big money? And make the absolute most profit on every trade by taking in a big, fat, meaty premium every time, selling that exact perfect strike. Wouldn't that make your life so much better? Well, that, friends, is what we're going to uncover today. I'm going to share a new tool I've created to get closer to that perfect sweet spot on my covered calls, my cash secured puts, my credit spreads, and trade with an advantage that I never dreamed possible. And this, friends, this is the key to making money with income trades. Then I'm going to share how you can use it too. Fair deal? Yeah? I'm Dan Passarelli, and this is a pictorial representation of some of the companies I've worked with. I'm a former member of both the Chicago Board Options Exchange and Chicago Board of Trade. I'm the author of 3 of the top option trading books, The Market Taker's Edge, Trading Option Greeks, and my newest book, all on using income trades in your investing, build consistent wealth with options. That book has been on the Amazon bestseller list for option books. Well, it was on it for a long, long time. Now, I've been a regular contributor to Bloomberg TV, Fox Business News, and lots of other online news publications. And I train income traders and investors just like you, literally all over the world. Thousands of traders in over 50 countries. Now, let's say you have a stock like this. And maybe you're an investor and considering selling a covered call, not to get assigned and sell the stock, but to profit from that option premium. Or maybe you're an active trader and thinking about call credit spread. What are your 2 goals? Now, first, to not get assigned so that you can profit from the premium. And second, to take in an option premium big enough to make it worth trading. The more you sell the option for, the better. The lower the strike price for the call, the more money you make, right? On option premium, right? See that? But if you set the strike price at too low of a strike price, you might get assigned and miss out on making bigger money if it's a covered call, or have a big loss if it's a call credit spread. Well, where do you set your strikes, your short strikes anyway, with income trades? Let's make it easy, and let's assume we're talking about a covered call. There's several tools traders use for picking the strike price. We can use resistance, and we should. But with this stock right here at resistance, which is at an all-time high, well, that's really not enough to make data-driven decisions. It's not what a real trader would do. How do we set that optimal strike price of being far enough away from the money to not get assigned, but close enough to the money to collect a big enough premium? Resistance, delta, standard deviation, premium, just feels right. None of those are irrational. Well, maybe the feels right is, but none are really data-driven, right? They're all arbitrary. They might make you feel good with a false sense of confidence, but they won't help the trade work out. And yes, the best traders here will use implied volatility and theta, and probably even use annualized static return, and I do that too. But what is the likely range for the stock to be in between now and the option's expiration date? Without having a way to understand that based on real data, nothing else really matters. But there's a problem. The solution didn't exist. I looked at Bollinger Bands, RSI, ATR, Keltner channels, even stochastics, nothing. Nothing was built for anchoring option strikes. Back around 2010, Thinkorswim actually asked me to build an indicator. And I said, no, I didn't think I could do it. That's why. I assumed building indicators were for these genius mathematicians. But now I found that I needed one. I needed a way to make more on my wheel trades and my credit spreads. I needed to stop seeing good trades destroyed by the stock busting through the strike price so much. That's the kind of stuff that kills your P&L. And so I talked with some of the smartest guys I know when it comes to charting indicators. It started with an idea, and now, well, I made a key discovery. I was able to, for the first time ever, create an indicator that was based on real data that could give a true range between now and the option's expiration date that the stock was most likely to trade within. It's the perfect indicator for income traders to choose option strikes most likely to produce a winning trade. And the results are powerful. It's called the Price History Anchored Strike Indicator, or just simply the PAS indicator. The PAS indicator is designed to cut through the guesswork of option strike selection Instead of pulling levels out of thin air, it anchors each decision to a stock's actual historical range over a defined look back period. By grounding strike prices in history, PAS gives traders data-driven edge. It highlights levels where probability, premium, and price action intersect. Now, this indicator is the only indicator created by an option trader for traders. Based on some of the math we'll explore in a few minutes, the bands identify a range based on past price history where the stock is unlikely to rise above, in the case of that higher light blue line, or fall below in the case of the lower royal blue line. The PAS indicator works on most common charting platforms: Thinkorswim, TradingView, and Metastock. Now, for traders who want income, this is the most powerful indicator ever created for covered calls, cash secured puts, credit spreads, both call and put, condors and even iron condors, butterflies and even iron butterflies, and time spreads, even double calendars. So let me share how this works with a covered call. And if you're new to covered calls or just need a quick refresher, this will catch you up to speed. A covered call is when I own 100 shares of a stock and I sell one call on that stock. My possible objectives are either to skate, which means sell the option premium and keep it, and that ends up being additional profit, or I could use it as a way to sell out of a stock that I no longer want to own, just at a higher strike price. So here's how this works. Let's say I am long 100 shares of a stock that's trading at 120 bucks a share. I short one of the 14-day 125 strike calls at $1. If I hold that all the way till expiration, frankly, I probably won't. You probably close it before then. But let's say I hold it all the way till expiration. Well, look, if the stock is below the strike price, what happens? If the stock is below the strike price at expiration, well, the call just expires. And so wherever the stock is trading, it's going to be somewhere below 125. That's what price I own the stock. But regardless, I get to keep that dollar premium. So what that does is it lowers my cost basis. My break even for the trade now is $119 a share, $1 lower because of that extra dollar I have in my pocket or in my trading account, really. If we're above the strike price at expiration, well, the 125 strike calls would get assigned and I'd sell the stock. Okay, so let's say in this example, I have the goal to skate, meaning sell a call and not sell the stock, just keep the money. Okay, well, let's zoom in. The upper PAS band is right around $285. We'll explain the math more later. But what this means is that based on the math in my proprietary calculation, it's very likely the stock stays below $285. So we sell the 285 strike call at about 68 cents, which I should be able to do here if I middle the market a little bit. If we were to take that 68 cents and annualize that return, that's earning an extra 6.5% on an annualized basis and still holding the stock. This is a big deal. This is what gives you confidence in your trades. Your option picks are anchored, measurable, and repeatable. Now, cash secured put, it's a lot like a covered call. But here we're selling a put with a lower strike than where the stock is, which in this case, the stock is $181.79. We collect a premium, and that's going to be the objective of this trade, to keep that premium and maybe do it again and do it again. If the stock falls and the put gets assigned, we would end up buying the stock at the strike price. Now, the danger for a trade like this is that if the stock falls a lot lower than the strike price, and we have to buy the stock, at the strike when it's trading much lower. That's how we can lose a lot. So we need to use the PAS bands to give us a data-driven trade entry. Same process, same strike selection, becomes mechanical. Not emotional, not reactive, mechanical. The lower PAS band, the darker blue one, like royal blue, is $170.75 right now. Okay. So we want to size up selling the 170 strike puts or lower to anchor the put strike to the PAS band, something measured and reliable. Now, I like to be conservative on these. So the strike just lower than the lower PAS band, get a little what I like to call wiggle room. So the 167.5 strike puts, we'd get 92 cents for that put. And we maximize our chances of not having the put end up in the money by using the PAS bands. We maximize our chances of winning. And we take in a rich premium for this just 7-day trade. 92 cents annualized means we could make 28.5% annualized return on this trade. So, we're talking about real money here. The PAS bands take you from guesser to data-driven trader. Good traders don't guess. They do what's safe. They do what makes money. And look, if you're a wheel trader, an extra 6.5% here, 28.5% there can make a massive difference in your life. It's because of compounding. Now let's dig into how the PAS bands work. We do a calculation similar to the average true range, but instead of calculating the true range candle by candle, we calculate the true range for a longer period of time. So it's a little different than average true range. We match that period to the days to expiration. And then we use a moving average to give us a much more accurate band because it incorporates more data periods. This helps us identify a statistically grounded zone to anchor strike prices. Now, it's pretty easy once you have it on your charts. Can you see yourself using this in your own trading? Yeah. So this is the sort of thing that gives you confidence in your trading by using data-driven information. Does that make sense? Now, right now, I'm going to blow your darn mind. I made a discovery almost accidentally. I wanted to see what it would look like if we traded off where the bands were a couple of days ago, but still anchor the strike selection to today's band. And with certain trades, it just works incredibly. I added what I call a look back period. A look back period takes the PAS bands and shifts them over one period to the right for each day you choose. Now, I typically choose a look back period of 2 days. So see the 2 dotted lines that we have here? They kind of shadow in front of both the upper and the lower bands. You see that? Well, I found that when the stock price touches one of the dotted lines, I sell a credit spread with the short strike at the PAS band. So here, let me show you what I mean. So zooming in a little bit here, we see that the stock falls on this day here, right? And it touches this dotted line, okay? So what I do then is I would sell a put at today's band. It touches where it was a couple of days ago. I sell one put at this band level, which is 286.55. Now I'm going to sell the next lower strike because there's not a $286.55 strike. So I'll probably sell like the 285 strike. And it works great for credit spreads, right? All right. And so I sell the next strike lower than the 286 and a half, 286.55 price that the band was trading at. So in this case, that is the 285 strike puts, like I said, for the short strike. And then to complete the credit spread, I buy the next strike lower, 282 and a half puts. So I sell the 285 puts at $1.41 and buy the 282 and a half puts at $1.06. That's selling the put credit spread at 35 cents, right? 141 minus 106. Now, 35 cents is $35 of money. If you trade 10 spreads, you're collecting $350. So here's how it works. As long as the stock stays above $285 between when the trade is put on and the expiration date, which in this case is just 4 days later, that $350 we collect on the 10 lot, that's all profit. Just one trade, $350, which of course is exactly what happened on this trade. You could have sold the 285 put here on this day, and the PAS bands were accurate as expected. The stock stayed above the strike, and the $350 would have been yours to keep. Now, again, the important thing here is that this is data driven, that this is tested, right? It's statistically grounded. Now, let's step back for a moment. Covered calls work. I just wrote a whole book on covered calls and cash secured puts. They both work. There's lots of white papers that prove they work. And credit spreads work. All these strategies work. If you are having trouble with them, those strategies have been used by other traders for decades. The strategy itself is not the real problem. The real problem is having a data-driven way to select the trade. So what are you willing to do to make trades like this work for you? Now I'm going to make this really easy for you. Bring it home today, the PAS bands bundle. I've put together for you the complete price anchored strike framework. First, there's the PAS indicator, of course. Then you're going to love this. This is what I call the PAS customizer. You'll be able to adjust the period to match the time to expiration for the option you're trading. And if you choose to, you can customize your risk parameters to your risk tolerance and trading style. And we make it super easy for you to do because it's all explained in the accelerator videos. They train you how to use the indicator. And we'll even walk you through the setup with an onboarding call so that you can find the videos and easily add the indicator to your platform of choice. Think about what a difference this can make in your trading. This will make things a million times better. First, you get the PAS indicator script added to your charts. This puts everything you need inside the platform you're already using. Now, you can easily set income trade strikes at a price level you're unlikely to get assigned based on a past moving average of the most recent range. We customize it to the expected life of your option trade. The PAS indicator works on Thinkorswim, on TradingView, and on Metastock. Next, we add the PAS accelerator videos. Those are a $1,250 value. And I'm going to actually give you hands-on training on this for a full year. Every Monday morning, you'll attend our group trading room to get coaching on how to use the PAS indicator and other option strategies. This is a total value of $4,750. But go right now to markettaker.com, markettaker.com/PAS. That's markettaker.com/PAS. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the gents here might type that into the chat box. Maybe they already did. Yeah, markettaker.com/PAS. And you're going to get everything that I just mentioned for $697 for a full year. Massive discount on a massively power tool. Now, here's something you're going to love. And I don't know how to put a dollar value on this one or anything, but for the next year, I and all the smartest guys that I know, John, who's our head coach, we will be using this right alongside you. In fact, you'll see us using it in the Monday morning group coaching class. And as we continue using it, we're going to improve upon it. And so for the next year, for the next full year, we're going to give you any updates we make to this indicator for free. It might be a small upgrade, or it might be an entirely new way to use PAS bands. Either way, when you lock in today, you get a year of not only indicator updates, but that ones that we make also for new insights and new use cases for them. Now, if all you got out of this was just the weekly training on the income trades, like covered calls and credit spreads and iron condors, along with other option strategies, wouldn't it be worth it just for that? Now, for those of you who join right now, and I'm literally saying right now, while I'm talking here, and start trading like the pros by selling overpriced options premium, we're going to send you your very own I Love Overpriced Option Premium t-shirt. It's yours today as my free gift to you. So what you're going to get today when you go to markettaker.com/PAS, or you can just open the phone app or the camera app on your phone and aim it towards that QR code in the bottom right-hand side. Yeah, do that. And that'll bring up a little yellow box. You can just sign up right there on your phone, or you can even call 708-381-1768. But when you do that, here's what you're going to get. You're going to get the PAS indicator that, again, you can put it on your Thinkorswim. You can put it on your Metastock. You can put it on your Trading View charts. And you're going to be able to use that. You're going to get all the updates we make for the next full year. We're going to give you our accelerator videos to train you exactly how we're using it. And you're going to get our Monday morning group coaching. All that, just go to markettaker.com/PAS. Now, sometimes people say, hey, Dan, this is great. I trade a lot of options. I sell a lot of options because it's a great way to do it. And you know what? I have a small account. I don't want to take $697 out of my account. Is there a way to finance this? And that answer is yes. You can use PayPal and PayPal credit, because we have a deal with PayPal to offer you both PayPal as a payment option and PayPal credit. So you can lock in the PAS bands today when you check out using PayPal and just choose PayPal credit. And all you have to do is go to markettaker.com/PAS and you're in today. So I am going to take some questions. If you have a question for me, please put it in the questions box right now so that I can get it answered. Let's see here. I always struggle with how aggressive to be with the strike. Is that what this fixes? Yes, this is exactly what this is designed to help you with. Something that there's no other technical analysis tool that does this. So okay, so here's another question. So basically you check the band before placing the trade and work off that level? Yes. It gives you one number and you just set your strike either below it if it's a put or above it if it's a call, and done. Next question. Do you personally look at PAS before every income trade? Absolutely. I trade the wheel strategy in my IRA every single day. And on every single one of those trades, I use this powerful tool. Next question. Are traders in your coaching already using this for their trades? Yeah. We realized just this week, which of course is, why you're getting this massively discounted enrollment, that many of our traders in the group coaching, because they see it being used and they see trades being constructed and traded using these, they just trade right along with it. Could this help decide between two different strikes when you're not sure which one to sell? Yeah, that is exactly what it does. How long does it take to add this to your chart? Like a minute. I mean, first of all, if it's Trading View, we just give you permission. We say, what's your handle on Trading View? And we add it. It just works magic. With Thinkorswim, we give you a video. It shows you exactly how to install it. It takes a couple of minutes. That's it. You're done. Where do we go? Oh, excellent question. Where do we go if we have questions about PAS? We will give you access to our proprietary Slack room. And so you can just type in the question into Slack and we'll answer it right then and there. Yeah. And we have many other traders who are using it who might also, answer your question, or, you can share trade ideas, that kind of thing. How does changing the settings work? So it's really, really easy. I showed you a screenshot of it. You just click into the settings and you set the true range period to the number of trading days till expiration. And then that will give you the likely range that the stock is likely to stay in between now and the option's expiration. Couldn't be easier. Will I be charged monthly? No. This is an investment for 1 year of access to the PAS bands. Yeah, you would think that this is what it would be monthly, but no. This is what it is for a full year. Believe it or not. It's crazy. Okay, what other questions can I answer to help you make the decision to join us today? We've still got a little bit. Go
Richard's
ahead.
asking, does PAS work with poor man's covered calls?
Yeah, the PAS indicator works great with poor man's covered calls. And you can make a case for saying they work better with poor man's covered calls than regular covered calls, because with regular covered calls, if the stock goes up above the strike price and you get assigned, well, you sell your stock. You might end up leaving money on the table, but I mean, you still end up with a winning trade. With a poor man's covered call, you don't own the stock. And so if you get assigned, then now you end up with short stock and you might actually even end up with a losing trade. So it's much more important to skate on the calls with the poor man's covered call. So yeah, this is ideally suited for it. Yeah, totally. Let's see what else we got here. I can pull it up actually. Why don't I do that? I'm going to pull it up in my account and I'm going to show Oh, and welcome, by the way, to Tracy for joining us. Nice work investing in yourself today. Welcome to David. David made the investment in himself and just joined with the PAS bands. And there we go. Let me just pull this right up. So, like, okay, look. Not SpaceX. How about that chart? Huh? That's pretty good chart, isn't it? You know, like, let's say maybe you're looking at Apple, right? And you think, oh, like, if on, let's see, this is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. On Tuesday, Apple was having their WWDC, right? Their Worldwide Developers Conference this week. Well, apparently there was, they didn't really meet the expectations of what some people were looking for, apparently. And on Tuesday of this week, Apple fell really hard, and it actually triggered a trade here, right? It triggered this trade for a put credit spread. So what I'd have done then is I'd have gone, it permeated the dotted line here. I would go down to where the blue line was on that day, so about 277, and I would have sold the 275 strike puts and then bought the next lower strike, which would be 272.5. And just like clockwork, I mean, these work out so well, so often. And nothing works all the time, but this has an extremely high success rate. You know, we ended up staying over the strike price. So if I would have sold them for Friday's expiration, boom, locked in a winner, done. And then, of course, you know, I would just go and I would set the PAS bands to number of trading days to expiration. I can choose whatever smooth length that I want. Choose a haircut. All that's explained in the accelerator videos. And then I use the look back period specifically when I'm sizing up credit spreads. Do we have any more questions that I can answer?
I'm not seeing anything right now.
Okay. Oh, well, welcome to Richard, who just joined us, and Omar, who joined us. Nice work. And I'm glad to see people showing up here today. You know, you've got things that you can do on a Saturday, but you know what you choose to do for you? You choose to improve. You choose to improve yourself as a trader, and I am honored to be a part of that. And you know, thanks for watching, and thanks to all the folks who just enrolled and are going to be able to use this pretty spectacular tool. Let's see here. Can I cancel anytime? Yes. Yes. So, you know, by the way, you get it today and you don't get charged for a whole nother year, right? So, and it's not set up as an auto pay. So after a year, we'll ask you if you want to join again at another great discounted price. But you can, I mean, you can cancel anytime. You don't have to renew for another year. You don't have to renew for the rest of your life. But let me tell you what, you're gonna want to use this. I could not trade options without this anymore. And I just created a couple of, like, a few months ago, I guess. Just created a few months ago, and already I can't not use it. I've got to use it. I've got to use it on all my income trades. As a matter of fact, somebody asked me, here's a question that somebody asked me the other day when I was giving this this training. Said, can you use these on straddles and strangles? And I thought to myself, well, that's a crazy question. Those aren't income trades. You know, if you're buying a straddle or buying a strangle, you need the stock to move. But guess what? even though this gives a range that the stock is likely to be within, if my break evens for the straddle or strangle are a lot within the bands, if they're inside the bands, then that makes the straddle or strangle a lot more favorable. If the break evens are outside of the bands, then it's not really likely to break through the break evens, and that would signal a losing trade. So, already other people are using this, and they're coming up with more creative ways to use it, and more different opportunities to use it on. It's it's a tool that, like, really just, I mean, it's kind of got a life of its own, it just kind of caught on like wildfire. Okay, what else can I share about the PAS bands indicator? Once again, it's 697 today. You're going to get the PAS indicator that's right there on your charts. That's what you're looking at right here. Again, you can also do this on TradingView, on Metastock, like all the best platforms there are, right? So you're going to get it there. You're also going to get the accelerator videos. That's going to show you exactly how to put it onto the Thinkorswim charts. It's going to get you up and running right away. Explains everything in just a couple of minute videos. Easy.
We got one more question.
Oh yeah, let's hear it, please.
Sriram wants to know, will this work on Indian stocks and Indian indices options?
Yes, this will work on anything. This will work on commodities, futures. It'll work for Forex. It'll work for crypto, as long as you're using on one of those charts, Thinkorswim, Metastock, or TradingView. Yes, it will absolutely work on Indian stocks for sure. And one of the best parts really is that Monday group coaching, where you're getting trained how to use this. The coach, our head coach who runs that class, trades a lot of double calendars, and he uses those to set the strike prices and the break evens for the double calendars. It's a very, very versatile tool, originally designed for wheel trades, covered calls, cash cured puts. But then I started using them for credit spreads. Now people are using them for double calendars, even straddles and strangles. It's a range identifier that identifies ranges very, very accurately. All right. Any final questions? Is that everything we have, friends? I've got 1 minute to spare, and I'm going to make sure that the next speaker, there's somebody after me, I think, right? That the next speaker goes on right on time.
Yeah. Richard's asking one more question. There's two more
just
good. One more question. Is that Monday group coaching included in the 696? Is it 696 or 697?
Yeah, it's 697. Yes. Yeah. And that's for a whole year. And it is included. So, I mean, it's worth it alone just for that. I mean, yeah, it is included. All right. Well, that's all the time I have. Thank you so much for spending your time with me and putting your trust in me and our PAS system. Welcome to all the new PAS bands users, and we'll catch you next time. Trade smart.
Thank you, Dan. A true legend and a great coach. That was outstanding. Your ability to simplify complex options, concepts, and explain the psychological side of trading is always appreciated. Thank you for sharing your expertise and today's special offer. The PAS 697 for 1 year seems great. So go to markettaker.com/PAS. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Up next, we got a real gunslinger here. Gary Donahue of Viper Trading Systems. Gary Donahue has more than 25 years of trading experience and has spent the last 15 years building tools that help traders improve consistency and confidence. Uh, Today, Gary will present Viper's new Auto AI Futures Trader with interactive lines. You'll see how traders can view professional trade levels directly on their charts, automatically execute from those levels, leverage funded accounts, and utilize Viper's latest AI powered technology. So, everyone, please welcome Gary Donahue.
Thank you very much, Anthony.
You're welcome.
We really enjoy doing these webinars here with Traders Corner. And, actually, we get a lot of people that comment quite a bit on these webinars. You can learn a lot about futures trading, stock trading, options trading, all that type of thing on these webinars like this. So we really enjoy it. Right now, you're seeing my standard disclaimer because talking about futures trading technically should be, compliance issues. So always read disclaimers. Past performance doesn't necessarily, guarantee future performance as always. Okay. Now, Viper Trading Systems. I'm actually one of the founders of Viper Trading Systems back in 2009. I had a business partner years ago, but he did pass away during that COVID era that was in 2022. So, I run this and basically I run a trading room 5 days a week. Every week I open my trading room at about 10 minutes before the news events happen. That way I can get my traders, ready to go. We don't trade the news as a rule. If there's major news, that is. Now, some of the other, smaller news we will. But Viper Trading Systems has been in business since 2009. And what we do is we simply teach futures trading. Futures trading can be a demanding type of thing to do, but it can be so rewarding. It's just unreal. And so when I open that room, I'm ready every single day just to go, go, go. We do have indicators that we've developed over the years, but first, let me show you a couple of things about us. First off, uh, we do have a contact link, and I think this is real important that we don't just have email only. If you have an issue, you want to know something, as long as I'm able, I'll be answering this phone right here. Okay, so you can get in touch with me anytime during normal business hours. My email to me directly is support@vipertradingsystems.com. And my wife takes care of a lot of the licensing and things like that is Viper Licensings at vipertradingsystems.com. You just simply fill out, write a message. We can get to you right away, or you can call me direct. And it is a normal, iPhone type deal. So you can text me also on that number right there. Okay. So let's take this part down. And I want to show you a couple of things first off. So if you've never heard of us, or, maybe, you're just basically looking into futures or something like that, we were chosen by NinjaTrader as a day trade leader. Now, this is a pretty important milestone that Viper hit because as of now that I know of, NinjaTrader has over 1,100 vendors. They only chose 12 to be their day trading leaders, and we're one of those 12. So I'm quite proud of that. And the reason they chose us, though, is because it's just a no type of system that you're going to be confused about or anything like that, because I teach it on a daily basis. My whole goal in life, and I could trade on my own and everything. I'm going to show that here in just a minute. I enjoy teaching people to trade futures because futures trading can be trying, and most people actually fail at futures trading. We try to turn that number way around so that people don't fail. All right, so I'll get rid of that one right there. Now, I also used to. Now, NinjaTrader, since Kraken bought them out, they don't allow this like they did, but this is actually a page that I had that actually showed payouts that we got. And by the way, these payouts that were paid out by Apex to myself and my wife was on a $935 investment. They were 7 accounts plus their PA, where you have to buy their PA, which was a total of $935, and that's what we gained on that. Okay, to show you that we're still going to, I'll show you here. This is a payout on my bank. This is right off my bank right here. There was a 2750 payout, another 2750, and then on the 9th, another 5500. So these are actual, payouts from these prop firms. Now, the beauty of prop firms, in my personal opinion, is that you can buy an account pretty reasonable. But if you keep blowing accounts, you're going to spend a lot of money. And I try to get people to where traders that they don't blow those accounts and then they multiply those accounts. Okay. To give an example, here's a day right here that was 1440, 1450, 1440, 1460, 1450. You can see those were all what we call copied accounts. And that's the key to trading, is copying your accounts if you can trade. And that's what I teach you. Okay, so let me show you something else here. We'll take this down. Right here is our training. Now this is for members only, and basically they have access to all these modules that they can train on. I've got a trading manual that we've designed. We've got a tool called Object Trader that is a strategy built for NinjaTrader. We're a NinjaTrader vendor, and you just click on your lessons, for instance, and you study the different videos. And they're real simple, easy, 5 to 10 minute videos. So it's basically very easy to learn our stuff. I'll tell you about one lady that she's actually, I've never met the lady personally, but my son-in-law is an Oklahoma City police officer, a lieutenant, and she was his training officer back when he joined the force. And she has since retired, and she trades with me. He had mentioned one day that, hey, Kristen wanted to learn to trade. She didn't know a thing about trading. And within just a few months, she was actually had PA accounts and take profit pro accounts and making money. She said she makes more than she did with the police department. I haven't seen it personally as far as that goes, bank accounts and everything, but I believe her. Okay. Now, we do have a special that I'm going to talk about today too with Viper Trading. Now, this is actually for what we call our pro. This is monthly type of a deal, and it includes the trading room. Everything that I do in that room, I teach you to trade. But I'm going to show you something in a moment that'll literally change your life. Okay. And I'm not blowing smoke on that. And most people that know me over the 16 years know that I don't blow smoke. Okay. So here is, we went over the contact link. We've got our pricing. Anthony, can you go ahead and put that in the chat there on that link right there? Can I copy it and send it to you?
Yeah, I'll put that in there.
Okay. All right. And I'll go ahead and go to some charts. I want to show you what we have built. Okay. What we have built at Viper Trading Systems is a unique system that literally will keep you on the right side of the trade. Okay. It goes as simple as kind of like the gentleman before, that had the bands, so to speak. Well, we do everything based on swings and bands. And with doing this, see, you can clearly see on this particular chart that you're kind of in a downtrend once they broke this support, right? So our charts turn to different colors. Okay. Now, if it breaks the other way, it'll go the other color. And we've actually even developed what we call interactive lines. Now, interactive lines, what they actually do is if I draw on this chart and tell you, for instance, where to take a trade, it'll actually draw on your chart. You could be in Singapore or Australia, and the moment I draw a line on your chart, it will draw on the other chart. And on a Saturday, I'm not so sure if it's turned on, but we can sure find out. Let's see this. Now, what I do is I have a tool called the dispatcher, and this actually dispatches my line to your chart in another part of the world or whatever. So I just simply draw a line, and this line will appear on this chart over here. Now, this could be anywhere in the world too, because this line, this is called a listener. I'm the dispatcher. So I draw these lines. We've also even added just very recently one called the Viper box. I can actually draw a box on your chart, and it'll also appear on your chart in just a moment as soon as a tick happens, is the way that one works. And I'll show you here. See if we can get it to do it. If not, he may not have the boxes turned on today. It's a possibility because it is Saturday. So that is truly a possibility there. But when I draw these lines on your chart and these boxes, you have a tool in Object Trader called Viper Box, which is the box. You have aggressive and conservative lines. Now, all you have to do to take this trade is to simply activate the conservative line, or maybe let's say we want to do the aggressive line. Okay, I can see kind of a trade across here with this little bit of resistance right across here. And you could actually simply have a line drawn on your chart called aggressive. Now this aggressive line, what it's going to do is going to take the trade only if I turn on the aggressive and long enabled. Okay. And I've also got a tool here. Now this has just been recently done. This is actually a tool called a probability box, and it's based on AI intelligence. And this is kind of telling me a little bit, with these numbers declining over here and these numbers going up over here, that we're about to get a trend change. And we have tools like, for instance, the hammer. This is a tool right here. The hammer's saying it's about 62% right now of going. Stair stepper is another one that we've got, and it'll tell you, about what it's at. And you can just get ready for the trade. Now, when I'm in the trading room, I'm going to be drawing these lines in real time on your charts. Okay. So when I draw those lines and you turn on the trades, you'll actually get those trade setups. Now, this is about 2 o'clock in the morning right here, but you'll notice that I've got this on playback just to kind of show you, because I want to just show you a little bit about the way we do things. And then after this, I'm going to go ahead and show you the AI stuff. See, that already did like $150 just real quick, just simply because I had those lines drawn on my chart. Now, obviously, we would have stayed with this trade. I've got this going at like 600 times normal, okay? But the beauty of this is that I can actually draw from my screen in Oklahoma to your chart in Australia, if you live there, or Texas, or California, or anywhere in the world. And my lines will appear on your charts, and they will also move on your charts. Now, the beauty of the movement of it is that I can also tell you how to get out of these trades, because of the fact that I can also draw the lines to get out of the trade. And that's pretty cool too. I'll show you kind of how that works. I can actually, let's say, for instance, you were in 1 or 2 contracts, and I just simply bring my aggressive line under a swing, to see if we could actually stay with that trade. And see, so far it's still heading up. See how it held that line that I drew there? Notice, and then what I can also do is see when it gets to these tops where it just barely takes out the previous top, and you have this little thrust down, retrace, and another break, that's your out right there. And in real time in my room, I would be drawing this so that you can actually get out of that trade. Okay. And we found that this can be very powerful. I've had people in my room say, I open my room at 7:30ish, just a little bit before that, like I said, and I start drawing on my charts so my wife and I can trade. She's on a computer and I'm on a computer, so I draw her lines for her, and she knows right where to take the trade. I have people in my room all the time saying, "Wow, you start drawing your trades at about 4 o'clock in the morning." I said, "Well, no, I actually get up at about 5:30, but it's Central Time." So they're utilizing my lines to actually make money, even when the room's not even open. So this is that I know of has not been done by other vendors. The ability to actually have interactive lines could be so critical that you can get these paychecks just one right after the other. I talk to a lot of people and they say, that some of these vendors just don't pay and this and that. Well, they really do if you just simply trade right. There's again 6/2 of 2026. We got a check for deposit, that is, for 2750, one on the 27th, and another one right here was on the 9th. This is just a few days ago, by the way. Okay. So this is real money that goes into these accounts. And, there's a lot of them out there that can say, well, you know what, we do these indicators, we do these strategies, we do this, or we do that. That doesn't mean anything unless you've got somebody that knows how to trade that can get you there, because the deposits is key. I mean, the whole idea of trading is that you want to make money trading. And we've developed tools that you can do that. Now, recently, we've come up with a tool called an AI. It's actually called Viper Pro AI. And the AI system we actually do back tests first off to train the AI to know where the trades are. And then I put out, let me just show you here. I put out what's called reports weekly. And then I also have what's called models. Now these models, these are done by testing a particular instrument with the AI tool. And what it does, it comes up with the best trade setups, and then going into the future, it uses that knowledge. So for instance, if I go to my reports, I'll show you, let's just go to like, let's just go to CL, that's fine. That's one of my favorites. Okay, CL did, this is back testing for a solid month, 512 to 612, and it did 93.70, you know, and there's 22 trading days in a month, so that's about $400 a day. Okay, now that's with one contract, so you know you could double it up or whatever. The testing is done on start time at 8:32, which is 2 minutes after equity market opens Central Time, till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's done on this particular test with a 20 tick stop and a 25 tick target. Okay, and we even have people with us that actually have their own testing module also, and they can test going forward. Like let's say for instance they want to do their own testing, they just simply do the same thing I'm doing with the models. Now this gets a little bit more complex here, but basically in Object Trader we have, not indicators, sorry about that, strategy. I'm going to go ahead and lengthen this out so you can see it. All right, we have in our strategy right here, we have people that test their own modules, their own models, and they, for instance, let's say that ES worked great on 20 tick stop and 30 tick target. You know, they might run that instead. But what I do is I run these models and then I put them on my website. Now, by putting these on my website, this actually gets it to where it actually goes into the person that's trading it by those particular models. The way the AI learned the system is what it boils down to. Notice right here it says download AI models from Viper website. And what we do with this is we take all of these models. Let me just show you here again. Models right here, all these models right here, and then we come up with what's called basically it's a totally zipped version of it, because every one of these has to be on my website for you to trade it if you're not a tester. But I don't have time to put this many on my website. You see what I mean? Because I would have to do a link for each one of these on my website. So I had one of these engineers build a little tool right here called Viper Trading Systems Upload Manager, and I just simply combine the files. And then when I go in to my models, I have one that's called parameters. And parameters, let me see if it showed up here. It should have. Let's just see where it is. Anybody sees it first, just holler. There it is right there. Okay, each one of these models that we generate has particular slopes and different things that the AI has figured out that works on the trade. Okay, so I would have to put each one of these on my website for like 142 different types of trades because we have all these different ones that we test. Well, with this parameters deal here, we just simply load this on our website instead, and it's got all of that in code. And this goes on my website, and then this tells your trader to do the trades like the AI figured out how to do it. Okay, it's really that simple, but it's complex on our side because we have to do this each and every week. And as you can see with the models, you know, they actually come up with particular, if you're, you know, very, very good at math, you can probably figure some of this out, right? Okay. And that's all it will actually show on your computer too. You'll see those same folders I just showed you. Okay. Each week I put these reports on the website. We have a particular trade called the MEZ. It's a market efficiency zone. Seems to work out quite well. Here's CL again. CL did 10,250. It did a 1.65 profit factor and a little bit of a drawdown on that one. So I'd probably use more of a micro instead to cut my drawdowns down. And it would lower this also, but I'd use like 3 or 4 micros probably. But this one is figured on a 50 tick stop. So that's a pretty huge stop. And this is more of a breakout type of a trader. And, you know, some people aren't into that type of a drawdown. You know, for instance, here's Russell right here. You know, Russell did like 43.75. Gold did 22.10. Gold's pretty whippy. Gold does much better with my signals. Here's gold on my signals. Look at that one. 24,000, 1.87 profit target, profit factor, 1260 max drawdown on what we call phantom deep. Now, phantom deep is simply, I'll show you the trade. Phantom deep is right here. See those bars right there? And we've got a tool here called the OT alerts that actually tells us where that phantom deep is, and the trader will actually trigger. See those bars flashing? That's saying that's a phantom deep type trade setup. Okay, and you noticed on gold that did $24,000, so that's definitely a good trade on gold, and you'll find that that's pretty good pullback. Again, based on bands, we find that this area from line 0 to line 8 is a really good area for longs and shorts. It's worked for 16 years, you know, and we just love it. It's great. Okay, so what we've developed with Object Trader and all the tools that we've done, you can just go to town with your trades. I mean, you know, this little floating data box, well, you can see both directions. But if, for instance, let's say that this is long right now and you don't really want to go short, double click it again, and it shows the probabilities only for the longs. And by showing you the long trades, then you're actually seeing, you know, basically what might work the next time. Let's see what both of them do, though. We'll just hit shift instead and see if there's a trend change afloat at all. Okay, so because see here on your chart, you can tell, bear with me a second, I'm going to get rid of all that. Oh, that's on my other chart. Duh. This is the listener chart, so I can't get rid of those lines because those are lines that I drew on another chart. Okay, but this is something I teach, and I can see these, and people that have been with me know that I can see these in plenty of time to take the trade. So let me show you something that I would see. Right here, this is your chart setup, okay? Notice you have a high, a low, and a higher high, but just barely higher. Well, in my trading room, I would simply draw a line called the conservative right here. I always look to the left to trade the right. I see my very next swing, which is right here. And so I'm going to move the conservative down to here, and we'll move the aggressive to right here. Okay. And then I would just simply draw a little box called the Viper box, like so. And I'm not sure if that'll show. It does. Okay. We're good to go on that. And then I would be ready to either take this trade long or short because my probabilities are saying that the hammer right now is 99% probability to the long side. That's the hammer. Okay. But it's also saying, and I'm looking down here, that bar color red is 99. Your stair stepper is 80. So we could go either way. This could be exhausted, but I draw in real time in my room, and then our people take those trades, and you could actually take those based on what actually happens. See, and keep in mind that this type of thing that I'm showing right here, this is a good way to make. You think about it, one contract here is 300 bucks. And what my wife and I do every single day of our lives is we try to hit around $300 to $700 on our trades in the morning before my room opens so that I can help people get green in my room. And that's the way we get those nice payouts. I teach as the trades are called. So you will always be in tip-top shape in my room because I'll make sure that you get green. And that's key to making that money. I don't care if you trade your own account or if you trade, somebody else's account like Apex, Take Profit Trader, Blue Sky, Elite Futures, any of those. They all pay as long as you can trade. And the key again to this is just absolutely can be amazing if you know how to get in and out of trades. Okay. Now we've got another one that we find that does quite well. Notice that Power Surge Dot is actually showing at 88% on that chart. Let's see, Power Surge Dot. And keeping in mind that on the long side, it's showing that this could be heading up because look at this. You had a low, a high, a lower low. That's kind of what I call the line in the sand long short again right there. It moves on your chart also. And let's say, for instance, that we've got resistance right across there. What if we wanted to take like what's called a power surge dot? Well, power surge dot, I'll show you. This is one of my favorite tools in Viper. Notice these dots right here. This is called a power surge dot. It is after a trend change. See, when you go from short to long, and this is called a power surge dot. Now, power surge dot turns out to be a pretty good trade because their trend changes again. See there? And so when we're in that room, I'm always looking to go either way. In 2 hours and 30 minutes that we have that room open, we usually get at least short trades and long trades every single day. And we also know how to get out of those trades because of the fact that we simply put our little line to get out of the trades. For instance, this has got a high, a low, a lower high a little bit right now. Let's see if it would have taken us out. I don't know for sure. It might not. No, it still went up. See how that line held? See? So when I draw on your charts with these swings, this will keep you in these trades until they break those swings. That would have broken you out right there. See that? But is that another trade setup? This is called a mid-band trade. Now, keep in mind that every one of these trades, and I'm going to show you here real quick, this trade is automated. This trade is manual because I do these. These three are mine. Stair stepper is auto, hammer, mid-band, first time mid-band, phantom shallow, phantom deep, power dots, power surge dot, mid-band power dot, phantom power dot, and bar color red and bar color blue. Okay. Those particular trades, by the way, let me show you something here too that works out quite nicely also. Notice how this actually changed to blue right here. Could you have gone long there? Well, with that blue bar, you certainly could. But what we like to do is use the trend instead. So with the trend, I'd go a little bit later than that because you usually get these monster runs. Same thing with red. I don't like to really go red unless it breaks support, which we saw support, see high, low, higher high. That was your support. And if they break that, they're heading down. Okay. And that's just all there is to it. And it did head down. So in that room, again, what I like to do for my traders is to get them nicely green, turn off the machine. You could clearly see that in just a couple of weeks, we've drawn $11,000 from Apex, and we're continually drawing. Take Profit Trader, I didn't take pictures of it, but I've got Take Profit Trader also on my accounts. I could have taken pictures of those also. And you can clone your trades. Now, I can't show clone right now because we're in playback, but with my clone feature, you can clone up to 200 accounts. Not that anybody would do that, but I've got many traders that are cloning as many as 40. And by cloning 40 accounts, just think about this. What if you made $100 a day? Well, you think, wow, I can't live on $100 a day, but you could on 40 accounts, right? Because with my clone, you just click it and it'll open up all the accounts that you've got open. That's how cool that is. We can clone with Viper. We can do autos with Viper. We can do our global data box. You'll hear me call the trades in real time in the room. I mean, we're just spot on at getting our traders nicely green every single day. These scripts have not changed in literally over 12 years. And the reason for that is because we found that when we got the best stuff, that we might as well just stick with it. There's no reason not to. Okay. And we proved by staying with range bars. You notice that this is not those big 5-minute and 30-minute charts and all that. I mean, if you even use 30-minute charts for guidance or something, you're missing the trades, because when we get into trade, we're either right or we're wrong. And if we're wrong, we're going to get out of that trade very quickly. Usually even 5 or 6 ticks, because I can tell when I look at my charts what it's getting ready to do, because we developed those charts. Anybody have any questions on this thus far? I mean, I've got so many tools in here that will tell you, where to take these trades that have been developed over the years. And Object Trader, matter of fact, you can even set a max target on Object Trader. You can set a max loss. What if you said, what, I got an Apex account, I don't want to lose $400 today. Well, then set this for $400. And if it loses 400, walk away. The best way to become a consistent trader is to be consistently doing the same thing over and over and over, because that's the key to it. It's pattern recognition, most of it. And if you're more of a scalper, where you like these trades, for instance, that turn green, you get this beautiful mid band, you get these power dots that tell you where to take the trade, and you take the trade. Some of our traders actually go 1, 2, 3, 4 contracts. Maybe they trade micros, maybe they trade full contracts. It's up to them. But again, it's all about either using your own account. Now, most people, most traders that have ever used their own accounts went through at least 2 or 3 of their own accounts. And that's not good, because then, your significant other, your wife or whatever, will be saying, you know what, hon, you took 5,000 of our money and you blew it. Now we can't go on a vacation. Well, instead, just go to one of the prop firms and buy a, $25, $30 account and trade their money and get good at what you do. Once you get good at what you do, you clone them. Once you clone them, you can buy anything you want. I mean, I'll just give you an example. My son was building a house. Well, matter of fact, he moved into it in May of last year. So he's been in it a little over a year. Well, my trading and him just working at a bank, so he's just a normal salaried person. I helped him with his down payment. And it was strictly out of thin air. $935 invested with Apex within just a few months was a $300,000 account. $300,000 account helped buy a $500,000 home. And you can do anything you want. Monday morning, I've got a hyperbaric chamber being delivered. How many people in the world, or have hyperbaric chambers? Usually your athletes, your TV show hosts and stuff like that. I bought it just because I ran out of things to buy. Because basically, if you can trade, the sky's the limit. I helped buy a house with trading with Apex, solar for my home, hyperbaric chamber, backup solar. Even I've got some in my shed even for backup, just in case something happens to the other. Food, freezers, you name it. Anything that you want in life, you can actually do if you can master trading, because trading, in my personal opinion, is key to changing your life. And I'll tell you why. I was in business for 25 years. I had brick and mortar stores, TV and appliance stores. Competition was tough, but you always had that overhead. Well, with trading, what have you got? You can get up and trade in your pajamas. You can buy an account with one of these prop firms. Well, like right now, for instance, take profit trader, a $50,000 account's $102. If you pass it, that even includes the pro fee, which means you get paid on a $102 account. If you can master that account and turn it into real money, then that's $100 that you invested to make money. Now, I will tell you this though, unless you do know how to trade, the futures market will eat your lunch, because you do have to know how to trade. And you always have to be nicely green and quit trading. Don't trade 8 hours a day. You're going to run into Trump tweets and everything else out there, news events, SpaceX launch, whatever. You'll see markets move so quick they'll blow through your stops. Okay, so the smart thing to do is get a few trades under your belt and cut it off. Just think, this one that I just on that chart did 150, just playing, right? But what if that was 10 accounts? That's $1,500. $1,500 times 5 is 7,500, times 4 is 30,000, and there's 4.33 days in a month. So you do the math. You could do a $150 account and make over $30,000 a month. That's into doctors and lawyers territory. That's not bad. The median income in this country is not that high, but yet everything else is going up. Inflation is through the roof. And if you can trade, you don't have to worry about it. If steaks go to, where you go to look at a beautiful filet mignon at the grocery store or at a restaurant or whatever, you don't have to say, well, gosh, we better have the hamburger steak instead. No, if you're trading and you're doing what you do every single day and do it like clockwork, then you're going to be able to afford anything you want to afford. And there's no guarantees. I mean, I've had people that literally will not even listen and will not even do, they even blame themselves. They'll say, well, gosh, I don't know why, I just get in revenge mode. Well, that's on you. But what I teach is to get nicely green, turn off your machine, and walk away. And if you do that, you'll be one of the successful traders. Did you know, if you've ever talked to, Daryl Martin at Apex, right? He's the founder of Apex Trader Funding. That was one of the largest ones after Top Step. And basically, after Top Step was One Up Trading, and then Lilu, and a bunch of them nowadays, right? But 2% only of traders are funded. And the reason for that is because most traders don't know how to trade. And at Viper Trading Systems, my whole goal in life, ever since I met Charles Boyle back in 2008, first met him, and we formed a company in 2009. We wanted to teach people what we learned, because I believe we mastered it. Because frankly, my wife, when she was trading with Top Step, to give an example, you can't anymore if you're a Ninja Trader, because they're no longer a Ninja Trader. But she got emails and awards from Top Step 5 months in a row of being a super consistent trader. You know how she trades? She simply goes to a chart, diagnoses it with me, and she goes for $200. And if she gets 300, she's a happy camper. She won't let it go under 2, but she'll clone it as a rule, 3 or 4 accounts. So that's $800 for a day. 800 times 5 is 4,000, times 4.33 is almost 17,000 a month. Do the math. You can make lots of money trading. Got to know how. Okay. Now, we're in the process of totally perfecting an AI system. Okay. And we're testing it and testing it forward. I actually partnered with a couple of programmers, and our AI system that is now developed into Object Trader, we're in the process of testing it out. So what we've actually done is basically we gave everybody that wanted to come in with us on our AI stuff a one-time price of this right here. After, it's going to be yearly, because this thing, once we get it totally perfected, is going to make money hand over fist, I believe. Right now, it's in final stages and stuff like that. You have to be a pro customer, which means that 249 I showed that I gave a $50 a month discount. You have to be with that forever or as long as you're trading, because this AI will not work without pro. Okay. But with my pro, you've got me personally 5 days a week. And how many of the vendors actually, as a rule, show you their actual payouts? How many of them? I go to webinars all the time and I don't see most of the vendors out there showing real money. That's real money. That's Apex Trader funding deposited on 6/9/26 into a bank account that I have here in Oklahoma. And my wife and I both share that account. We've been married 54 years, and she's a trader and I'm a trader. We've got payouts pending right this very moment. And Apex is a rule. We're only in pending for a day or two. Once they pinned, they approve. Once they approve, they pay. Okay. I do have a trial, by the way, if you want to just test us out for $49.99 one-time fee. And you get my indicators. You get to come into the trading room and everything for 14 days. This right here, I'll discount by $50 a month, and you'll get everything that we've got except the AI stuff. The AI stuff, by the way, this one-time fee right here, it says yearly. I'll give it to you one time if you decide to go ahead and sign up with us. If you go to the pricing of it, it's going to say yearly, but we'll just simply send you a disclaimer that says you got it for life. Okay. This particular thing is going to be a game changer with our stuff because it already is showing that it's going to. I traded Mez the other day, for instance. This is this little trader right here with YM. And that particular morning, that Mez did $1,150 on YM. So once we get this down to a fine art, it's going to be something that's going to be somebody's going to be very proud to have. By the way, the AI portion of it is the only way you get the lines. These are put into our offering simply because if I draw on your charts, you're going to make money because I don't draw on charts without making money. When I'm in that room, I'm going to make that money. And if you don't have the AI part, you won't see those lines. They won't be on your chart. Okay. But if you do have my AI stuff, you'll actually have my lines. And they'll show up right there on your chart. See how quick that came on that one? That wouldn't matter if you were in Australia. Like I said, that line will appear on your chart. It's called the conservative line, and I've got an aggressive line. And aggressive, we take a trade, we try to get 10 ticks or so, and we get out. If we don't get 6 or so, we get out because it's going to come back to normal. You just get out. Okay. Any final questions? I've only got 2 minutes left, and I do
Yeah,
like.
Gary, we got some
Yes,
questions.
sure.
Richard's asking, let's see, Gary, do you teach how to manage these PA or master accounts? For example, they have a lot of complex rules designed, it seems, to increase their odds that you will blow up your account. Do you help us with that?
Well, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I talk about prop firms a lot. And one of the things that I firmly believe that you need to do with prop firms is trade like a pro. You've got to get in and get out of trades. You can't just continually trade and blow accounts. They don't like that. But let me show you something here though. That was a good question. We have Apex's rules built right into Object Trader. They don't allow hedging. You can turn that on. They used to not even allow DCA, which meant dollar cost averaging. So you can even turn that on. Dollar cost averaging, for instance, will not let you take another contract unless you're in the positive. I'd highly recommend turning that on. It's a good feature in Object Trader. But we teach you, yes, absolutely, because we have drawn, a lot of money through Apex Trader funding. We're also with Take Profit Trader. My wife just got totally a brokerage account with Blue Sky, and there's other firms out there, you know, and a lot of them, Apex will let you have 20 accounts. Take Profit Trader will let you have 5. So yeah, we'll help you. And one thing about it, like I say in the room, I'll go over when to get in the trades, when to get out of the trades. And again, once we get nicely green, I'm going to still continue calling trades, but it's up to you if you want to still keep trading. You know, the other day I was up like 570, I think, and I decided to take one more trade and I got up like 17 something. That doesn't happen every day. Usually if I'm up 570 or something like that, I'm going to quit. That's good enough. Because if you cloned it 3 or 4 times, it's good. Okay, I'm right at 245. I thank everybody for coming to the Traders Corner. They're masters in getting everybody to learn about options, futures, forex, you name it. We're just simply futures trading. And you know, if you become a, you know, instead of being just totally where you try to be a master of all trades, you know, you can't do it. Jack of all trades and a master of none. I mastered futures trading, and that's what I teach. Thanks again.
Yeah, Gary, we got a couple more if you have time.
Oh,
How
sure,
do
I
you get
do.
the how do you get the $50 off, and is that per month?
Yes, it is. That link that you sent, let me get that back.
Okay, I got the link in the chat there.
Okay, so basically, this pricing right here, if we just simply do away with this right here, like that, and go to 3617, that's just a code. Pricing dash 3617 will get you the 249 a month.
And that's
Click it.
monthly?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
monthly. The reason it's monthly is because I run a trading room also 5 days a week. And I tell my members all the time that that first day of the month, I'll get you your money. So the rest of the month is yours. You know, there's 22 days in a regular month. This basically would get you 21 of your own. And 249, by the way, is super reasonable for the type of stuff we built. I'll show you something here. And am I the last one?
We got one more person, and
Because I'm
we
running
need a few
over.
more questions. I don't know if you could quickly go through any of them
I
anymore.
can. Okay.
Okay.
This object trader tool that we built, I've spent literally out of my own pocket over $150,000. And it is one of the best ninja tools that's ever been built. Okay, another question?
Let's see here. Trying to find one. Oh, okay. If not comfortable spending all money for AI, can I try for 1 month? And if it's good, then can that money go towards full payment?
We haven't done that yet. We've split it out in 2 payments before for a customer, you know, to help them out a little bit. The thing on this one is I own Viper Trading Systems. I do not own the AI part of it. I'm just I've got 2 developers and myself, and it's kind of a 33%, so to speak, each. So I don't have total control of that, of the AI stuff. I could talk to them and find out if they let you do that. We haven't really set up a trial simply because there's so much training.
Paul's asking, which is better, if you have an opinion, bot trading or manual?
Manual.
Okay.
Only. And you know, most people would say, well, why would you say that if you're trying to sell a bot? Because I'm a better trader than anybody out there. I've proved it.
Trudy wants to know, do prop firms offer discounts?
Oh, all the time. Apex has got 90% off right now. And we've got a code too on Apex. If you just simply go to vipertradingsystems.com to our prop firm discounts, that's Apex Trader Funding right there. That's our discount code.
All right. One more question. I don't know if you can answer this if you have this information. What percentage of traders are successful with your system, and do you call your trades? And I apologize if we didn't get to any of your other questions, but email Gary if I didn't get to it. But this will be the last one. What percentage of traders are successful with your system, if you know that, and do you call your trades?
I absolutely do call my trades, and I draw on the chart at exactly points that I want my people to stay under short and above long. And, you know, that's called a line in the sand trade. That's one of my favorite trades that we do. Those are super successful. We got over 100 tick move on oil the other day and a 68 tick trade on even ES before it even pulled back any at all. And, you know, every single day there's good movement in the markets. And I have learned to really read these charts, and the proof is in the payouts too.
All
And I
right.
get you
Thank you,
there.
Gary. Oh, I
Okay.
apologize.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
fine. I
Okay.
appreciate you, Anthony, and sorry for running 5 minutes over. I didn't plan to do that.
Well, everyone wants to talk to you, so that's good. If you didn't get to Gary yet, give him a call, email him. All that information is in the chat. Thank you for being here, Gary. That was an exciting look at how automation the future trading landscape. We appreciate the practical demonstration and the generous resources you've made available to our audience. Thank you so much, and be sure to click on the link for Gary's promotional link in the chat box. Thank you,
Thank you
Gary.
very much, Anthony.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay, our final presenter is Rory Powers of Right Line Trading, another gunslinger and battle-tested man. And he has an amazing support team at Right Line Trading. As markets become traders face a critical question. How do they compete in an AI-driven world? Rory's presentation today is Manual Trading is Falling Behind, how AI is changing the future of trading. He'll discuss how AI is transforming trading, why automation is becoming a competitive advantage, and how systematic execution is helping traders improve consistency and adapt to today's markets. So everyone, please welcome the great Rory Powers.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. I really appreciate that. That's very, very nice introduction.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for having us. We always appreciate being here, and what great presentations throughout the day. Gary, just now, an excellent trader. I see the payouts he gets. Very impressive. I want to say thanks again, Anthony, for having me. It's a great crowd. Wow, almost several hundred people here today. And it's been quite a week as a trader. I mean, we've seen some incredible volatility. Potential peace agreement is emerging between the U.S. and Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is getting ready to reopen, opening up the global energy markets and supply chain. We had the development of the SpaceX with the IPO. Really, some of the most volatile market conditions that we've seen in years this past week. And if there's one thing that all of these events have in common, it's that the markets are reacting faster than ever. The question is how does the individual trader keep up in a world that's increasingly dominated by automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence? And that's what my presentation today is regarding manual trading versus automation. I just heard somebody ask Gary about it. And Gary's good enough to beat any bot, and I believe him. But before we get started, I would just want to get the CFTC out of the way. I am not a licensed trade advisor. I'm not offering any type of trading advice here today. The trading does have a significant amount of risk. If you're not familiar with that risk, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, let's keep it moving. I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to keep my presentation short and to the point. I just want to showcase a couple of our members and the success that they're having with the AI Auto Trader. Let me move this little thing out of my way. Okay, great. Now, the first testimonial that I just want to cover is one of our members. Name is Rev Rick. And Rev Rick, his experience with trading the AI Auto Trader was he had his own unique way of using the system in order to first pass the evaluations and then get a beautiful payout within the first 45 days of being a member with the AI Auto Trader. What he did was he took our one-day pass templates, which are templates that are designed to pass a prop trading evaluation in one day, in one trade. He kind of modified those a little bit. And instead of trading the maximum number of contracts, he just traded 2 contracts. And he also used another one of our bots called the ES Scalper. So he used the ES bots. Very interesting. A lot of us, including myself, trading the NASDAQ is almost an addiction. It's like driving a sports car, like a Maserati or Ferrari. It's very fast and sexy, but it can be a double-edged sword, especially in these volatile conditions. So Rev Rick did share with our community in Discord exactly how he was able, within the first 45 days of ordering the AI Auto Trader, get a $7,500 payout with Apex Trader funding. He gave his exact formula. And that's one of the advantages of being a member of a community. And then we have a great trader out of Chicago named RJ. RJ's here today, I saw. Hello, RJ. Great guy. RJ, I love his story. He passed, and I kid you not, I probably wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes, but he had accounts number 2 through 6 on Apex. I kid you not. Accounts number 2 through 6. So he bought 6 accounts, 1 through 6. I'm not sure what happened with number 1, but I know what happened with number 2 through 6. Number 2 through 6, he passed all 5 of those evaluations. All 5 of them. They were all $100,000 accounts. And he also shared with our community of traders exactly how he did it. And his story is a lot more fun to listen to. What he did was he enabled the bots, and him and his wife went out and had a scoop of ice cream. They came back home, and he said, "Honey, I'll be right up. I just want to check on my bots and see how they did." And lo and behold, all 5 of those bots passed that $100,000 evaluation, had $6,000 in profits in very short order. And he has many more evaluations that he's passed since, all in the first 30 days of becoming a member with the AI Auto Trader. Our vision here at Right Line Trading is to provide cutting edge technology to provide our members with an edge, whether it's developing indicators that help provide the future, that help determine the future direction of price, or if it's technology-based automation that's leveraging artificial intelligence. That's what our team thrives on. We've been in business for over 14 years now. Our members of our team, we've got some professional traders on the staff. One, namely, is our options trader, Mr. David Wise. Let me say one thing about David. David, I've been working with David for about 5 or 6 years now, and I've seen him consistently do the impossible. He's one of these traders, very much like Gary, who preceded me, that they know how to extract money out of the market on a discretionary basis. What is their secret to success? Well, I can tell you what it is. These gentlemen have ice water running through their veins. They do not allow emotions to dictate their decisions. When money's on the line in a fast-moving market, they do not get rattled. You see, they have etched in stone rules, conditions that must be present on their chart before they execute a trade. They know that that's when risk is at its absolute lowest and their potential for getting a winning trade is at its highest. They can recognize the market conditions from their experience, and they know when to get in and when to sit on their hands and not trade. And that's not easy to do. In fact, 95% of us are not able to do it, including myself. So if you're not one of these very talented, gifted traders, do not be discouraged. A little bit about myself. I just want to qualify myself. Absolutely not. I don't consider myself a professional trader. In fact, I don't consider myself a good trader at all. I've been working here at Right Line Trading for 12 years. I attended Syracuse University. I reside down in South Florida. And besides trading the financial markets, My passion is my family. What can I say? Um, I love saltwater fishing, but I absolutely put my family above all. And God bless me. God bless me so great. I'm so grateful for the beautiful wife that He put in my life and these two gorgeous girls who are the apples of our eye. The pictures, very briefly, we took a Mediterranean cruise. The pictures are in Italy. The first stop, I think it was Portofino, um, if I'm not mistaken. And this picture was right off of our balcony. We opened the shades in the morning, and this absolute, I mean, view of Italy left us jaw dropped, dropped our jaws, lost our breaths, and took some pictures. The next day we woke up, we were in Rome, and we went to the Vatican. We saw the Sistine Chapel and the Basilica. If anybody ever gets a chance, you got to go on a Mediterranean trip. Okay, enough about me. Let's get to it. The genesis of the AI auto trader is our lack of consistency as traders. I have the absolute privilege and pleasure of answering the phones here at Rightline. In fact, if you've called Rightline Trading in the past decade, chances are very high that we've spoken before. And I recognize a lot of people here today, and I know that I've spoken to a lot of you on the phone. Andrew, David, Doug, Edwin, George, just to name a few, Jim, Lawrence. Um, and listen, we all share. I happen to really identify with traders, something I've learned and admire and respect about traders. And I always bring up an analogy of the Bible with David versus Goliath. It's the classical underdog, who's able to go and make accomplishments and achievements against all the odds. And that's what I think of when I think of traders. We're very persistent. We're fighters. We're not crybabies, and we find a way. We may take a licking, like that old Timex watch commercial, but we always come back, and we keep on ticking. So by answering the phones here, I know that we all share these same struggles, these lack of consistency. We let emotions get in our way. Listen, I heard Gary just say just a moment ago that he can beat any bot. I'm here to tell you very humbly that I can't beat these bots. They will whoop me. Most days of the week, probably 99 out of 100 days, they will trade much better than me, which isn't really saying much because I'm not a good trader. But the main benefit of these bots is in my description of Gary and David Wise or anybody else who's a professional trader, that this is how they make their living. The main benefits are the exact same thing as what these gentlemen have as a God-given talent. They don't let human emotions affect their decisions. They have a trigger and conditions that must be present on the chart. That's exactly how these bots work. Exactly. So we've all experienced problems making money. And really, the main reasons are exactly what I've just mentioned. Is trading with emotions. We may have bought indicators that lagged price, that lacked a proven trading methodology, but it all leads to the same cold, desolate place of blowing out our trading accounts. So today's presentation, manual trading versus automation. Let's dive right into it. We've narrowed it down to two things that we believe are going to create trading success. And let me say this about manual trading. Listen, I used to I'm not kidding you. I'm somebody that's blown out I mean, more accounts than I can possibly count. I've lost more money than I care to admit. In fact, there'd be nights that I would go to sleep talking to myself. I kid you not. My wife would ask me the next morning, "What's wrong? You were kind of mumbling and mumbling and bumbling in your sleep." And the first thing that would come to my mind is my trading account. I blew another account, and I lost more money. The very definition of insanity is to believe that you're going to have different results by doing the same thing over and over again. And that's basically where I was at. I couldn't accept the fact that I was just a lousy trader, you know. So we've narrowed it down to two things. Number one, because we suffer from human emotions and we've blown out so many accounts in the past, we need software that can do it for us. Let's wave the white flag of surrender. Number two, the elephant in the room when you talk about automation is always all the bots that didn't work in the past, right? We've all bought bots in the past that just were no good. They maybe did well during certain trading conditions, certain market environments, or you had to continuously optimize the inputs and it became a full-time job. So it's not just any automated system that we need. We need the proper technology integrated into the automated trading system. Listen, I heard Jeremy say it earlier. If you haven't been watching or hearing about the advancements of artificial intelligence, then perhaps you're under a rock. Living under a rock is what he said. And I've said it before myself. And that's really what this is. They liken the AI revolution, which is what we're currently in, to the invention of the wheel or the automobile. It's that big. It's worked its way into every sector of our economy. And if there's any business that's not using AI, they're behind. They're playing catch up. Believe me, it makes everything much more efficient. Does it take over human beings? No. But humans working with AI are much more efficient. The output is, it's 10 to 1. You can't make any comparisons. So when I think about, is it better to be a manual or an automated system? Well, it depends on your results. If you're getting great results trading manually, I wouldn't change a thing. My father always told me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If you're doing well trading manually, stay with it. However, if you're not doing well, it's time to find a different route. And that's what I did. The benefits from using these AI automated trading system is that everything is powered by artificial intelligence. The decision making is dictated by data, not human emotion. This system is a system that will place your stop and your profit targets in the most ideal location. It does an MAE, MFE calculation, maximum favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion. It's going to find the average true range of the market and place your stop and profit targets in the most ideal location. It has self-optimizing inputs. There's no more mismanaging trades. And if you're a prop trader, we've developed bots that will trade your evaluations. And we have a bot called the best bot that has the highest likelihood of success when trading your PA accounts. So the AI Auto Trader is powered by Claude AI. Claude AI. And I'd like to introduce what I believe to be the most powerful component of this entire system. And what it is, it's the Claude dashboard. Think of the Claude dashboard as the command center of the AI Auto Trader. Let me pull it up. That's not where it is. Let me find it. Here it is. So this is in real time. Of course, the market is closed right now, so it's not going to have a leaderboard. But this is what we refer to as the command center of the AI auto trader. And it's continuously analyzing market conditions. It's evaluating the strategy performance of the entire portfolio. It's helping to identify which bots are positioned to capitalize in today's trading environment. It does not rely on any opinions, emotions, or guesswork. Um, you can leverage real-time AI-driven insights that are designed to support disciplined, data-driven decision making. The goal isn't to predict the future. It just doesn't exist. The goal is to process information faster, more objectively, and more consistently than a human trader can on their own. And that's the system that I'm going to be showing you today. The live P&L tab of this control center is going to show you your leaderboard. It's going to show you which bots are performing the best in today's trading environment. The key word there in that sentence is today's. And the reason I emphasize the word today is because of our technology that we refer to as the best bot technology. The owner of the company, Mark Miller, and it's really my pleasure to represent Mark in Right Line Trading here today. Mark is an absolute genius. He's a software engineer. He has his MBA from Cal State, and he really was the mastermind of putting together this RLT Claude integration. What he was able to do, in essence, was close the loop. What do I mean by close the loop? He closed the loop between your trading platform and all of the data that's running on your charts and your performance, and he integrated it directly into Claude AI. And he built it to where it self optimizes. It has a machine learning algorithm that can optimize all of the inputs instantly based on today's trading environment. One of the most powerful integrations of this system is what we call our best bot technology. It's very exciting, and we're very passionate about what we do here at Right Line Trading. What this best bot technology does, if you've ever gotten or had a system that had automated bots before, you know that out of the box it comes with a diversified portfolio of strategies. They may run on multiple instruments, multiple timeframes. Be that as it may, there's a diversification so that some of the bots will capitalize regardless of today's trading environment. The way the strategies are set up to trigger and manage the trades are all done a little differently, uniquely, based on the different trading environments that we experience from a day-to-day basis. So what the best bot technology does is it's going to let's take the NQ best bot first. We have 6 bots that are trading the NASDAQ. The best bot technology is going to identify which NASDAQ bot is performing the best today. The one that's found the ebb and flow of today's trading environment. Listen, if I always like to use an analogy here. And I use an analogy of going to a horse race. If you go to a horse race, the first thing you're going to do in order to try to pick the winner of the race is you're going to buy the daily program. That's going to have all of the horses that are running in the race. That's kind of what I like in this portfolio of bots too. Now imagine having to try to handicap or pick the winner every single day. It's no pun intended, it's a crapshoot. Okay, it's not easy to do. Um, so they give you the program at the track, and you have to see what the times were of their last races. You have to take into consideration the track condition. Is it a sloppy track, a fast track? And then you have to see which horse you're going to put your money on. What this technology does is it eliminates all of that guesswork, all of that handicapping. And what it's going to do is it's going to find the bot that's performing the best today, the one that the triggers and the trade management configurations, I refer to it as finding the ebb and flow of today's market. They're all clicking, and you see that bot just running up the score, taking winner after winner, right? That's the bot that your best bot is going to trade. And it's a completely separate bot. In your control center, you'll have under your strategies tab, you'll have a bot that's actually named the best bot. I kid you not. And in your best bot, what you would do is you would simply go to your strategy settings, you would go to your ES best bot, and right from your dashboard, you could switch it right into your prop account, your live account. It doesn't matter which account you want to put it in, you select it here. If you want to run it on the micros, you would put it here, and you simply apply it when it's flat. Let's keep it on the best spot just so my strategies stay correct. ES best spot. And you would push it through. Now, if I do change it, it will push through, and it would go right through into, let me see my questions. Okay. Oh, nice, RJ. Nice. RJ said he's taking a Mediterranean cruise. Okay, so let's just say I was going to, in this situation, I'll change it to 4 contracts, and my daily risk today is only going to be 500, and my profit goal for today is going to be 500. And now that I've made those adjustments, and I want to stop trading because I might have to run to work or pick up the kids at school, I'm going to stop trading at 10:30 a.m. And now I can click this load risk and quantity into the strategy. And what it's going to do is it's going to push those new number of contracts, an instrument, an account, or any type of adjustment I want to make. It's going to automatically push it into my NinjaTrader control center. So my best bot is going to automatically trade the most profitable bot in my NQ bot. Excuse me. My NQ best bot is going to trade the most profitable NQ bot in my portfolio. We also have one for the ES. The ES is going to do the same exact thing. It's going to scan all 6 of the ES bots that are in the portfolio and only take the trades of the most profitable one. It eliminates all of the guesswork. We also have an optimizing tool. The optimizing tool is going to be able to do an MFE, MAE calculation and put your stop and profit targets in the most ideal locations. We can, in a fast-moving market, we have access to all of the inputs at our fingertips. As I mentioned earlier, it's a closed loop system where you can modify you can select to go only long, only short, if the market's trending in one direction or the other. You can pause the bots if there's a red folder report coming out. You can modify each one of the parameters within the trade management or the account or the instrument that it's trading, like I just showed you. Everything is at your fingertips with this Claude-powered dashboard. Now, where we're headed with this is really going to put us in a whole other league with this closed loop system. In this next section is the trade calendar. The trade calendar is the performance. This happens to be the performance in June of one of our ES bots. where you can look at every single one of your accounts and see what the performance was. It has a daily trading journal that the system is learning. It's learning all of this information. But where we're headed is really exciting. We are going to have an endpoint in the very near future that's going to be able to track and learn each one of the economic news reports as they're released during the trading session. I mean, we see it every day when we're trading. The news reports come out and the market just goes on fire. It's just untradeable. There's just way too much volatility. And I used to wonder, what in the world is that? Well, David Weiss brought to my attention, hey, what that is, that's all the algos. Those are those hedge funds and the institutional traders. They're putting in, they're trading these algos that are in and out of these trades. As soon as these economic news reports or these earnings reports are released, they're making their profits quicker than we even know what the news was. They're way ahead of us. They have a significant advantage over us. Well, we're trying to even out the playing field. What these new endpoints will give us the ability to do is the system will learn whether the reports, whether they be an earnings report or an economic news report, whether they were a hit, a beat, or a miss. And they're going to take a context-aware action using context-aware logic, and they're going to be able to take action on our strategies. They're going to be able to pick the best bot to trade in today's current trading environment based on, and it's going to give weight to those economic news reports. Okay, so that is going to factor in to this brain or this Claude AI integration. So I'd like to just show you, because not only is it important how we trigger or enter a trade, but to me, it's equally as important is once we're in a trade, how we manage it. And this has really been one of the secrets to our success. And RJ, who's here today, he's going on a Mediterranean cruise. RJ loves this, and so do I. I mean, all of our members just absolutely love this. This video, let me set it up. I'm using a trade copier. I usually trade anywhere from 3 to 5 accounts using a trade copier. And on this particular trade, I'm trading 3 Apex accounts. And what I wanted to show you in this video is how these bots have the ability to manage a trade. Okay, we have something very unique, which is called our Leapfrog Trade Management. This is something completely out of the box. It doesn't come out of the box with Ninja. We did some pretty sharp coding Sergio was able to put together that really puts us in a really great position to manage these trades and put our risk to reward ratio where we want it. Now, check out what happens. Once this trade starts maturing to the upside, initially I have a stop of 60 ticks. I'm risking 300 to make my initial profit target is 100 ticks or $500 on the trade. But something very unique is going to happen as this trade matures to the upside. See, what's going to happen is as the trade matures and price starts going up towards my profit target, my stop is not only going to jump up, leap up, and take all of the risk out of the trade, which it's going to do here in just a minute. You're going to see my stop automatically pop up and take the risk off. But then what it does is something very unique. It gets into what we refer to as our profit window, And it is the trigger for our Leapfrog Trade Management. The Leapfrog Trade Management, you'll see it kick in here in just a moment. You're going to see my stop and my profit target start leaping. And they're going to continue to lock in profits as this trade matures to the upside. So price will never catch that profit target. and my stop is going to keep leaping up, locking in more and more profits as this trade matures. With that trade management, what it does is so important for us as futures traders. Um, what it does is it makes our winning trades, what I'm referring to is our risk to reward ratio, it makes our winners larger than our losers. We've got to have that, unless we can trade like David or Gary with a 90% win rate. Us mere mortal humans, if we can have our winners be larger than our losers, listen, um, we're probably going to need a Brinks truck to take all of our earnings, our profits to the bank. Because with a 50 or a 60% win rate, we're going to have a beautiful equity curve. Let me see if I can get this off. So that is the leapfrog trade management. The leapfrog trade management. So the best bot, a good analogy for the best bot is, think of it as having you're a coach and you have a team of professional athletes. You wouldn't put the same player into the game in every situation, right? A great coach is going to evaluate who's performing the best, what their strengths are, who would be the right player to put on the field at the right time. If you got a guy who's a shoots free throws at 30% and you're down to, under 30 seconds left in the game, you're not going to put him in because the other team's going to foul him. No, that's not the player that you would go with. That's what this best bot technology does. It's designed to do something very similar as picking the right player to put in the game, and you are the coach. This does it automatically, though. That's the best analogy that I can use for this technology. So let's keep moving. So we covered the RLT dashboard, the Bionic Best Spots, the Claude Optimizer, the Strategy Settings tab that gives you a closed loop directly into your NinjaTrader 8 Control Center. Very user-friendly. Now let's talk about the players. I just referred to being a coach of a team and having players. These would be our soldiers or our players that we're putting on the battlefield, okay? The battlefield that I'm referring to is the market, the market. We have these beautiful charts, and part of the system, that what comes with the system, that the system is leveraging. I always like to show the charts because they're very clean. They're extremely clean. These yellow bars you see are high volume candles that our system looks at when there's a disproportionate amount of volume from the previous bar, and there's a tremendous it's disproportionate number of sellers and buyers. We get these colors to our candles, and we have beautiful charts that provide really nice signals. If you are a discretionary trader and you wanted to take some trades on your own, that's always a possibility with this system. The system is leveraging beautiful indicators and chart templates that you will have access to if you decide to come aboard. So those are the charts that these bots are trading. And the portfolio of bots, just to give you an idea, we have the NQMAC truck over the course of March through May was up over $7,500 in profits, risking one contract after commissions. Now keep in mind that this is not a back test or a strategy analyzer. These were trades that were executed on a live market. We have the ES Moneymaker. Listen, the ES, I almost, compare the ES to watching paint dry sometimes. It's very slow and it can be boring. But let me tell you, these are the biggest money makers in our portfolio. I kid you not. The NQ will get it done quicker. There's no doubt. But the ES does it more consistently. And the ES is very slow and methodical. It has a lot less drawdown. It pulls in a lot fewer losers. In fact, one of our members, Lawrence, he asked me, he said, listen, I'm not really he's old school, I would say. He's not really familiar with the prop firms and all of that stuff. He likes to trade his live account and not worry about all those rules and regulations and all of those fancy words that he has no idea what they mean. He said, listen, I just want to put some money in my live account and trade the thing with no rules like that. What should I do? And I said, well, listen, I know just the thing to do. Put it on the E-minis. I'm not a licensed trade advisor, but the numbers tell us what the best thing to do is. If you look at the max drawdown and the profits, he's going to put his live account in the ES Best Bot, and he's going to trade it on the micros and build up his account and then we can always scale up from there. So these ES bots are really our money makers. The NQ Steven, man, this thing has the ability to break all records in a single day. Is it the most consistent bot? No. If you traded it every day, you'd blow your accounts. When you trade it on the days that it's the best bot, you're going to make a lot of money with it. That's why we've pivoted to this best bot technology to have the misconception that we're going to be able to develop a bot that's going to perform well regardless of the trade environment is like thinking we're going to find the Holy Grail. It does not exist. This is the best thing, the closest thing to it, and we're making it stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's why we're so excited. The ES Scalper, just like the ES Moneymaker, it's a beast. The numbers that it puts up are more than impressive. Almost $7,000 in profits from March to May with a minimal number of minimum amount of drawdown, 982. Oh, let me hurry up. I didn't see I was almost out of time. And then the ES 1 day passes. The 1 day passes, we have bots that we've developed that are designed to pass the prop trading evaluations in one trade. I refer to this system, if you're a prop trader, I refer to it as prop trading on steroids. I've never seen a system make money the way this system can make. We have several videos. Mark Miller and I, we have two completely different styles. And that's the beautiful part about being a trader, is we all have our own unique personalities and styles of trading. We have our own size accounts and our own profit goals. This will conform to the size account, your risk tolerance, your daily profit goals. This will conform and give you the parameters to trade the way you want to trade it. And we can customize these templates for you. Mark likes to go all out, and it's the most exciting thing I've ever watched. He'll have days that he makes $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 using these bots and the trade copier. And I've seen him do it again and again and get massive payouts that I could only dream of. And it's all possible by using these bots. Is it guaranteed? No, but it is possible. And many of our members are doing it. Let's get to the special offer. I've kind of talked myself right out of time. And if I don't get to your questions, because I'm going to go kind of fast now, I know it's been a long day. If I don't answer your question, please, only Anthony and I can see this. Put your name and your number in the chat box. If you have a question for me, if you're a legacy client, you've been with us a long time, you've purchased other systems, put your name and your number if you're interested. I'll give you a call. We'll do something special for you. If you have a question and you'd like me to call you, put your name and your number in the chat box. I'll be happy to do it. I want to respect everyone's time. It's been a long day. Here's my special offer, everybody. I know when we see technology that we're not familiar with, a lot of us cringe. And I've spoken to many people on the phone that are a little intimidated by it. Let me say this system is more user friendly than that NinjaTrader dashboard will ever be. Ever. But we're going to hold your hand. We're going to help install the system for you. We're going to meet with you. We're going to make sure you understand exactly how this system works. We have great users guides. We have great training videos. We do live training classes. And we also, we're going to provide ongoing VIP support. We're going to include in today's special offer the Claude powered dashboard. This is not going to be included forever. In fact, when we get the other update, if you do come aboard now, you will be grandfathered in, and you'll get that integration that includes the endpoints with the news reports, which is going to be huge. So for now, the Claude powered dashboard is included with the special offer for no additional cost. We're going to trade the system live with you, God willing, every day on YouTube, Monday through Friday. We've been doing it for quite a long time now, a few years now. We meet every morning at 9 a.m. on YouTube. And listen, when we have a bad day, there's no hiding from it. You know, the system takes losers. We have days that we lose. I'm not offering you something that's guaranteed to win. But it is going to provide you with a significant advantage and edge. And we're going to trade it with you daily on YouTube. I refer to it as prop trading on steroids. All of the prop trading templates are going to be included. Okay, now here is the special offer. The special offer, Traders Corner, Investors Summit. What we're going to do is we're going to do the monthly memberships. The system comes in two sizes. You can either do a monthly, which we refer to as our trial. A lot of people ask for a trial. The monthly would be considered our trial. You can give it a try for a month. It's $4.96. It includes the full portfolio of bots and all of the bonuses that I've just described. We also have the one-time payment. If you're like me, I hate recurring subscriptions. It wouldn't take long to spend the $24.96 paying it off, each month. To bite the bullet, so to speak, and if you do have the means, $24.96 is going to be your best value. Why do I say that? Because you never pay a penny again. You'll have ongoing support, all the updates for free, and you'll have it paid completely once the $24.96 is paid. PayPal Pay Later is an option at checkout. Let me put my special offer in the link into the chat box. During the checkout process, if you want to take advantage of the PayPal Pay Later, that will give you the ability to split this up into interest-free installments. God, I love that. Interest-free. Oh, thank you, Anthony. Here is the AI Auto special. Okay. So let's go ahead. Let me just glance up and see if I can get to one or two questions before I turn it back over to Anthony. Hey, Push. Thank you for leaving your number. Hey, Ian. Yes, the Stephen can get some drawdowns. You're right. Stick to it when it's on top of the leaderboard. When it's on top of the leaderboard, those are the days. In fact, if you go back to my live stream on Thursday, man, that Stephen it seemed like it couldn't take a loser. Now, of course it could. But man, it was just winning trade after trade, and I jumped on and got a really nice winner. So I'm really cautious about that bot. Trust me. But there are times for it. It's very aggressive. It is going to be recorded, Randall, yes, and we will send you the replay. Hector, I'll give you a call. I can help you with that. That's a technical question. So here's a couple of slides of some testimonials from some of our members, and then I'm going to have just a closing thought. Janine, one of our newest members, Janine, from Missouri. Congratulations, Janine. We got you there. She told me, listen, I have friends that have been trading, trying to pass an eval for over a year, and they just can't pass the eval. I said, Janine, we're going to get you past within the first couple of weeks that you're aboard, and we did it. I don't think she's ever traded before manually, and with no experience of manual trading, within the first week of coming aboard, the first 2 weeks of trading, she has passed her evaluation. So congratulations, Janine. Simon, I always put Simon on my slide deck. Not only are the numbers impressive of what he did on his Apex accounts, but he's from the UK. Regardless of where you are around the globe, this system will operate on your local machine. We have members that are really having tremendous amount of success trading the system. Suzanne happens to be one of the leaders of our community. We have a beautiful community of traders that really of all experience levels. What I love about the community is not only will you learn what's not working, and you'll hear a lot of what's not working, because that's how we are as traders. That's mainly what we talk about is what didn't work. When we find something that works, a lot of us get quiet. There are some that will tell you exactly how they did it, and those are the ones that we really admire. Because that's very valuable information. Well, they're both valuable, don't get me wrong. We really appreciate both, believe it or not. But Suzanne's a leader. She tells you what's working and what's not, and she's always willing to lend a helping hand. Sometimes when, free help comes out, it's usually not good, but hers is excellent. She's always on point. So there's the special offer. And I want to leave by just one last thought. A closing thought. And it's an analogy about taking a road trip across the country. And you can use either a paper road map, like we used to do it. Remember back in the day? I remember my parents took me to Disney and they had a map across the whole front windshield. You couldn't even see. Disney was 20 miles long, but we always thought we were going to pass the exit. So you can either use a roadmap, a paper roadmap that we used to use 20 years ago, or on that same road trip, you can use a modern GPS system. How did we drive before GPS came out? I still can't figure it out. Now, the GPS is going to automatically update you where there's a traffic jam, where there's a construction site, an accident. It's going to give you route changes in real time. Now, both of these tools can get you there, okay? You can use that paper map, or you can use that modern GPS system that's going to use modern technology. It gives you a better chance of arriving faster, more efficiently, and with fewer mistakes. You'd be crazy to use that paper map. Listen, I believe that's exactly what's happening in trading today. The markets are changing in real time. We saw it this month. We're witnessing it right now. Algorithms, automation, artificial intelligence are processing information and adapting to the changing market conditions. Meanwhile, discretionary traders are still trying to navigate today's markets using yesterday's tools. I truly and honestly believe that those of us who learn to leverage this new technology are going to have a significant advantage in the years ahead. In today's news-driven market, fast-moving algorithms dominating the markets, we need an edge. Traders, we need an edge. AI automation is the future. Let's get on the bandwagon. Let's jump on the train and ride it together. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. And I hope you have a blessed rest of your weekend. Anthony, back to you. Thank you so much for having me today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Roy. What a great way to close it out. That was a fantastic presentation and a fitting conclusion to today's summit. Thank you for sharing your insights and your special offer with our audience. And the promotional link is in the chat box, so be sure to check that out. And with that, we conclude today's Traders Corner Investors Summit, Traders Roadmap to Success. On behalf of Traders Corner and all of our presenters, thank you for spending your day with us. We appreciate your participation, your questions, and your continued support for the Traders Corner community. And we hope you found today's presentation valuable, educational, and actionable. That was kind of funny how I said educational there. Have a wonderful weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again at an upcoming Traders Corner event. Take care, everyone, and we wish you continued quality education and great success with your trading. Thank you.